Hello everybody, welcome back for some more iRacing. We're back in the sim rig. Maybe your suspension is broken and we're gonna just chill out a bit and try not to lose too much rating, but probably will do, because that is life. Life is lost rating. Probably everything will break, to be honest. We're at that point. We haven't used the stream computer for a while. So everything's probably going to catch on fire. But that's always nice. Beautiful. I think I've forgotten how to use the steering wheel and pedals. But we will remember. This the flat mouse track. Hello Joe. How's it going, man? There we go. Looks 5. Good morning. Strafe. I watched the Indy 500 and I watched Monaco. It was neither of them were very exciting. But that's how it is. Is it 24 hours in Nürburgring next weekend? That'll be alright. There was some good parking action at Monaco in the F2 cars and the Porsche Cup. This is going to be a wreck fest, this. It was funny with Monaco, how you had the commentators acting like there was a chance of an overtake. Which is really dumb, you know. It's like, no, you know there's not going to be an overtake. Why even pretend? Oh dear, this is going to be bad for rating, this race. I can already tell. We need the full VIR, not the mouse course. It's always crofty, isn't it? I like how Brundle started to sound depressed halfway through the race. That was pretty funny. It'd be a nice track to drive around in real life. You can't go wrong with a bit of grass, can you? Hello, Mr. GB. Well, I think what he meant with it being dangerous was that the Alpine continued to drive around the track. He could have pulled over sooner. Even if he had no brakes, he could have pulled over. But I mean, what's funny is if you compare Formula 1 to Indy 500, where Indy 500 has like 33 teams of garages and pit crew all stood out and they all just drive, and then cars released into each other, and it's like, oh yeah, it's fine. And then Formula 1, they're like, I say, you pulled out in front of me, chap. Unacceptable. And they have like, Indy 500 literally has people on fire. Formula 1, they're like, I say, I appear to have sprained my ankle. But that's the difference, isn't it? Hello, Ian. I don't think I want to be an Indy 500 mechanic. I mean, maybe I don't think I'd even want to be a driver. Maybe I'd be a spectator. I'd be the Black Hawk helicopter pilot at the start. I'd do that. That'd be amazing. Imagine if one of those Black Hawks crashed into the grandstands. That would have been a spectacle. That's what's funny with Indy 500 is like the military. God bless our freedom. Thank you to all those soldiers that died fighting for us, but no thank you to all those traumatized soldiers who we will just ignore. PTSD? What's PTSD? The dead ones. We like the dead soldiers. They don't complain. That's America. God bless all the dead soldiers that don't complain because they're dead. They died for good. But all the ones that are still alive, stop complaining. We don't want to give you any money. Please die so we can put you in a coffin with a flag. Your loss was good. Yeah. We don't really do that in the UK to the same level. We don't get... Do we get British flag coffins? Probably do. British Army just puts you in the teapot, boils your corpse. Morning, Stuart. Yeah. Maybe we do get a George flag. I don't know. I don't think I want a coffin with a flag. You get Remembrance Day. I mean, yeah. You get to live in grotty dorms. Hello. You been racing these all morning? Yeah, because I've back in town. I've been playing Counter-Strike and just doing nothing really. Doing emails and Counter-Strike. Pretty exhausted, to be honest. But energy levels will return, especially after we're punted. Oh, here we go. Qualifying. This is going to be a disaster. I've not driven this track much. It's a good track. This is going to be painful on rating. I can feel the pain already creeping in. My brain's turned off today. I mean, like my brain's in battery saving mode. You know when you put your phone on extreme battery saver, and the screen goes black and white. that's where my brain's operating at the moment. Battery saver brain. Yeah, the full one's a lot better than the short one, but Mike, well that's iRacing. Exactly, the long straight's really good on this. Why are you here? I don't know. We don't choose it, do we? We're just born into this world. Don't you think that's a bit weird? That nobody chooses to be born. Some other people are like, oh, we will have children. And then you're like,
green flag.
What? I didn't ask. What,
okay, here comes your first time lap.
Why? I don't want to be here. Isn't that weird that you're allowed to do that? You're allowed to go, oh yeah, I'm going to make a person. I think that's a bit, you know, it's exactly the same sort of thing as like going, oh, I'm going to go to Lidl's and pick up some tea bags, but it's like, oh, I'm going to make a baby. Both require about the same amount of effort as well. Tea bags or baby? It's an odd choice. I tend to go for the tea bags. "30 seconds, done." Speed bagging. Well, anybody? Oh, yeah, but I'm not a woman's, am I? I'm only talking about my components of effort.
One more lap.
My contribution is minimal and useless. Where did I? It's at the bottom. I don't know. Oh, yeah. It could probably do with being... The bigger one could do with being at the top. I'm sorry, Beadle. I'm sorry that we've ruined the layout. The only reason Beadle watches is to see the numbers go up. She's very German. She's so German, she's like, so I am watching to see if the number increase or decrease. But I do not like the man in the corner, and he talking a very stupid way. Why is the number not on the screen? This is not consistent with the last frame. I will never watch this again. You incompetent British idiot. Excuse me, the numbers have been bloody going up. The numbers have been rocketed. They've gone up. They've gone up big, very bigly. We only have the biggest numbers here. Did I actually go slower the second time?
All right, there's the checkered flag.
Right, let me put the numbers on the screen. Should we have the DVD on the screen? There's rank mountain. There you go. God. Wunderbar. Do you listen to music whilst you're bouldering, Beano? What bouldering music would you listen to? So what? I like to listen to techno, but it's not good for bouldering. We are going to lose some rating here. You remember the guy that parked it is in my race? Oh, well. Metalcore? What's that? What's metal? Is that like heavy metal? Rock music? What's metalcore? Hang on, I've got 1 minute until the race starts. I can't click on this. Okay, we'll go. I'm going to get copyrighted if I click on this. What was this? Oh no, that's not metalcore. What is that? Frischer. This is that bloody Straga. What's it called? It's not bloody metalcore. Right. Jesus Christ. Schlager, that's it. That's Schlager metalcore. That's the new ultimate genre. I think we could take over German music scene with that. Schlagercore. Schlagercore. Ah, man, that's how we get big in Germany. We're about to lose some rating here, guys. We're just taking it easy now. I just wanted to do Silverstone race, really, in the Super Formula Lights. My brain's wrecked today. I'm running on fumes. We get our essential oil today, though, so I can make my skin cream. That's the excitement of today. Game of Muscle Skin Cream Factory. Shea Butter Bonanza. That's what we're having today. These are the moments I live for. I got sandalwood in the end.
The estimated strength of field is 2,288.
One of them. So sandalwood.
We expect to be fighting for the podium.
Sandalwood has more skin healing properties and is less of an irritant. Bergamot smells really nice, but is more of an irritant. But then, you know, you're only putting like 2 millilitres per 100 grams of shea butter.
5 cars left to grid.
So what I'm going to do is I've got some bergamot already. I'm going to make a little tester pot, and I'm going to put it on my arm and see if the bergamot cream is good. But sandalwood is supposed to be healing. So with the shea butter sandalwood combo, we're going to be mega creamed, and then I'll have my own super mega nice smelling skin cream that's super cheap as well. Healthy, cheap.
Still waiting on 2 cars to grid.
Genius.
Waiting on the final car to grid.
Yeah, well, I'm not. Yeah. Well, you can have a little bit of it, but bergamot.
Everyone's gridded.
The bergamot oil they put in tea is normally slightly different, but yeah, apparently you have to be careful. I was reading into it. Apparently, breathing in bergamot oil as well can be really bad for you. It's just the essential oils though. That's the problem. It's because it's distilled. And anything can be really poisonous
Car on your left.
in very strong dosages.
Keep to the right.
So that's what a lot of it is.
Clear on the left. Left side.
And then,
Keep to the right.
like all these things, some people have specific
You're on the
reactions
right.
to some things
Rewind.
and some people don't.
Still there. Still there. Car on your left. 2 wide. Left side. 2 wide. Clear.
Oh, car behind us has killed themselves. Like, I knew someone that was super allergic to grapefruits. It's really funny. The face went bright red when we had a grapefruit. And then they started choking, which wasn't fun. No, they weren't that bad. But it was pretty funny.
Car on your left. Clear.
Yeah, I mean, Earl Grey's alright. But I prefer a bit of the just a standard tea. Your English breakfast tea's where it's really at, let's be honest. PG tips on top. No, get out. That's a ban. Only losers like PG tips. I bet Beano likes PG tips. What a loser! You can't get PG tips in Germany, actually. Get Admiral Nelson from Lidl's. Lipton you can get in Germany. Lipton's alright, actually. I didn't say nothing. I didn't say nothing. Yeah, we get some Lipton. Lord Nelson, sorry. You to you, sir. Oh. Got a bit of a jam. What a jam. Oh, messy strawberry jam. MX5 jam. Pump up the jam. Pump the jam. Pump it real good.
Car on your left. Stay on the right. You're in the middle. 3 wide. Clear. 2 wide. Clear.
I may have just killed someone there. To be fair to me, I was being rammed.
We got damage on the front end.
I was being rammed on the left. Alright, let's apologise to him. Where's my button? Oh, I haven't got a talk button. Sorry for knocking you there. I didn't mean to ram you off the track. Sorry. Yeah, look. A, they broke far too early. So that caught me off guard. And B, the orange car was driving into the side of me. But D, I would probably go to jail. So let's hide the evidence. Whoops. I'm not sure why they went flying off so hard, because it wasn't even that big of a cut. Let's be honest. It was a mere tickle. Yeah, this orange car's now over to... Well, okay, yeah, I'm blaming the orange car. See how badly he's driving. That's clearly what happened there. It's all the orange car's fault. Well, you can't go that way through that corner, we just found out. Yeah, the problem with this is we need to finish in the top 4, otherwise we lose way too much rating. There's still 7 minutes to go there.
The car in P3 just set the fastest lap. 35.293. That was your fastest lap of the session.
We have okay pace around here, but it's quite a hard track to overtake on. So you really do need to be qualifying up front. This was one of the earlier tracks that I learnt in iRacing, actually.
Left side. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the left.
I think he moved in the braking zone there, to be fair to me. You do have to overtake quite aggressively on this track. He left the inside open. We'd already got in. I think he'd lost the corner. It was a 0x.
Car on your left. That was your fastest lap of the session. Still there. Stay on the right. Clear on the left.
It was a bit aggressive, but sometimes you have to get in there, you know. Well, Verstappen learned how to drive by watching my live streams, so that's really where a lot of his racecraft comes from. Not a surprise. Not good enough. We need like 3 more places.
New fastest lap for you.
Yeah, we basically have to qualify in the top 4, otherwise it's done. That's how the numbers work. A bit closer before trying the bomb dive there.
The leader is running 36.54. Car on your left, you're on the right, 3 wide. Car on your left, 2 wide. Still there.
Good
Clear.
overtake.
Car right, you're on the left, 3 wide. Clear all around. Right side, clear.
So the orange car turned into me there and took himself out. We were well along the inside, and then they just punted us. I forgot that people can't drive in this. I forgot that you can't do the most basic of racecraft. The orange car just ignored us and just turned into us, even though we were well alongside him before the corner.
Rampage.
And broke enough to be on the inside. He should have... The orange car should have moved to the right to stop us going up the inside. I don't know why he just turned into us. He knew I was there. Yeah. That's what you get for trying to race in iRacing. And then... and then the other cars just drive into me. Good job. We'll look at the replay. We'll look the replay. Probably netcode actually, as well. But we had to make a move because there's only 1 lap left. All in, go for the bin. Yeah, you know. iRacing, no, you racing.
You just got the white flag. That means 1 more lap to go.
Dear. I don't know how many X's we were on. I thought we were going to get a DQ then. I forgot we were playing iRacing and you have to leave like a 3-meter gap between everybody. I think it's a good... I think the race went quite well. Oh, we're only on 7X. Hello, John. How's it going? We'll look the replay. We're going to do the Super Formula race. Good start to the day. Yeah, I mean, I don't really care. We did murder 1 person, so I guess there's a bit of justice. It's a bit of karma because we did kill
You're
1
losing
person.
on the car in front. The gap is 9.5 seconds.
But yeah, I mean, in iRacing,
Car stopped on the
basically,
right.
you do just have to qualify in the top 3 and not race people. If you try to do anything slightly creative, you're done. You finally found something. Let's see how guilty I am. I think we had plenty of space on the inside and we broke early. Yeah, I mean, we're well before the corner. We've got we're not quite on the wheel, but we've got a fair amount of overlap. He would have seen us drafting through the whole straight, so it would have been obvious that we're there. It's not like a surprise. The inside's open. We broke with them. We've got a car there, and then he's just moved to the right in the braking zone. So, you know, like, we are alongside him well before the corner, and then he's just started turning right here. I can't do anything. I can't brake anymore. It doesn't. It's second to last lap. These guys have both broke early. I've broke enough early to not understeer at the corner here, and this guy started turning into us. So, you know. Also, this guy here should stay on the right. Second to last lap, fighting position. We're also a lot faster than these guys. They saw that we were catching through the whole race. So orange can't just turn right here. You can't, even if there's not much overlap, you still can't be. Even if you've got a car on the inside here, even if this car was doing a stupid dive bomb. Even if this car was doing a moronic move, it would still be this orange car's fault. So, because you can't turn into a car that's on the track. Like, we're not going too fast into the corner. He's just took himself out on us. Because the thing is, in MX5 racing, our move here is completely normal. In real MX5 racing, in other racing sims, this is a totally normal move. But you can't do it in iRacing. So, you know, we're just moseying on the inside. We're not even doing a dive bomb. It's fine. But, yeah, zero awareness. If you're coming down the straight here as these two cars, you would know you got a car behind you with draft as well. But, yeah, in the land of iRacing, I mean, this is second to last lap. Generally, if you're this car, if you're trying to win a race and you don't want to have any fun, you don't want to do any racecraft, you would just stay behind these two guys on the left, probably, and they'll probably crash into each other. But I think that's a bit boring, isn't it, really? But that's what iRacers are conditioned to. So, yeah, but this is actually pretty safe doing this, to be honest, if it wasn't for iRacing's netcode and zero awareness from drivers. But then what's funny is that happens, fine, and then this guy just... that wasn't even a big thing for us. This guy just comes through. I mean, he did try and avoid us, but he's on the throttle when there's three cars there. Lol. We're just driving around the corner. You can see I'm not turning into them. You can see the track line here. Watch the look at the line of the track. So this texture and this texture here. We turn right because of the crash. But we're actually following the line of the track here. Alright, we did come across a bit, but you know. These two cars are gonna have to lift a little bit, to be honest. This guy. Yeah, but this guy, you can't just... You're going to 100% throw...
The pace car out of control!
...into the corner when there's three cars off the track there. I mean, you know. But then iRacing netcode does the rest. iRacing netcode then does this. Boing, 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 boing. iRacing netcode does the magic. Look, I mean, that's all just netcode stuff. Because really, this isn't actually that bad from anyone, to be honest. You know, it's just like a little bit of contact. It really shouldn't have done anything to anybody. This guy's ping-ponging due to the netcode off the cars. Oh, let's look at my murder. We did kill someone in this. It's quite funny because if you watch real MX5 racing, why does it cause bouncing? Because there's smoothing on the client and the server between the different clients, so there's a desync between the car position. So if a car's doing this, from their perspective, from everyone else's perspective, they're oscillating, they're moving at a different frequency, and so it hits this, and then it updates, and then it's like, oh, it hit it this hard, and then this car hit that car, and then that car hit that car, and then so it's like it's a desync issue. Well, the reason why people tend to just all do the same line, especially in iRacing, is because there is only really one single line that works. Like iRacing's got very narrow, productive lines through corners due to how the tyres progressively lose grip as they get warmer, and you can't balance the slip properly in iRacing. So again, you have to drive preemptively, which again enforces a singular line. So that really that's why people tend to do that. They do. Also, people tend to practice in sims over and over again, and they tend to practice just one line as well in all sims. Right, I think this was. Let's see, yeah. Oh yeah, I just murdered him. That was 100% on me. I mean, we just drove into him. I asked him. That's a good way to pit maneuver people in iRacing. If they're turning a little bit and you sweep their bonnet the other way, it will totally take them out. Well, no, I needed to lift there. He was really slow, but that's what caught me off, is that I thought he had more speed, but he didn't. But it's my responsibility to not drive into him, so I totally misjudged his speed, because for some reason he broke here fine, and then he broke again there. Doesn't make any sense. To be on the brakes there does not make any sense, because he doesn't need to be. There's nothing happening in front of him. He's probably just trying to turn his car in, but it's my responsibility not to drive into the car in front of me. So, you know, that's me murdering him. We said sorry to him, so it's all good. But yeah, if you watch real MX5 Cup racing, you'll see that there's so much contact in that, so much bump drafting, and people leaning on each other. It's really part of that racing.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Slow, man. Slow. You are fucking slow. You are fucking slow. You are fucking
slow. Thank you very much for that. Oh, we've got 8 minutes. Super Formula Lights. I don't have a setup for this. Let's lose some more rating. Why not? Today is rating lose day. I'm so tired, I don't care. I think we're on minus like 85. Let's do that. Minus 85. Yeah. The Mazdas can take quite a beating, actually, in real life. It's surprising. We are gifting other people iRating. Yeah. I mean, it's generous of me. I take from the rich and give to the poor. Hang on, this race is 30 minutes. Oh, that's probably quite good. This is what I mean about... so there's this false notion that it's easier to get iRating in the MX5 and Formula Ford. Like, the thing is, it's easier to get up to 3,000 iRating in those series. But to get up to 5,000 and above, or even 4,000, it actually gets harder, because the races are so short and the driving is so often really bad because the cars can move around more, you're more likely to get punted. So it actually, even though, you know, a GT car and stuff is supposedly harder, even though they're not, but like let's pretend they are, even though they're faster, the races are longer and it's harder to overtake and the braking and stuff's more drawn out. So it actually means that it's easier to gain I rating in GT3, LMP2, Super Formula, because all you need to do is get a good lap time within X time. That's the time for the rating. So 6k I rating is within 7/10 of track pace would get you to 6k I rating. Just do that and then do that consistently, which is a lot easier than actually racing people. So it's really weird, the misconceptions on iRating that you get from, and the people that mention them, I think, are people that are buying into the. They've not actually played stuff, so they don't know what they're talking about. Fancy that, people that are very vocal that don't know what they're talking about. I never do that. Whee! That's a cool shot. You drove a Porsche hypercar. Felt very straight. Yeah, LMU allows you to overdrive, whereas iRacing doesn't really. Even with their tyres that they put on the hypercars. Hello. Even with the tyres they've got on the hypercars, iRacing is still very weird. Like, you still have to drive it in a very preemptive way. LMU's supposedly having an update of their tyres as well, because LMU's hypercars are a bit weird still. But yeah, R-Factor 2 tyre model is a lot more forgiving once you go over the limit. It's a lot less tyre... I don't know, it's just more balanced at the limit. Well, that's probably to do with brake sensitivity. Like, iRacing has very sensitive brakes, which I don't mind, actually. Like, I prefer stuff to be more responsive, but it is definitely a big adjustment. Like, 20% braking in iRacing is equivalent to like 40% braking in other simulators. So basically, you just set your equipment up less sensitive to get around that. And then obviously locking up in iRacing causes huge issues, so you have to be really aware of that as well. You don't need active pedals. I've got a video coming out tomorrow. So last week I went to Paris. A company's launching some new sim hardware, and they have some really they have some interesting equipment. There's a lot of cheaper equipment coming out, which is really good, and even like Fanatec's CSL pedals, and I think Moses cheap pedals and Simagic. It's actually that's one of the good things that has actually happened with the hardware, is that load cell pedals with good dampers, elastonomers, are getting more prominent.
Car 12, just set the fastest lap, 50.466.
Wow, I would only buy a 5090 if I was an idiot content creator, to be honest. It's too expensive. Yeah, well, so you just... The key to every sim is you just have to learn the meta, or the physics of each sim. Which can be fun in and of itself, but I mean, you can argue that some sims are more or less limiting than others in how they handle. But obviously, to drive well, the key is just learning what you can and can't do in each sim. But also, I mean, you do have to... Sims market themselves as being realistic, and often they're not. And often, there's massive physics holes. so it's good to be aware of those physics holes. Like AC1's curbing, R-Factor 2's got some weird like.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you for
sliding
letting
at
me
the
by.
limit. iRacing doesn't allow productive combined slip. So you just have to be aware of that, and then decide if you can enjoy driving the cars with how they handle. It's like playing any racing. I mean, they all are racing games. So you just hello, someone's had a drink. You're like, let's say you're playing Trackmania. You go. Obviously, it's not trying to be realistic. So at least they're not lying with the marketing. But you would go. Do I like how this car generally moves around? And then you'd be like, oh, I kind of do. Okay, and then you spend time playing it and trying to get faster lap times and stuff. But yeah, I do think there's well, they're good. It's good for people that like garbage. I'm just saying from an individual's point of view, isn't it? I guess being good at identifying which handling mechanics you like can be handy for someone. But a lot of people just aren't at a level where they notice a difference in handling anyway. So if you're 2 or 3 seconds off the pace and you don't have your force feedback wheel set up, you're not going to notice, are you? If you haven't done Richard Burns Rally driving school, you're not going to notice at all. And especially if you've got loads of damper on your force feedback wheel, you're not going to know. So many people just won't know because they've never set a wheel up correctly, or not even correctly, but like in a way that lets you feel what the tyres are doing. So they just won't know. Same with people on driving real cars. They just don't know. Like they'll have like a Lotus Elise Evora or whatever, or even like a race car, like a Radical, and they'll do track days and they'll be driving well under the limit, and they'll be like, oh wow, it's amazing. And thanks for the setup. And they're having fun, so that's fine, but they don't actually know what any car is actually like at the limit, where the cars are actually designed to be driven. And look at all the car reviews. Look at all the car reviews, guys, where you've got these ludicrous vehicles and people are just driving them on public roads. It's like, well, what, you're driving... The car's not designed to be driven at 50 miles an hour, is it? Thanks for the setups here. Really appreciate that. Look at this. Didn't even have to ask. It's like a spy. I just what's the folder that we need to put them in? Man, that's stream of privilege, guys. Don't even ask and we get sent the goods. Probably the setups probably don't have any fuel in them. Epic troll. You tried iRacing for the first time, you felt you were nursing the car. Well, that's just how you have to drive it, yeah. It's kind of nursing. Preemptive. You have to preemptively drive it like you bobsled it around the track. Everything's preemptive. You can't do the old overdrive on purpose thing. It just doesn't like that. Where is it? Is it documents? iRacing. Setups, here we go. What's this car? What's this Super Formula Light? What's it called? Oh, here we go. It's called Super Formula Light. Thought it'd be like some random brand.
Hey Joe, how are you doing, man?
Let's see if this... I think we can... Ow, my neck! Cricked my neck. What on earth? Let's see this garage. What's this? Most cars are designed to be driven at 50 miles per hour. How would you get to... I'm not sure what you're saying. What? You're making less sense than me. Well, no, we're going this now. This better win us the race. Clock smashed. Should probably do some practice. Yeah, we'll just call it. It doesn't matter. Today we're just losing iRacing. Why not? AMS2 is quite fun. I think where AMS2 becomes frustrating to drive is if you're reasonably good at sim racing, and you'll want like more precise cars and more immediately handling cars, and you'll want the productive, like the slip that's controllable for speed, you'll want that to be smaller and more like nimble, right? Because that's more fun, is to have something that's really like snappy and responsive, right? And if you do a lot of sim racing, if you don't have that immediacy in the handling, more of a Max Verstappen type car, if you don't have that, everything feels like a chore to drive. And so because AMS2's tyres and handling is really like drawn out, it makes it very forgiving, but it's also like slow, like the response to the throttle slow, the response to the brake slow. So if you're good at sim racing, like say you're good at iRacing, good at AC1, good at R-Factor 2, playing AMS2 just feels slow because it's just everything is slow, which it means you've got more time to do stuff, so it's easier to drive. It's more forgiving in some ways, but it's just that then makes it unsatisfying if you're coming from that higher level of skill. In many ways, I mean, it depends how much you sim race. It depends what you look for. Some people might prefer slower type slidey road cars, so then they might not care. Well, the only diss is like with iRacing, when you say it's not really a diss. It's when you say you're saying stuff that's just true and that is more or less realistic, right? And that upsets people that are playing a sim for the sim to be realistic. And then they will then go, well, you've never driven this real car, how do you know? And it's like, well, you guys know, obviously, you'd have to drive a real car to understand how tyres work. But you're taking away their role playing, basically, so that's why it upsets them. Getting ADHD, you won't appreciate anything. No, I think you just you can really look into the details of things and nitpick and still appreciate it. You just need to be honest, and that's fine. And then you go, oh well, you might not like how the end result is, in which case you can do something else, can't you? But you might as well be honest about it. They're wearing helmets. Yeah, VR headset's helmet. The AMS2 is quite good. AI is pretty decent. Camera settings could be better.
Green, green, green. Okay, here comes your first time lap.
But I have zero trust in this car, but we'll see what happens.
You've got about 2 laps of fuel.
Well, that was positively the worst line through there. RC car racing is great. RC car racing also kind of highlights some of the issues with the physics in driving sims. If you look at RC cars, obviously they've got different wheel geometry and a different weight, even while scaled down and everything. But you see the stability of RC cars when they're in large amounts of slip. Even the really grippy ones. And then when you play remote control car simulators, you'll see they have exactly the same problems that full-size car simulators have.
You have about 1 lap of fuel left.
There's not many good kart sims. There's that Kart Racer Pro, which is quite good. AC1 has some pretty good kart mods for it. Kartcraft was okay, but the developer's being basically closed down. There's kart. There's an R Factor 2 kart official kart thing, which is quite good. It's got really good track models. This drives like a Skip Barber through there. This car actually feels better with lower downforce. iRacing's netcode and physics just wouldn't support karts. Karts really expose physics issues with tyre models and netcode. Wow. Pretty horrendous laps, but... we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes in the race. Do we have enough fuel in this? Am I being trolled? 30 litres. I guess it's a litre a lap. That's pretty economic, this car. It's a litre a lap round Silverstone. Well, go-karts are weird in real life as well. I think they're very hard to simulate decently because real go-karts, there's a whole leaning part of your body has quite a significant impact to like lean on the outside wheel because of the lack of diff and stuff. Also, the way you drive in a real go-kart is kind of like the way that you push through understeer sometimes, or like the way you go into a corner a bit too hot and then lean on the fronts and mooch through the corner, but do that in a way that doesn't lose momentum. The way you drive go-karts is weird. It's the way a go-kart is kind of like you kind of drive it like it's front wheel drive, but then also its own weird thing. They're really go-karts are weird how they're driven, actually. It's like a mix of motorbike, front wheel drive car and something else. Good fun though. Shame it's so expensive. Well, it's gonna be a disaster. Yeah, it depends on the car as well. Like a shifter kart with. In fact, yeah, iRacing could probably do shifter karts with the downforce on them. Those crazy French ones. Bit Backman, thanks for following. Right, are we sure we got enough fuel here? Well, we'll just I'm just trusting the viewer.
The estimated strength of field is 2,804.
It is conserving momentum, but on certain corners, you're still going to push into the front tyres quite aggressively. But it depends on the track, depends on the surface as well. There's a bunch of weird stuff. Who's that? Who's that guy that does loads of kart videos on YouTube? He covers it all. Forgotten his name. Wow, Ridgeway Racing, we're putting him to the test. No, not him. It's he's friends with Swolio. Forgotten his name.
Five cars left.
Yeah, the rear brake thing's weird because the brakes work great, and then all of a sudden, if you snag the tyres, the cart goes beep. But you get so much warning with a go-kart for that snagging of the rears.
In turn 1 and have a nice race.
Waiting
The
on
pace car is out of control.
Everyone's gridded.
Alright. Did we just drop the clutch on this? I think we did.
Green.
What is he doing? I wanted to just go to the inside, but I don't trust him not to do a mega send on us. Oh, we're stuck behind this guy that can't drive. No! Fucking hell. That's exactly what I thought was going to happen on the first corner. Just blind. Just blind. I knew he was going to do it, so I was like, right, that's it. Full brake out of it. God, how are people so bad at like awareness of if there's a car next to them? I really wanted to get past him. Don't ask. Oh, car behind just killed himself. Bloody hell. Why are these guys so slow? What are they doing? Oh, I need to get past them, otherwise they're gonna wreck me. They got the wrong setup. They got too much downforce, I think. Oh, he's gonna wreck me here. This guy, I do not trust this green car at all. He's all over the place. What is he doing? They're all so slow. They're like 4 tenths off on these corners. Good for me if we can pass them without getting wrecked by them.
Sorry.
Clear on the right.
We could have mega farmed rating in this, guys. This is our first race and we're like easily fourth place on pace.
Hey, Carol, that's right.
I do quite like Silverstone. I used to hate it, but we learnt it a while back. Can't remember what form, but we ended up generally learning it. I'm still like a second off pace on it with most cars, but at least I know. Kind of know what I'm meant to be doing at least, which is nice. No, I don't like Snetterton. I don't like Silverstone in real life, which is weird because I've been to this track like 10 times in real life.
Joe, you want to pass me then push, yeah? I'm not meaning to fight or anything.
Hang on, so this guy in front of us, they were just really all bad on the cold tyres. I guess they must have no feel for the grip. Because at the beginning of the race, the car had oodles of grip compared to what they were all driving. So they're probably just hot lappers. Without the downforce. I don't dare turn the steering wheel because I think the wheel will just turn off. It'll probably go a lot faster. Oh, he's not close enough, but he will do it anyway.
Clear on the right.
Oh dear.
Right side. Clear on the right.
Number 2.
The car in P2. Just left the fastest lap.
Oh, this is a shame. We're stuck behind a slow driver.
7-3. Car on your left. Still there, hold your line. Stay on the right.
Oh, the handling is... I mean, some guys, it's the tyres are so dog shit. It's incredible. Like you can't just turn it in. It's like it's just you get a slight bit of temperature on the contact patch, and it's done. What is he doing? Ah, fuck me. Like honestly,
We can fight.
what a fucking shit game.
We'll see.
God damn.
Damage on the back end.
Honestly, this pushes my patience, guys.
Well, we have enough space.
Pushes my patience. It's... the tyres are so shit. That's on me. Yeah, it definitely was. I was
Don't do it, Joe.
in the road.
Hold them up.
Yeah, we're done. I think we're done. Because that guy just
We build the gap and then we
wrecked
fight.
me.
Okay?
Left side.
What on earth?
Clear on the left.
No, that's against the rules.
So we lose a place because a guy does a moronic overtake when he's not close enough, so we have to move out of the way. We've got no rear wing here. And then we're stuck in cars that are all just drafting us. Oh yeah, and then we can't take the proper line through the corner because you can't get on the throttle because the front's understeering, because the fronts are slightly warmed up so they don't bite the road like any other sim would. And we haven't preemptively driven this car setup to know the exact preemptive amount that you can turn in that will give you productive grip without contact patch heating up. So then that allows another car to come through, who then netcode spins us. It's like it's the ladder of iRacing despair. This is the life you choose. I mean, this is the whole point of it, isn't it? It's the pain and suffering. But dear. Yeah, unfortunately, you still have a reasonable amount of draft in this for bad drivers to do stupid shit on you.
1.
Don't think we get a flash repair, so.
All the damage is repairable.
30. Oh, that's not too bad. Might as well finish the race. Why does the wing just fall off? Yeah, but you see, that contact, that's 100 I rating we lose through no fault of our own. So again, it's the hot lapping thing, isn't it? You just need to hot lap, qualify in the top 3, and then not race anyone. As soon as you're racing people, as soon as you do anything that resembles racing,
All clear. Punch it.
it's over. It's any actual racing is punished in this game. But that's what it is. That's why we do it. That's what makes this so entertaining. I'm not racing simulator.
Not outside.
Every time I watch you, it reminds me why I stopped playing. But once you've memorised that, to be fair, once you've memorised the hot lap line and you don't race people, you can just sort of cruise around the track, and then it's basically like World of Warcraft. You don't really have to try that hard, and then you can then get up to like, you know, most people don't have enough time to max out where their iRacing maxes out, so they feel satisfied that they're gaining iRating, right? So that's quite fun for a lot of people, I think. You know, you do the hot lapping, get up to a certain pace, then you're doing a race, or you feel like you're doing a race, and you drive consistently. We got ganked. So I think that's where a lot of the enjoyment of iRacing comes from for a lot of people. Ironically, I think iRacing is accidentally simulating modern motorsport a lot better. Because of the way you have to drive it, it's actually a lot closer to the new, like, Indy cars and Formula 1 cars. Because they're so heavy, they can't be balanced at the limit properly.
The leader is running 51.499.
I'm just going to let this guy go past.
Right side. Clear.
Well, if you like, I found Marvin's awesome force feedback app. Gets quite nice force feedback from iRacing, to be honest. It lets you feel the iRacing's physics, basically. So it's quite good. Marvin's awesome iRacing app. Like, yeah, at the end of the day, a physics engine is still going to just represent whatever the tyres and the cars are doing, right? Like, the force feedback's just going to reflect that, but you also then have the detail of the force feedback, and with Marvin's app, it just gets you a really good detailed signal of what's coming through. Actually, probably the most detailed force feedback for what iRacing is. Unfortunately, the physics have got problems, but outside of that, it's way more detailed than some other sims force feedback. Actually, probably more detailed than AC's, to be honest. But it just lacks... iRacing just lacks that controllable slip, so then that impacts the force feedback as well. Yeah, use Marvin's force feedback app. We could record a video on it actually whilst we're here. We could do a live stream video recording. Yeah, that's the skill issue racing. That'll just be the force feedback strength setting. Different cars will have different amounts of strength and different defaults. To be honest, in real life as well, different cars will have different strengths of force feedback, right? So some sims try and copy that literally. Yeah, I think you still. I don't think it'll make a huge difference. The Simicube 2 already has like a higher frequency force feedback from iRacing. It's generally smoother, but I think Marvin's app also, what it does is it compresses the force feedback a bit as well. So it'd be worth trying. Like, it only takes 2 minutes to run and give a go anyway, so it's not, you don't have to do any fiddling around like you had to do with IRFFB. And it also has some more options in it for like understeer and oversteer if you wanted to use them. I'm not using them, but
The car in P1 just set the fastest lap, 49.929. The car in P4 just set the fastest lap, 49.689.
so this is crazy. We lose 100 I rating for that driver, like a noob just driving into the back of us. That's what you get. That's what you get for getting your I rating higher. So then, this is why everyone has Smurf accounts, because if you're building your I rating up, you're then forced to just do hot lapping and not actual racing, because you lose too much from just getting a noob actually just driving into, or if you actually race people. Well, if your force feedback was clipping, you just need to turn the settings down. What is he doing? Go around the outside of me. Just go around the outside there. I'm not... I ain't attacking, mate. I'm a blue flag. Right, what wheelbase are you using? Well, are you also running? Do you run like damper and stuff on your wheel? So look, the thing is, if you have like damping settings and smoothing settings, you're probably not going to notice more subtle stuff anyway. So you wouldn't notice. Might as well aim for 9,000. 9,000. Well, what's your I rating? Well, that's it. Days of Blunder done. I need to try the AC update, the other stuff at AC shader patch stuff. Oh, well, look. I don't mean to be mean, Doppelganger, but at 2.5 iRating, it's hard to know if you're driving in a way that's making the force feedback that relevant.
Stay on the right. Clear on the left.
But I mean, yeah, just do whatever works for you, to be honest. Do it. Well, and the thing is, does the Acer Tech have the higher frequency mode on it as well? Because I think that actually does help a little bit. But, you know, it doesn't really matter. I definitely noticed with the Moser it helped quite a bit. It depends. There's so many variables. Yeah, I'm not... The thing is, there's just so many variables. So if someone... Well, first of all, iRacing has probably the worst physics and force feedback out of the box. Generally speaking, the physics are terrible. So it is what it is, regardless. Secondly, different wheelbases have different degrees of... like the software... for how they take the game signal and how that comes through the wheelbase. Thirdly, some wheelbases have the higher frequency mode and some don't, which will make the force feedback smoother in some ways. Fourthly, some people run settings where they add a load of damper and other inertia and a whole bunch of stuff, and so they're not going to notice the differences anyway because the damper's going to mute the subtle differences. Fifthly, I don't know how many we're on now. A lot of people are absolutely shit at sim racing, which is fine. So they're not going to notice anyway. And a lot of people think iRacing is fine, so they're not going to notice. Like, you can put people on AC and iRacing, they'll be like, oh, they both feel the same to me. And it's like, well, okay, if you think that, you just don't know, so it's fine. Like, but you're not going to notice. There's so many variables. And then also, some people just drive purely from visuals as well. Some people just like methodically driving, and they could drive with a gamepad. They're not really feeling what the car's doing to get a gauge of what's going on. They don't really care. So for them, any force feedback will do really, as long as it's not like getting in the way of their inputs. Well, no, ACC's complete shit, so... so, like, I'm sorry. ACC has the worst force feedback of all the sims. Absolutely no dynamic range once the tyres are loaded up. So, sorry. I've received death threats for saying that.
The leader is running. 49.
Oh, well.
9, 0, 1.
ACC's easy to drive, though, and very forgiving. Thank you, Cat Debate.
Hello, Baldy, where's my rocket plan?
We haven't got rockets on here. So this is the other thing, is that a lot of people confuse as well a sim being drivable and easy to drive with the force feedback being good. So, which is understandable. It kind of makes sense. Like, you're not crashing and the wheel's telling you what to do to not crash. So that's fine. So that's kind of logical. However, you might not be getting actual detail that's useful for driving faster or more precise. But obviously, if someone's a lower skilled sim racer, this is me like years ago, you latch onto more obvious force feedback that stops you from spinning, because that's your big concern when you're, before you've learnt lots of tracks in different cars and you have precise throttle and brake input. Yeah, no, that was me last week. Before you've learnt like those basic things and internalised a lot of the physics, just having force feedback that stops you from spinning is a big thing. Same with like a gamepad. If you have a rumble that stops you from locking up, well, that's a really big thing, isn't it? Tells you exactly what's going on. But it might not actually be useful for being more precise, but it at certain skill levels, it's really useful. So this is the problem with this type of conversation, is there's so many components to it and so many dependencies when trying to say what is better or worse. Well, so iRacing's force feedback can have okay detail for what iRacing is doing, but iRacing's physics are unbelievably terrible for driving at the limit. Under the limit is fine, but the flash contact patch flash heating and the lack of combined slip is actually mental. Like that was something that was fixed in Richard Burns Rally 20 years ago. R Factor 1, large people worked out how to make that drive a lot better just by editing the tyres and stuff. So 20 years. Well, that's true, Star Fox, as well. That's another point. That's another separate thing, isn't it? Well, we're not really bashing it, we're just being honest as usual. You're better with keyboard than you are with a wheel. Fair enough. Try and actually concentrate a little bit and do some faster laps. iRacing is putting the new tyre on the F4 car next season, so that'll be interesting. Yeah, the difficulty with Project Cars 2 and AMS2 with the controller, well, what they've got a counter steer assist that's really good, and so what you do is you drive leaning into the counter steer assist, and that actually works quite well. But if you try to manually counter steer, you get into weird tank slappers. Thanks for following. You get like weird tank slappers with that sim. That's with a joystick is really hard to catch. But knowing about the brake accelerator way of catching a car is quite handy for titles like that. Project Cars 3 actually had really good gamepad support, surprisingly. My favourite distance length of race? It depends what you're doing. I think what you really want,
Car stops on the right.
either a race has to be like, you might as well have a race that's like 15 minutes as a sprint race, because if you crash you're not going to catch up in under 30 minutes. Depends how competitive it totally depends actually. Like, if you have a field that's not very competitive, you can have different time races because you've got more chance to catch up. If you've got a competitive field, basically you might as well either have a 15-minute race, because if you crash you're probably out of it regardless and you're never going to catch up, or you might as well have like a 35-40 minute race or an hour. Like, that gives you enough time for consistency to really start being a bigger factor. I quite like the IMSA format though, to be honest. 40-minute race with a mandatory single pit stop can work out quite well. So I'd either that or sprint racing. But then again, I think endurance can be fun as well. Like a 3 or 6 hour race as well can be quite fun as a race length, but not something you do over and over again. So I think actually for just fun, for just quick fun racing, 12 minutes is a really good length. 12 to 15 minutes. We like Caterhams, Radicals. That's a good fun race length. 90 minutes? That'd be stupid, Orimu. That would be really dumb. No one would do that. No one would progressively make the leading series of race cars longer and longer, so that there's no chance of overtaking. Also, you wouldn't make the premium series of race cars really heavy so that they're not manoeuvrable. They need to bring refueling back into Formula 1. It's so lame that they got rid of it. It's too dangerous. Meanwhile, Indy 500 is setting everyone in the pit on fire. Americans don't care. Americans, they're like, the American Indy 500 pit crew are like, oh, I'm not being shot at, this is safe. There's a car coming towards me. It's kind of like a bullet flying towards me, but more visible. I feel quite relaxed.
Checkered flag, checkered flag. Okay.
No, refueling doesn't solve anything, but it makes it what. So what you need, well, first of all, you need smaller cars with louder engines, and the refueling is purely to make the pit stops harder for the team, so they have to do more rather than just twiddle a bit of aero and take wheels off. And then you get to see the man stumbling with the fuel and spraying fuel all over everything. That's good fun. That's exciting to watch. And then you get to see Ferrari drag the fuel hose down the pit lane. So don't tell me that fueling doesn't add anything. Absolute nonsense. That Ferrari dragging the fuel hose down the pit lane was probably one of the funniest things that I'd seen in Formula 1 for a long time. And like, honestly, I nearly peed myself laughing. The big hose wobbling down the
Everything you have.
The hose wobbling down the pit lane, trailing behind the Ferrari with the driver totally unaware. That is entertaining. So don't tell me that fueling does not make it good. I'm sorry, it's just nonsense. Right, here we go. Right. So this all went wrong. This all went wrong when I loaded into iRacing. But separate to that, this bloody car, he's slow here, but I'm like, oh, he's going to turn into us, of course. So I have to back off here. He doesn't almost turn into us. He almost drives into that car. So we could have actually gone for it there. So I'm thinking, oh, maybe he's not one of those drivers that drives into you, because he had a chance to there and he didn't. So I'm thinking, okay, fine. No, obviously he will just do the that line through there. We had to slam our brakes on. Yeah, I mean, if I had not like absolutely slammed my brakes on here, that would have been death. So he does it on that corner, but not the previous one. Okay, so we managed to avoid him. But they're so slow on the cold tyres because I don't think any of them have any feel for the vehicle. Oh dear. And then we got stuck behind this, and then which was then we got we lost the draft there. Then the tyres get warm and everyone goes into their bloody hot lap mode because that's what they've practiced. They've practiced the warm tyres hot lap mode. Can't compete with that because I haven't memorised it yet. I mean, fair enough. He got that fine. But so we're then stuck, and this guy was slow as well. Actually, we were just getting used to the track. This guy almost wrecked us here. Let's see, Mr. Hot Lapper. Here we go. Almost throttles into us, doesn't? But then I get stuck in weird understeer here. Look at this. Chronic understeer. Car just won't turn in. I'm like on and off the brake because I'm like, hang on, why are you not turning? Just absolute chronic understeer. Fair enough. Here we go. Is that just netcode? We are totally ahead of him into the corner. Now, what is this? Like, what is he doing? We're over. We're basically. He's just hot lapping into our ass. We are so far ahead. Like we're ahead of him through here. We're on the inside through this corner. What's he doing? Why does he stay on the throttle? Why do you stay on the throttle? If you're this guy, if you're this car and you've got a car on your inside here, you cannot do the hot lap line on the throttle. Why would you stay in the power here? It doesn't make any sense. Or you're most likely going to get your nose cone broken. Just doesn't make any sense at all. Into the corner, we are pulling away from him into the corner, despite being on the inside. Yeah, he's not even got a wheel with us. So he's completely lost the corner before the actual contact, and then that's throttle. And there's a long straight. There's a long straight after this. The driving standards are horrendous. What's your final lap? I will do. I mean, unless that's like netcode from his perspective here. Maybe there's netcode and that started to make us spin, which he then can't avoid because. But if you're this car, you go, oh, the car on the inside is like at this point here. This car you lift basically because what's the point? It's iRacing. You can't get a productive external line, so you just be like, oh, lift, let them go through, and maybe redraft them on the next corner because we're also catching with this car. Just the driving is hilariously awful. I mean, to be fair to him, let's be fair. We were only directly in front of his car for a good few seconds, so I can see how this guy missed us. Right. Oh dear, we weren't hot lapping enough. And we're getting absolutely wrecked today. That's like one minus 150. I know, to be fair, we did come from nowhere, didn't we, as well? Like, what's happened here is you can see that we've come from absolutely nowhere with the 500 metres of straight where you traditionally draft and overtake a car on the inside. And this overlap, he only had 20 seconds, maybe 30 seconds to think about things. Let's see. Right. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and... Yeah, he only had 6 seconds to really think about what could go on in the corner, which is not much time, really. So, in fairness to him, it's understandable. Right. Let's have a look at this... Mr. Ridgeway. Ridge Racer! Last 2 laps, here we go. Ridge Racer. Oh dear. Oh, they're racing. This is dangerous. Oh. Hang on. Did I listen to them? To who? I don't listen to anyone.
Was it your league?
No, I mean, like, I raced in it. It wasn't my league.
Don't know what's going on here. He said there's a crash. The SoundCloud link. What? I don't know what you're talking about. Ah, right, nice. Well, this is... Well, he's put you on the grass there. This is the thing. Oh, you're driving into each other. Oh, you messaged me on Steam. Okay. Thank you. Oh. You're lucky that you didn't get murdered. I need a sandwich. Right. Oh, I mean, bloody hell. Oh. I don't know. I don't know if I want to do any more. I'm not sure how much of this I can take. Should we do one more? Let's do one more and then I need a sandwich. iRacing's... I don't know what the next track is. Yeah, the setup seemed alright. Probably need to do a little bit of practice laps on it to feel like to work out where the back gives out. But it seemed good. It seemed to be competitive, which is good. So thanks for sending that. Right, I'm just going to have a little sandwich investigation. I'll be back in a second. Bloody hell. I'm exhausted today. It's ridiculous. We got some fish. Look at this delightful meal. The fish with some what's it called? Spinach and cheese. It's all right, actually. No, I didn't have any bread, so I'll put all my sandwich in a bowl. Mackerel, tomato, spinach. Bloody hell, I'm eating healthy. What is wrong with me? I quite like spinach though. I need to eat like 5 bloody tomatoes today. They're starting to go off. I have this weird thing. Well, it's not that weird, but I really, really hate food wastage. I think it's, I don't know what's wrong with me. I mean, it's a good thing to have, but I take it to extremes. It's like, oh, these tomatoes, I might end up throwing away 1 tomato. Eat all the tomatoes. Even when I shop, I try to buy the food that's been reduced. That's probably for homeless people, but I'm eating it all. Sorry, homeless people, we've got no food for you because that bold git just ate everything. What's going on with his hands? Beautiful. Can't go wrong with mackerel, guys. Hello, Tiago. Send me some Portuguese pastel de natas, please. Donata. For this. I'm just going to say that now every time we crash. How come cheese and spinach go together so well? Let's go. Fix that up. Right, this can't go as bad as the last two. I probably can do. Anybody in chat know what brake bias is good? Look at that corner with this car mental. Hello. Could have done with some grip there.
The pace car is out of control.
24. Thanks for following. Welcome along. Hope you're having a nice day. Welcome to Cloudy Stone. British people have not seen the sky for decades. The stream, it shouldn't be stuttery. Don't think it is. I think it's your computer. It's definitely your computer. You need to refresh. Any tips for safety rating? Just drive around and don't race anyone. That's it. Safety rating is just... Oh my god, this corner. Safety rating is just how many corners you do. Without incident. What's the best thing to play Formula 1? Probably the F1 game. I mean, the closest thing to simulating a real Formula 1 car is probably AC1, the original AC. But if you want to do like races, then F1 25 actually has races in it. To be honest, just get a £10 note and burn it. That's a pretty good simulation of Formula 1. This corner's the death of me. Well, to be honest, iRacing has as serious physics issues as the F1 games. I mean, iRacing is a little bit more precise, but, you know, they're all wonky. Hello, Geo22.
There's checkered flag.
You could probably have some fun playing AMS2 with the 90s Formula cars in that with AI. If you just want to do races. The AI in AC is not that good, to be honest. You would have thought for Evo, that could have been the one thing that they did. Really good AI, which is not easy to do, but you would have thought that'd be the one big feature. Oh well. Philip Van Niekerk, thank you very much.
The estimated SOF is
for the DD girl.
2,454.
DD
We expect to be fighting for the podium.
girl with a DD wheel. What a babe, what a beauty, what a sexy lady. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel rotating in Philip Van Niekerk's bed tonight. It's a DD girl, dreamy girl. What a beautiful servo motor babe. It's a DD girl. DD girl. Everybody needs a DD girl. Put a DD girl in your simrig. Everybody wants a DD girl, but if she gets in the bath, turn the power off, or she will fry. DD girl, the DD wheel. What a babe, a beauty, a sexy lady. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. Philip Van Niekerk is continuing his membership of despair. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. Beautiful moment there. Emotional damage. I'm ready. Are you guys ready for the start? I'm ready to lose again. Heartwarming. Yeah, well, we're losing quite a lot today because we just jumped in having not played iRacing for a week. It's always bad.
Green, green, green. There's an infinite behind.
Where's he going? Well, he's gone. Not sure what that was. Oh,
Go right.
okay. Some interesting moves going on here.
Infinite behind.
I'm sorry. Sorry for the mental anguish. Bloody hell, what's going on with this car? Driving like a cross-channel ferry.
There's an infinite behind.
It's ridiculous how this moves around. Oh, we don't want to lose the draft to these guys. They were towing me forwards. Oh my god, they're turning. Whoa! Bit sausage. Now, as soon as the tyres are warm,
Position.
everyone else will catch up with us because they'll be in their hot lap mode. And it'll no longer be about actually driving. No, we get 7k in we get it's easy. To get to 7k iRacing, you just need to be able to drive probably like 6/10 off pace, which I think we can do.
There's an incident behind. Go right.
Okay. Interesting move from that car. Not quite sure what that was. I've done that move before. Almost took out P2, which would have been nice. Now we'll end up spinning ourselves before the podium. Don't worry.
You're now in
I love spinning myself out. This is our race. It's iRacing's race. I think they probably are, to be honest. I mean, I am on the track, so I do have some culpability there. How many monitors do I have? What, in total in my house? Or on this sim rig? In total in my house, probably like 20. On this sim rig, we just have 3. Hello, NF650i. I'm alright. Well, I mean, oh no, we're technically using 2 PCs here, so 5 on this on this setup.
50.722. That was your fastest lap of the session.
Julian's definitely going to murder me. Yeah, I can feel, I can tell, I can sense the murder on the way. Why is it so bad through that corner? Like, why does this car not rotate on the breakthrough there if you're fractionally over the... Like, it's terrible.
Car right. Still there, hold your line. Still there. Clear on the right.
You can't... If you brake harder, it doesn't actually turn in more, it just understeers more. We've got the brake bias back. It's so weird. That corner highlights one of the massive physics holes in iRacing. Because you really need to rotate the car on the tyres.
Right side, clear on the right.
But you can't do that in iRacing. Physics crater.
Left side. Keep to the right. Clear on the left. Car right. Clear.
Do you think he can overtake us without wrecking us? I don't think so.
Car right.
I doubt it.
Keep to the left. Still there, hold your line. Stay
Where
on the
is
left.
he?
Clear.
Why is he braking so early? Oh dear. Oh, he's lagging, that's why. I was like, oh, he'll be in front because he's gone on the inside, so he'll go deeper. No. But what he did was actually better racing because it stops me doing a switchback. Flash me lights. We need a head. We can flash a head torch. Real race cars use head torches. See, he is faster than me, to be fair to him. Fair play to him, he's got more pace and skill than me. No, not really. We don't really do those.
The car in P1 just set the fastest lap. 50.545.
Driving that corner is like driving down a ski slope.
We are where we expected to be.
What's that last? I expect to be in the bin in iRacing.
The leader is running 50.888. Just set your fastest lap of the session.
That corner is the death of me. Why does it not? Why? Like, it's because you've got no downforce and it's purely mechanical grip. At which point the simulator just fails every time we go through that corner. This is a good way to get a safety rating in these cars. As long as no one drives into you. Too much faster. I know, that's it. We need You really need AC Evo to not have terrible force feedback, and then that could be quite good for Formula, but who knows what they do. It is the simulator's fault, yes, for not having basic tyre physics at low speed. That is actually the simulator's fault, yeah. I know, it's hard to understand. It is fair to blame the simulator for something that is entirely down to the simulator. There's a hole in the clouds there. That's not very realistic. Should be just smog. Got to drive this like a cross-channel ferry through there. We're on our way to Crete, guys. All aboard the cruise ship. Everybody get on board the cruise ship. We're just parking up in the dock. Muscle memory cruises. There's nothing else quite like it. That must feel brutal in a real Formula car, sausage in the under tray. Because you don't have any, you'd be right on your ass. Do you remember Gran Turismo Academy, GT Academy? When they did, it must have been like the second or third GT Academy. I think it was the one that Jan Mardenborough won. The entry to that was you had to do hot laps at Silverstone. And it was in some shit road car, like it was like a BMW or something. I don't know, something terrible. And this was to get into the entry. It was a hot lap competition, and the way that you had to drive it was insane. Like, especially that right-hander, you basically had to go into Gran Turismo understeer and then know the timing for it to turn it. Like, no feel at all. It was like absolute track limit, bizarre understeer, have a million attempts, and eventually you accidentally do a time that's competitive. Absolutely crazy. Oh, well done, Ben. What was it was in that one? It was a bit different back then, because that was before. Like, there was this whole debate about, oh, can sim racers drive real cars? It's like, well, yeah, obviously they bloody can do. are you stupid? But there was this whole like big thing about it of like going, oh, I don't know. It's like, well, that's it, Skywell. Yeah, no sim races are gonna ever be successful in real motorsport. Yeah, but real drivers can't drive there without crashing, so that equals it out. I don't know, did you watch the Indy 500? We had some professional drivers downshifting for no reason at all and taking out 3 cars. We had a lot of pit box missing and some questionable driving in that, and those are professionals. Not that, I mean, obviously I would do a lot better, the pressure wouldn't get to me at all. You know, obviously I would win first time. Am I aroused? I don't get aroused anymore. I'm incapable. I'm too old.
One, just set the fastest lap. 50.404.
I spent too much time sim racing. Oh dear. Well, I mean, this is it's a shame we weren't here. We could have farmed a lot of iRacing from this. Was away from the sim rig last week. Oh, hang on. I'm on the wrong start-finish line in my head. Thought we were about to finish then. I didn't see that. Junior Janetta was at Alton Park. Was racing today as well, actually. Was interesting.
Flag, ticket flag. Nice run, solid work.
What happened here? Let's have a look. Thanks for subscribing. Welcome. Let's have let's analyse the race here. Andor was good. Andor's overrated, right? Andor's all right. Andor's okay, but a lot of the episodes were just filler. And it was a bit dumb. It's a bit dumb, as usual. Some of it was good, nice filming. Some of the acting was quite good, but the editing was terrible. Story progression was a bit all over the place. So Andor's overrated. I think the thing with Andor is Paul Smith and Jonathan Berry. Thank you for subscribing. I think because most Star Wars stuff is so bad, when Andor is like almost at like what would be considered okay levels of TV, then everyone gets really excited. It is, but like Star Wars has been so bad. There's not the bar's not very high, is it? Like, it's good acting though, and I like the scenery. It's the closest thing to original Star Wars. I think that's the main thing. But then the structure of it is really weird. It's all over the place. Like it doesn't really flow nicely. And then stuff like I'm not going to ruin any plot stuff, but like when they're doing something with the French, totally not French. I think they're meant to be like Armenian rather than French, but they're French terrorists, and the thing that they're doing is really dull. Like, it's just weird. It's just really. Also, when some of the characters die, not going to say who or whatever, but like, it just feels like, oh, we brought this character back here to kill them for an emotional scene. It doesn't really flow well. The first season of Andor was a lot better in terms of structure and pacing. So, you know, you're like, oh, there's like a very obvious, specific thing they're doing, and the characters are doing what they're doing to do that specific thing, and then there's some stuff happening and motivation, and characters getting along, not getting along, and then they have to do something to get something to do that thing. But it all feels like it's going towards that specific thing, whereas season 2 of Andor, it's like, oh, we're doing something. Oh no, season 2 starts with, we're kind of continuing on from season 1 because we weren't sure if we were going to get renewed. We kind of got these characters where we had these plot lines from the first season but we didn't really wrap up, so they're kind of doing stuff together. This character's having a bit of a grump, and we kind of need to introduce another character, so we're now going to do a random thing here in this episode, and then now they kind of need to explain why this character's motivated to do this, so we're going to show that now. And then we're kind of doing something, but we can't really do that much because the film Rogue One is actually the continuation of this, and well, we can't like do anything that doesn't make sense that would ruin Rogue One, so we kind of have to not do the big thing that we actually should be doing. So we're going to be doing a smaller thing that's even smaller than the big thing that Rogue One was, because Rogue One has to be a smaller thing than the first Star Wars films. So Rogue One had to be smaller, but then Andor had to be even smaller in terms of the motivation for what they were doing and why they were doing it. So the whole thing, you know, and then the characters are just needlessly emo. That's how you know you got bad writing, when characters go emo. Like what was that thing with the that space series where they have to put liquid in themselves to go into hyperspace? What's that? Expanse. The Expanse. Like, the main characters in that are just so emo and annoying. Yeah, I just can't. I'm like, I don't care. And the good characters in Andor, like Cassian, ends up being bloody annoying. He's just like, what am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. And then his girlfriend, they have like the worst communication between each other in their relationship. And it's just like, guys, why are you so pathetic? Like, it would be better if the characters were actually stronger characters, and they said, and they were like, right, we love each other, whatever. I'm not ruining any plot stuff here, but they'd be like, you know, if they actually communicated, but then they do what they do based off flexing my flabbers. They do what they do based off them feeling forced into doing the right thing, them not wanting to do it, but they can still talk properly. Like, Cassian's relationship with his girlfriend is like the relationship you'd expect between 12-year-olds. It's mental. It's so bad, and it's just because of really bad writing. Then what's his face was good. The guy that owns the antique shop and the woman that he works with, they were really good. But again, they create like false tension between those characters by pretending there's a communication breakdown between them in a way, which is really, it's just bad writing. Whoa, it's some kind of start wars. We do have a video with Moser Pit House settings, yes. But yeah, Andor's way better than the last 6 Star Wars films. Although Solo was good, and Rogue One was good, was like passable, and Mandalorian is absolutely terrible. But it's all right. Like I can watch it. Like, but they are awful, aren't they? Like, Jax, so 7K iRacing Savage. You get to 3 to 4K. Oh, you can do 3 to 4K in GT3 easy. You can do that easy. You just hot lap until you get to the pace of what is the pace of 3K drivers, and then do that, and then just do races and don't race anyone. That is iRacing. Yeah, well, the Mandalorian, the best thing of the Mandalorian is when they're not talking, but everything they do in the Mandalorian is really, really stupid. But I like the Mandalorian because it's so dumb. It's like they don't need to do anything that they're doing in it. It's really weird. It's like, right, we're going to go here to do this thing, but why? Don't need to. Like, all the plot stuff is really like the motivations are really weird in Mandalorian. I can't even remember, Jax, or it probably wasn't very good because I don't remember it. Yeah, like they just, yeah. Mandalorian is like bizarre side quests that make no sense at all. And then all the honor stuff that doesn't make any sense because they then end up breaking it. Oh, I could not show my face. We need some Beskar armor because it's the only thing that's blaster proof. It's like, hang on, you basically could destroy an entire town at whim, but now you can't because you've got to do this fight and we can't just have you destroy everything. I don't know, it's very weird. Mandalorian's very weird. Aren't they meant to be bounty hunters, Mandalorian people? I don't. Are they just like a clan? I find it very confusing, guys. Star Wars is very confusing. Like, every 3 films is just the same film again, but supposedly in a different time. They're Hitmen. Yeah, they're what are they called? Not Hitmen. What's it? Yeah, like Hitmen, but what? Mercenaries. So they're like... You haven't seen a Star Wars film since Disney took over. Yeah. I mean, Star Trek's a lot better for actual stuff. Star Wars not really meant to be like Star Trek, though. Star Wars is meant to be just people shooting each other, right? I think that's the whole point of Star Wars. I mean, the Next Generation, the Picard series was pretty terrible. Let's be honest, that was pretty awful. I mean, see, and then also Discovery was terrible as well. I think I watched like 1 season of Discovery. That was terrible. I mean, the last season of Picard was okay because it was just like, oh, here's some elderly actors that we know from Star Trek. It was just a weird tribute. It was like a comedy tribute of TNG. So that was fine. But what was weird with the Picard stuff was, what was it about 7 and 9 suddenly being a lesbian out of the blue for no reason at all? It didn't make any sense, especially as she'd basically had a... Didn't she have a fling with... what's his face in Voyager? The guy... Chakotay. Didn't they have a thing, like a thing going on? It wasn't hot, it was just weird. Like, because not because it was lesbian, it wasn't even lesbian, it was just a weird, shoehorned, like, out, like, to make any sense, just, like, actually have a realistic lesbian couple or gay couple. I don't, you know, there's nothing wrong with that, that's fine. But, like, it's really weird when a TV show's like, oh, here's a character, and they're now gay for no reason at all. I mean, maybe, who knows? Maybe she just discovered herself. That happens. But it was just really weird how it was kind of just shoehorned in. Like, there weren't other relationships. Well, actually, Picard's relationship was bloody weird because... Yeah, that didn't make any sense. Like, the people that wrote Discovery clearly had never had relationships. Didn't make any sense at all. Like, because if you'd watched Star Trek TNG, Picard had a few, like, flings with random women, but he's generally useless with women, but he wanted a family... Kind of wanted family life, but didn't because he's too committed to do Star Trek stuff. It was just really weird. It's not DEI, Martin. That you've mixed up different things. Like, diversity and inclusion is a good thing. That you do want that. The irony is, if you just have like rando shoehorn stuff, it's actually counterproductive. Like, it's like when they go, if they just replace like James Bond with a woman. It's like, why not do a film with a woman that's a good film with a woman that's not James Bond? Like, or like when they do like a female Ghostbusters, it's like, why? Do another film that's really good with well written female characters. Don't, like, what, by doing those types of things, what they're basically saying is, oh, a woman couldn't be in their own film. It's like, what? It's a really weird way of it, really... It's actually offensive in how it's sexist, or like actually non-inclusive. It's just really weird. So yeah, that was weird with Picard. And actually, it seemed like Picard had... Well, I tell you, the good relationship was... It seemed like there was a bizarre sexual tension between Picard and Q. And that would have been genius. I would have accepted that 100%. I would imagine if it turned out that Picard actually had a bit of a romance for Q. That would have been a surprise, but a fun one. I don't know. I think the difficulty with Star Trek is they need to do they need to do what like Andor did, where you kind of need to do 3 episode story arcs. So not a full season for a story arc, because I don't think that actually works very well. I think you need to basically do what would normally be a single Star Trek episode, but in 3 episodes, and I think that works well for streaming. Because you notice with TNG that there's some episodes, and same with a lot of 90s TV, they had to fit into that 45-minute format with the ad breaks, but some concepts and some things don't fit into that time frame. So as a result, the story, you're like, oh, this episode could have had more in it. So I think that's something that a new Star Trek could do, like 3 episode story arcs would be good. Red Dwarf 1 to 6. Yeah, Red Dwarf's pretty good. Some of the newer episodes are actually quite good, to be honest. Like the thing with the vending machines getting jealous. But yeah, the original episode. I think the original episodes work so well because the actors and stuff are like a bit nervous, and they're filming it in front of a small audience, and it's all on like a budget. What's weird with Red Dwarf is when they got more budget for the later seasons. Was it Neil Grant or Doug? I don't know. One of the directors. They were saying, "Oh, it was really nice because now we could have better quality sets and better special effects and stuff." And it's like part of what made the original Red Dwarf so good was that it was really janky, and the sets did look terrible. That was fine. That wasn't like It wasn't like you didn't watch it going, "Oh, this is rubbish." Like, it didn't affect the story, so. It was a very weird. I mean, old Doctor Who's fine as well, isn't it? Like, I think for good science fiction, you don't really need it's good ideas as opposed to special effects. Oh, here we go. To try and claw back some dirty I rating here. And there's probably a lot of Americans that haven't seen Red Dwarf. A lot of people haven't seen it. Well, it's weird, isn't it? Because one of them went to focus more on doing books. But also, what's weird is if you read some of the Red Dwarf books, they're quite. It's more of an expansive universe, and in my mind, I don't think it really works that well. Like they have a whole planet and other stuff going on, and I think Red Dwarf particularly works as. It's an isolated crew. I think as soon as you start trying to build a universe outside of that context of isolated crew occasionally bumps into aliens and stuff, it doesn't work. Like, it just doesn't really make sense. That was the thing with that worked really well with the sort of Voyager thing. It's like it's an isolated crew. It's a good setting of like, oh, they're group of people stuck in a situation, stuff happens. As soon as you start doing like the Star Wars thing, where it's like, oh, we've got this planet and this is happening here, and you're going over there, then you're starting to compare it to Star Wars, and it also then starts feeling disconnected. I think when you have a show where they just focus on the single crew, it makes it actually makes the universe feel richer because you're like focused on those specific characters and that thing, and it makes it easier to put yourself into it. As soon as you start doing the Star Wars thing, you kind of feel like you're watching a dislocated documentary. That was what I think was really good about the original Star Wars films, is that the way they felt to watch is that you were basically following a small group of characters that happen to be in a bigger universe, rather than you looking at a bigger universe. And for people that watch Star Wars for the first time, the original one, they were gradually exposed to there being a bigger universe, right? Like they'd be like, oh my god, it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and a different planet, right? And that was like the thing. I think that was what was mind blowing about the original Star Wars, is that gradual it being a huge universe, but you're exposed to it gradually. You can't really do that now because it's already been done. Who needs to practice here? We're just going straight in for the race. Hang on, you like Captain Janeway? Like this is a bannable offence. Captain Janeway was terrible. She was so useless, so like moody and grumpy at everyone. I mean, Picard was actually a bit annoying as a captain as well, to be fair. She was low-key hot. Not really, no, I don't think so. Was she as low-key hot as Picard, though? Bold men are pretty sexy, let's be honest. Low-key hot. You like... Firefly was really good, yeah. Yeah, it's a shame that they just cancelled it. Like, it was so dumb. Yeah, because Firefly took a while to get going. Then on the last season of Firefly, it started to get popular. And then they bloody cancelled it once they'd already developed all the characters. It had really good actors in it. It was really good. And then they did the film to kind of wrap it up. But then the film kind of... because it was a film, it was different. Like, it was good. It was fine. But, yeah, that was a shame because Firefly was actually really good. Yeah. It also had, like, Firefly was good because it had conversation. It had, like, the religious guy and then the other guy that wasn't religious, but then they had, like, good, that sort of interesting conversation. Maybe interesting if you're 14, but, like, the interesting thing of, like, a religious guy... but then a person that doesn't believe in it, but then they're both sort of getting along in the sense and going, well, does it matter ultimately? Like, if someone's doing good stuff, that, you know, the kind of the ambiguity of the philosophy with a religious person. I mean, it's boring if you're old, but like if you're 14, it was quite interesting characters. And then the girl in that was super hot, so that helped. the woman they rescued from the thing, she was nice, so that was good. That didn't make me enjoy it at all. It wasn't for shallow motivation. Yeah, she's very attractive. Yeah, it's really weird when good science fiction. Especially those kind of shows like Star Trek-y type shows, Stargate, Star Trek, those kind of things. I think they always take like 2 or 3 seasons to really like build for the characters to build up. But then shows often get cancelled at the end of season 2 or season 3 when they just started to get good. To be honest, they should have cancelled The Expanse after season 1, to be honest. Because it was terrible. After season 1, it was just garbage. I can't believe I watched all of Expanse. Bloody hell. I just had to get to the end of it. I'd already committed too much time to it. I hate it when that happens. Did you watch Expanse all the way, Shumi? Did you watch Expanse all the way to the end? Did you watch Expanse all the way? Tell me that you watched every episode of The Expanse. Right. How the 2 main characters were so annoying. The guy and the woman were just constantly being emo and pathetic. And then I can't even remember they got to that ring thing in space, or so. I can't even remember like the whole thing. The woman was so annoying. Come on. The side characters were way better than the two lead characters that they focused most of the thing on. Were the worst actors and characters, and then the side characters were really good and way better actors. So they should have like gradually just gone out, right, kill the guy and the woman, kill them off, and then we'll replace them with something else, and then these side characters would do more with them because they're actually not annoying. So that would have made that a lot better. But who knows? Maybe one day they'll do a new Stargate, and then everything will be restored. Kree. The gold can come back and it'll be great. That's what we need. That's what we really need. Without Stargate, it's not the set. Like, Stargate's the ultimate. Nothing has surpassed Stargate. So far.
Kree.
I mean, it's not hard, is it? You've got like a bunch of people in Cheyenne Mountain. There's a bloody wormhole. They go to other planets. There's some stuff happening at the planet. There's some religious people ruining stuff. Then the clever Stargate people work out the puzzle. Daniel Jackson translates something off the cartooth or whatever. And then there's some like shooting with the P90s. And then they have to rescue someone. And then you have to get the electric back onto the wormhole to return home through the wormhole. What more do you want? You've got the pressure of getting the wormhole working, which is just like trying to get a computer to work. And then there's some other like plot happening, and it's really satisfying when they come back through the wormhole. Perfect TV. They made a Stargate movie, yeah. That came out before the actual series. The movie was alright, but the series is actually better than the movie. No, it wasn't. Get out. How dare, like, honestly. Some of our viewers, I mean, I understand why you've got bad taste because you're here watching this, so it makes sense, really. I'm lucky that we've got people with poor taste to watch this channel, really. So I shouldn't complain. Yeah, the adverts are the only break that you get. Hang on, wasn't Kurt Russell also in Soldier? The film Soldier. Was that Kurt Russell? That's such a bad film. Where he's in space or something. He's a soldier. He's literally a soldier. There's a scene in that film, right, where he's sat on like a roof of the building whilst they're all having like a little party, and Kurt Russell sat there. He's like being emotional.
Okay, here comes your first
And it's so
time
dumb. Oh, the film's so dumb. Soldier's like one of the dumbest films. Like the intro to Soldier as well. I think that it has them like the different wars
You've got about 2 laps of
that are
fuel
happening,
left.
and it shows like a montage of the different wars. Oh, it's so good. It's so bad, it's good. Oh dear. That is a good bad film. That's a proper good B movie. And doesn't it have someone just like getting shot with a shotgun for no reason at all? Yeah. The war. It's like the planets. And as the people on the moon getting shot, doesn't it? They're in space floating around as well as like the moon war. I need to watch that. I forgot how good that was. See, those are the moments in films that justify the millions spent on them. Why does everyone keep saying slop? Why is this like... Have people been programmed to say the word slop? Like AI slop? Slop. It's like the new saying that's become the new default word. slop trend. What if someone happens to like a bit of slop?
You have about 1 lap of fuel left.
What's wrong with the slop? Did my I'm gonna rebrand my channel as Gamer Slop. Slop racing. The cool words, the TikTok words. I need a new paint, probably. What a time to be alive. Actually, it's good. We get to front seat to AI destroying everything. And AI companies pretending like they're making the world better when they're absolutely destroying everything. I love that about the AI companies. They're like, here's our AI tools that will make your life easier, but will actually also make it a lot harder because you won't be able to know what's true or not. Your jobs are going to be replaced, and we're actually going to be in control of everything.
Chicken flag.
But
chicken flag.
but it's good. It's good. Use our AI tool. We've made the world better.
The pace car is out of control.
AI companies acting like they are virtuous is like they're so obviously evil and just anti-human on a basic level. Like just literally stolen stuff from people and just basically evil, right? They're so obviously just evil. Fundamentally. Don't care about people. It's just pure profiteering at the expense of whatever, but then acting as if they are doing everyone a favour completely unironically. Like they genuinely, they really do think they are. Like these types of people, like Sam Altman, they are dead inside. As a result, they don't realise or care. They are absolutely soulless people. Megalomaniac, sociopathic narcissists, and for some, unfortunately, people fall for it. A lot of people don't believe that you can. A lot of people that aren't narcissists, sociopathic megalomaniacs, your average person, they don't realise how much of a narcissist other people can be because it requires you have to basically go, oh, you have to delete any like empathy or humanity that's just natural to being a human, which is very hard for people to imagine. So they, as a result, they can't conceptualize the fact that there are people out there that have no humanity in them. and a lot. There's a lot of people that are naive to it. It's really weird. It's really weird that people consistently fall for this, for the same thing. Like, you've seen it. It's happened over and over again through history.
The estimated strength of field is 2,810. We expect to be fighting for the podium.
Yeah, the thing is, when someone's not aware of something, they're not aware of it. So a sociopathic narcissist is not aware, particularly, that they're a sociopathic narcissist. They're just doing what they think is the right thing from their perspective. So that's why it's very confusing to them when they're confronted, and they just think, from their perspective, they're like, "Whoa, why is this person attacking me? I'm trying to do my best." I'm just using a single screen. We do have triples, but we just use a single one. So this is why sociopathic narcissists get really upset and angered by people confronting them, because from their perspective, it's like, well, why are you stopping what I'm doing? I'm not doing anything wrong. And also, their entire framing of reality is based on other people thinking of them as being better than the other people, or their entire existence is them being better than other people. It's really weird. Like, it's fine to be like, oh, I want to do well at stuff, but for your entire being to be based on supposedly being better than other people,
green flag,
and universally lauded, is insane. But these are just really dangerous people. That it's fine. It's fine as long as they're not in positions of power. But unfortunately, they tend to get themselves into positions of power.
Still there. Hold your line. Stay on the right. Clear.
Well, we didn't qualify well, did we?
Car right. Clear on the right. Car right. Clear. Right side. Clear on the right.
How are they driving into my ass? Almost got wrecked there.
Car right. You're in the middle. 3 wide.
Oh my God, guys, pay attention.
Left side. 2 wide. Clear.
If you back off, you get wrecked. They were so close to wrecking me there.
There's an incident ahead.
Oh, God, behind wreck. Like, the people, this is a 30-minute race. This is what's weird with this. This is also one of the easier cars to drive in iRacing.
You're in the top 10.
The pace car is out of control.
Oh, come on. The thing is now, as soon as the tyres get warm, all these guys then go into hot lap mode. And because I've not hot lapped this car, I can't compete with them, so I've not memorised the exact hot lap, mega hot lap line. So we have to like gain places on the cold tyres where they've not memorised the handling yet. Thanks for following La Radio Vikinga. Bloody hell, I thought he was going to lose it then. So I backed off.
Car on your left.
It depends what rank you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, yeah, up to like 2k rank, that probably works.
Clear on the left.
Once you get to about 3.5, you need to be like a second off pace maybe. And then for 6-7k
ahead, you got a slow car on the left.
you need to
Go
be
right.
about 7/10 off pace. Yeah, iRacing is very unforgiving for the limit and spinning, and so a lot of people just end up spinning. Also, just contacts are very unforgiving as well, so a lot of people end up crashing from that. I mean, even this today, we lost 100 I rating from someone driving into the back of us. Looks so stupid. It's still shit this because it's just sloppy. I don't know why they made it like that, but oh well. Sloppy, slop, iRacing slop.
That was your fastest lap of the session. Car 2 has taken the lead.
I quite like this car track combo. I know they did that with their MX the Skippy as well, but it was really funny because that Radical was basically the RS8 was a free, well not free, I think they'd made it free, but it was a really popular car that allowed you to have F4 type racing, but I almost got wrecked again there. F4 type racing, but in a car where the wheels didn't get tangled. And yeah, they were like, oh no, let's put the SR10 in now, and that car drives like a GT3 car. So it's like, well, hang on, why? Well, there's already GT3 cars. If you want to drive GT3, just do that. So yeah, and then they changed all the scheduling, and that was it. There you go. So basically, everyone that used to drive the Radical, I think, went to F4. Yeah, to be fair, the old Radical drove insane, but it was fun from a gameplay perspective.
Car on your left. Keep to the right. Clear on the left.
Is this a BMW Sauber Super Formula? It was quite good, actually. Who drove the Sauber? Kimi Raikkonen? Was it Kimi Raikkonen? Who else?
50.2.
Did Raikkonen drive a Sauber?
One has taken the
Button
lead.
didn't ever drive a Sauber, did he? In that livery, the blue and white livery. Was it a Chinese driver? I can't remember. What killed the Radical? The SR10 is a really bad handling car. It drives like a GT3. It just drives basically like a GT3 car. It's really understeery. It's like if you were to mix a Porsche Cup with a GT3 car, which is not how a Radical drives at all. Yeah, plus it was a paid car, plus the racing was spread out, plus the car was shit. It sounds like ass as well. It sounds like a bloody London bus pulling up every time you change gear. And yeah, Radicals are not like the biggest brand of excitement. And the new Radical, I think, is bigger than the older one as well. Yeah, no, you get used to the turbo sound, but it's just funny because the engine's so muted in that car.
The car in P1 just set the fastest lap, 49.867.
Yeah, I think they designed the car to get more. The SR10 is designed to get more track time before you need to do an engine rebuild. Which, what the other thing that don't make any sense, that SR10 is not really the most popular car for racing. Like the Radical is the SR1 is what loads of people are racing, or well, they were. That's what a lot of junior drivers are racing, or were driving, is the SR, like the RSXX, and I think it's the RSXX, which is basically an SR3, but with slightly different bodywork, slightly different package on it. So that would have made more sense for iRacing to put that in the sim, if anything. So, just really weird. iRacing is so weird with their licensing. Like, I get it that sometimes you can only license certain things, but Radical are not the hardest company to license from, I don't think. From what I've seen, then I think it could depend. Like, it depends on the specific developer's relationship.
Left side. Clear on the left. Car on your left. Stay on the right.
What on earth?
Stay on the right.
This guy's just going to wreck me. If I race normally...
Stay on the right. The car in P1. Just
What is he doing?
49.749. Clear on the left.
Drove into the back of me and then tries to do an overtake round the outside without pace, and then it's into me again. If you... I mean, well, I'm going to race him. I don't care if we lose our rating. I think we've got damage from him driving into us.
Right side. Clear. Left side. Clear. Car on your left.
I'm having to
Clear on the left.
go in so deep to avoid him hitting us that we're driving off the track.
Car right. Clear on the right.
I think we got damage. thanks to his puntiness. What a terrible driver. Oh, I think he's stream sniping on purpose. And he's coasting. What is he doing? He's doing stream sniping. He's just gonna wreck us if we overtake him. He'll just wreck us. Welcome to iRacing, guys. Like, what is that?
Car right. Clear on the right. Right side. Clear on the right. Car right. Still there. Hold your line.
Yeah, he's just trying to wreck
Clear on the
us.
right. Car right.
He's driven into us 5 times now. Yeah, it's just a bit sad, isn't it? No, I know. No, he's trying to wreck us. He's already driven into us 5 times.
Right side.
We'll just,
Clear on the right.
if he wrecks us, we'll just report it.
Car right. Clear.
This is why you can't. What's the meta? Just qualify, get within 7/10 of pace, and then don't race anyone. Hot lap.
Car in P8, just set the fastest lap. Pushing
No,
right.
he's not
0.45.
slower. He's
You're in
intentionally
the top 10.
driving behind us and then blocking us and trying to wreck us. Which and iRacing has no moderation, so nothing will happen.
Car on your left. Clear.
He'll basically wait till the last lap and then probably pit manoeuvre us. But it's fine. It's just, that's iRacing. That's what you pay for.
Car on your left. Clear.
It's a shame because it'd be fun to just actually race if someone's a similar pace.
Car right. Left side. Still there. Hold your line.
He's just driven
Clear.
into the wall.
Car right. Clear.
No, it's an intentional wrecker, but it just is
Right,
constant in iRacing.
Clear.
But the thing is these guys are normally on alt accounts, or they've got really low ratings, so they just don't care. So, and then iRacing does nothing to moderate it, so it's just part of the game.
Right side. Still there. Clear.
So he's basically just now blocked us up
Keep
to the
left.
point that to get the other cars
Clear.
will come through.
Car on your left. Clear.
No, I know, yeah, that's what it looks like, Vim. it's just, that's what iRacing is, though. You know, it's a shame. It's a shame they don't moderate the servers, to be honest. Because it would be more fun. I think it's more fun for you guys watching when we're actually racing. Exactly, Yami. No, we don't control the iRacing servers. It's only a really small number of people in iRacing that are ruining it, though. It's like there's say it's like 200 people out of all the people in iRacing that are genuinely ruining servers. And this is the thing, is that a lot of them are on alt accounts, and iRacing has no in-game moderation during the race session. So it's a very small number of people, but iRacing doesn't seem to want to do anything about them. So it's just part of the game.
Car on your left. Clear on the left.
It is ELO based, yeah.
This is less than optimal.
I seem to be comparing it to some holy grail of sim racing. No, we're just... That's not how it works. We're comparing... You point out problems as problems arise. It's not even about comparing. If something is a problem, you point out the problem. It's not about comparing. If you have something that's an obvious issue with something, you say, oh, this is the obvious issue. You don't go, oh, there's nothing better, so let's ignore the obvious issue. Do you know what I mean? Like we've said with... Like Evo has problems, AC1 has problems when we point them out.
Go right.
I mean, you are right. iRacing is the most active, competitive, popular sim, which is why it's important that they actually address the issues. If iRacing was a small, struggling simulator, then I wouldn't bother. But I think everyone wants iRacing to not have these issues, right? Enjoy what you've got. Well, I'm not quite sure what you're trying to communicate. You can still enjoy what you've got whilst pointing out the trouble. So, like, for example, in the UK, we have a relative amount of freedom and can make jokes about stuff and have some degree of democracy.
Right side.
But that doesn't mean...
Clear.
That doesn't mean that you don't then say that there are current problems with the government that need to be sorted out.
Left side.
Well, he's just driven into us again.
Still
It's
there.
another 0x.
The leader consider 49.941.
Like-
Clear on the left.
Yeah, you're... Taters, I think you're... I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on.
Right side. Clear on the right.
That's called an analogy, where you give an example to try and explain the point. So that's what I was attempting there. It's not relevant if you live in the UK or not. There it is. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Where's my chat button? So, the fuck is wrong with people in this game? Sorry, green car that I drove into there. I was just trying to get back on track from my spin. How does that other guy drive into me? This is impossible. This is actually... How does the other guy drive into me when I've straightened up? What an impossibly stupid simulator. If you're gonna have... So that other guy that we knew was going to wreck us just took us out entirely intentionally. What? And how have I still got my rear wing after that? The last time we lost a rear wing from nothing. Yeah, exactly. How is that? How did that not meatball me? Why is my car fighting? we were. Nothing makes sense in this, guys.
You've got about 5 laps of fuel.
Nothing makes sense. So there you go. Minus 71 iRating for another driver intentionally wrecking us. I don't know how you're supposed to play this game seriously. Like, unless you are literally hot lapping in the top 3 positions. If your goal is to try and get iRating, it's absurd. It's actually mental. I know a lot of people aren't playing for iRating, you know, so I guess they just don't care. But I think the iRating is kind of one of the goals of iRating. Like, to win races, on average, is kind of like the de facto thing you'd expect people to be aiming for, right? We need to report that guy for intentional wrecking, though. Not that the iRacing won't do anything. Oh dear, it's so ridiculous. I mean, obviously part of that is he's probably trying to get attention on the live stream, so it's probably one of those bandits that iRacing won't do anything about. But I still think it stands. You should have some moderation in service if you have stuff like that repeatedly happen. They do occasionally, but like, given that the people that you see wrecking everyone is the same 200 drivers, they could do a much better job. I think a lot of people don't notice it because they don't actually play iRacing that much. It is entertaining. It is entertaining. That's the thing. Yeah, like, you can go through periods on iRacing where the driving's actually perfectly fine because you're not coming across these same drivers. But as I've said before, the ones that cause the wrecks and the particularly bad drivers, they always hit into you multiple times before they finally wreck you. So you'll probably have like 3 or 4 0x's before they finally wreck you. So it's really, really obvious.
The pace car is out of control.
And yeah, there's wrecking in every sim. It's going to happen, but it's kind of strange with iRacing, given that actually the vast majority of iRacers are really consistent. Like, most iRacers are actually really good. this is the thing. It's a really small number of people that iRacing don't moderate. I mean, obviously we have some people driving into us because they're stream sniping, so it's slightly different. But I know other people that play as well, and they say, you know, they notice the same thing. They're not live streamers, so. Yeah, exactly, RCM. In LMU, it takes quite a bit of effort to wreck someone. Like, you really do have to drive into them. But we've had 2 races in a row now where we've basically been intentionally wrecked. And the only solution would have been to literally pull over, wait 2 seconds, and let those drivers drive off. That would be the only way to, or to like do so many laps that you qualify in the top 3 and maybe they get stuck in traffic and you're away from those drivers. I don't really like Magny-Core.
Car stop on the left.
Oh, hang on, is this the guy that drove into us that's wrecked? I think it was. This is the other thing they do. They crash into you and then they wreck themselves a few laps later. I mean, it used to really annoy me, but now it's just like, it's iRacing, isn't it? Like, it doesn't really bother me that much now. It's just, I think it's just a bit sad for iRacing as a software. Like, it's embarrassing for iRacing, really. I don't know why they don't address it in their, like, press releases. Because they go on about all their features and stuff, but they don't really do anything that actually addresses fundamental stuff that people that have been playing iRacing for decades and, you know.
There's an incident ahead. You've got about 2 laps of fuel left.
This is
White flag.
quite a fun
Safe
car
road.
track combo though, so it's a shame that
There's an incident ahead.
you have so many wreckers. And also, as I say, this car's really nice and easy to drive. Well, it's complaining is productive, being critical versus complaining. So, like, as you'll notice when I
There's an incident
when I
ahead.
say
You
stuff,
guys car on the
I
right.
will say, this is the issue. I'll specifically say what the issue is. I say the reasons why there's an issue, and then I'll often say, oh, here's some possible solutions.
Stay on
You
the
know,
left.
here's a couple
Clear
of
on the
things that
right.
could really help make things better. So it's not just someone screaming at the game. Like like with the grass, I was like, oh, if they make the grass more grippy, it will reduce the number of frustrating accidents. And then obviously you get barraged by people saying you don't know what you're talking about, that's not how grass is. And then inevitably,
Car on your left. Clear.
what racing is this? Inevitably, iRacing eventually 10 years later does what you said. Because it was so bloody obvious. But yeah, some things are really hard to actually do. Some things can seem very simple and are actually really hard to implement. So yeah, totally safe driving from that car there.
You have about 1 lap of fuel left.
I don't think that was a reactive block. You know, I just think it was a good defensive move from him.
Car stop on the right. All right, there's checkered flag.
Right, let's have a look
Better
at
schedule
these.
some testing. We'll get them next time.
Well, we need to report that guy for intentionally wrecking us. But like, this is it. I shouldn't. this is what's weird with iRacing, right? Players should not have to do this. Wait 30 minutes, record a replay, and send it. Why do iRacers accept that? Why there should just be a button you push, report driver, done, and then it's up to iRacing to sort it out. It's their job. You're paying for their service. Like, iRacers are like really like cucked into
The pace car is out of control.
accepting stuff that's really not acceptable. That, you know, it's a video game. It should just be like, oh, there's someone that's intentionally making stuff worse for everyone. Oh, there's their name. Click on it, report them. And when there's a statistically high number of reports, iRacing checks it. And there you go. Yeah, there are ways to automate. Anyway, we've said all this before, like years ago. iRacing don't care, so it's just part of the game. Right. Yeah, he's just intentionally throttled into us and spun us around there. You can't just drive through the car in front of you because he got a slightly faster line through this corner because he's gone wider, but obviously our car's still there. You know, so under iRacing would go, oh, you know, it's probably not intentional, but you can do this. You can do this type of move intentionally over and over again as a way to take out a car in front of you. It's a really textbook way of wrecking people. And, yeah, iRacing will do nothing about that because they'll go, oh, racing incident. But I can tell you, I could do what this guy's done to this car in front. I could do it consistently every race. And it's people do it in iRacing all the time because, well, it's a good way of taking the car out in front. But yeah, we were driven into like 5 times by this guy. Yami, it doesn't make any difference. Like, honestly, I've played iRacing for like, I've got like 5,000 hours plus on iRacing, and I said there's like 200 iRacers that constantly do wrecking, intentional wrecking, and they're still in the sim. They've been there for 2 years, so it doesn't matter. No, even in general, Yami. Right. I get what you're saying. The argument that people say is they go, oh, if enough people report them, iRacing then have to do something because they're being reported. And the reason they're not getting banned or nothing's happening is because not enough people are reporting. But that's not the case. Like, what actually happens is iRacing get a lot of reports. Then mostly the reports that they will get will be from the most narcissistic drivers, probably the drivers that actually cause most of the incidents. So iRacing will have a majority of reports that are just stupid reports from those narcissistic drivers. Like the reports that I've been reported on have always been stuff that's like absolutely like a well, okay, maybe like 1 or 2 of them were legit, so I'll give it that. But like the vast majority of times I've been reported is stuff where iRacing that no one would do anything because it's literally just someone that's bitter. So iRacing will have loads of those because they have no system apparently to like filter through stuff. But then if the system actually worked, you would not see the same 200 drivers or so race after race causing all the same incidents over and over and over again over 2 years. Also, they wouldn't accept alt accounts and people with like D safety rating. So yeah, I know you're not talking about that incident. You're just saying in general, but it's a common counter argument where people go, well, if you don't report it, they won't do anything. And I'm saying, as someone that probably has more hours in iRacing across multiple time zones than most people, like when I play iRacing, we do like 14-hour sessions for like a week or a month on end. I don't think anyone else really does that because most people are not that much that most people are not that stupid, right? So yeah, so I like yeah, as I say, you can report people. I'm not saying don't report people. You might as well, but the point the point is you shouldn't have to. And also you shouldn't have to wait half an hour. You shouldn't have to save a bloody replay. Yeah. Do you know what? If I was a developer of one of these games, and you're like one of the leading platforms for a video game, and you want your racing to be taken seriously, I would probably watch live streamers, and I would be like, oh, hang on a minute. We can definitely see there's like some really bad driving, and that's making the sim look bad. That looks really bad, especially if it's in like live streamers. You know, you see it in Emil Bernstein's live streams, you see it in Matt Malone's live streams, you see it in any iRacing live stream, you see like really egregious stuff, right? I would be, if I was a developer, I would be like, this is making our sim look a bit shitty. Let's at least we're gonna be, because this is on a live stream, so it's very visual. Let's auto pit drivers are to clearly blocking the track or clearly wrecking people intentionally. Let's do that. And, you know, and that would set a precedent, like people would notice it. That's what I would do. I mean, it's up to iRacing what they do, but... Anyway... I said the thing is, it's a very small number of iRacers, and because we'll go through time zones, where it's totally fine, you know, racing incidents and crashes, but that's fine. That you expect that to happen, but you know, we'll go through specific times, and then you'll come across the same drivers. And as I say, there's a prevalence of them tend to have alt accounts and tend to also be real-world drivers that I'd imagine there might be an incentive for iRacing to not moderate someone that might potentially be a future Formula 1 driver, right? Because it might, you know... You know, I'm not saying that they do or don't, but if you were a business... You'd be pretty stupid to ban, you know, to ban someone that's potentially a Formula 1 driver that would then be promoting your game quite a bit. He's too busy hanging out in Matt Malone's Twitch chat. Well, it's a big... do you mean it's not a big deal? Like, from their perspective, they don't care, obviously. That's the thing. The half term. Right, let's see. Franz Hermit, yeah, he's the worst. Yeah, but that loose wheel, someone would then argue, they go, because you have this thing where sim racers are like, oh, wow, I got to be in a race with the Formula 1 driver. Isn't that amazing? And it's like, well, you weren't really in a race with them, were you? Let's be honest. They were probably using an alt account. And they were probably so far ahead of you on the track, you weren't really racing them, were you? I know. I get the idea that you're on the same virtual thing as the famous person, but you know, you're not really actually racing them because, well, this sim doesn't support racing. So also, I don't know. Maybe because I know I've been around like famous people and stuff. So I know that they're just normal people. Like, people are people. All people are people. I guess if you're like 12 or something, you know, you can really be like, you sort of believe in the one person's worth more than another person. So, but it's that fame wanking. It's a really big problem. It's a really big issue in motorsport. Motorsport is like one of the biggest things for like fame wanking, and it's really weird. It's a bit sad, to be honest. And it's actually bad for the famous person. It's pretty bad because they just want to do a normal race, right? And then you have people like doing the old fame wanking thing where they're like just, you know, drive into them or like don't race them normally. It's dear. It's like live streamers chats where you have like big live streamers and everyone is wanking the streamer off with the comments. It's like, oh my god, they're already making money out of you. They're already getting ad revenue. They don't, you know, you don't need to be like, oh, see me senpai, here's a donation for me for you to read my name out so all the chat can see it. It's like, no, send someone a donation or a nice message because you like what they're doing. Like, I've done that. Like, I like Limmy. I think he's funny. I've enjoyed his comedy. I don't think I've ever donated to him, but I watch his stream. I'll be like, oh, I like what you're doing. Awesome. That's fine. But like the whole weirdo, you know, the whole weirdo cult stuff that so many people seem to like really get into, and then streamers like purposefully play into it by oversharing personal issues. It's all that stuff. It's just really it's all just really weird, guys. It's just weird. Right, here we go. Did we punt this guy off? Let's see. Oh, I think he just... So that's what made him go full tilt, is that he's actually... He's turning into us as we're understeering a bit, and then it's just like netcode. It's pretty normal. It's just netcode. And then, so that's made him go mental and wreck us later in the race. Keep in mind, we were actually faster than him in the race, so it's not like we were holding it up. Also, he'd already driven into us a few times, so... yeah, but he's not. He's, you know, just racing. It's just a racing incident. We've gone in a bit too hot there. We understeer a little bit, but then it's all like netcode contact. But you know, that's fine. So obviously nothing intentional, as opposed to him driving into us like 8 times. Yeah. I don't think the random damage in iRacing and the tyres help, really. I think that causes a lot of... makes incidents seem a lot worse than they actually are. Like, what is he doing here? Like, why is he driving into me there? Doesn't make any sense. So that's weird. Then he goes for the hot lap line round here. We're well in front of him in the corner. What does he expect is going to happen? Like, it is netcode, but it's like, what? He's already lost a corner. Like, look where he is. Yeah, but we're not actually understeering, and the line we're taking is actually a perfectly valid line through the corner. You see, he's doing a hot lap line as if our car's not there. You actually watch the radius of the line on the inside as well. we're on a tighter inside line. We're not understeering. We're doing a corner. So it just doesn't make sense. It's just our car's not going to disappear either. You're not going to magically take this line. Let's say this car's further ahead or further behind. You're not going to magically take the you're not going to like double across or get a faster line when there's a car in the way. All right, VR hot laps. Yeah, also there's a lot of net. This guy was wobbling around with netcode quite a bit. Ah, dear. I need an even stronger cup of tea. I'm running out of milk actually. Need to go kayaking. What is this? Right. Drivers that are wibbling all over the place. It doesn't. Do you think it's because they watched Formula One and they see Formula One drivers darting all over the place and think, oh, right, we need to copy that? You don't need to. In iRacing, there's one productive line pretty much. So just do a single fake before what you actually want to do. Just do one fake, but you need to already know that it's going to be a productive fake. If the car's on the inside of these corners, you're not going to be able to do you're not going to be driving around the outside of them anyway. So you might as well just stay behind them. But wobbling all over the place is very rarely going to actually achieve anything. You're not. It might. I guess when you wobble behind another vehicle, it might feel like you're doing something to the other car. No, I know that's what he's trying to do, but the point is if you're wobbling all over the place, you're probably going to cause a netcode issue when you get it slightly off and the cars invisibly contact each other. It works for Dave Cam. Dave Cam's northern though. It's different. You see it more in F4 with people in iRacing F4 series. People just weaving all over the place. It's like you're not going to magically create a hole. It's not going to. The car in front will just keep driving the line that makes sense to them, which is normally just the inside line. This guy just what happened here? Ah, no, he got on the throttle slightly too hard and didn't. That's it. He should have pushed the brake and the accelerator. What a noob! Tiger Schwinder. What's that? What's Tiger Schwinder? I like the dog he's got on the tail. Peter Pistorius. Hang on, how did we overtake the other guy? Oh, he just... Oh, because he jumped over the... So what is he... He's all over the place. I wonder if it's just like lag. As well. That's the other... It's hard to know if someone's driving bad or maybe they've got a high ping and their car's just warping over the place from netcode smoothing. Hang on. Why am I getting force feedback from that? Force feedback. Ghost force feedback. Haunted force feedback. Oh yeah, we after that, let's see if I was at fault here. See, that was my fault. Hang on, why are we getting force feedback again? What?
The pace car is out of control.
What? Spooky. It must be like the wheel spin. Okay, that was our fault. But to be, why is he driving there? Yeah, we should have just waited there. That was 100% my fault. I did apologise to him. Good avoiding by him. Sorry, Ian, I'm a dum-dum. That was me being a complete moron. This didn't make any sense, though. What was this? How did this guy drive into us? Oh, I can see how we drove into us. He assumed we were going faster. No, we're already on the track here. He can actually see that we're on the track. So we didn't do anything unsafe. He's just stayed into the throttle and he's misjudged. This is entirely this guy's fault. But I can see why he's made this mistake. He's thought that we'd be up to higher speed. But you would, if you're this car, you're like, oh, I need to lift and not drive into the car that's on the outside. He had plenty of time. It's not like a surprise, is it? Come on. Also, why did that not do any damage to us? Doesn't make any sense. Of all the times where you should lose your rear wing, that would be one of them. Bonk. Oh, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, no, he's probably lagging as well. Well, that's iRacing for you. Yeah, we were starting to accelerate. Oh dear. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'll be bothered with this today, to be honest. They're going to change the tracks tomorrow. Is it like week 13 next week, actually? Oh no, there's one. We got one more week. When is the next? It's week 10. Oh, it's like 2 weeks to go. Yeah, hang on. I thought they're doing Hang on, I'm so confused here. I think there's one more week before week 13 because of the way this is. Schedule. There's 2 more. Laguna Seca with the F4 could be alright. Bathurst might be okay actually with the Super Formula Light. I don't know. Spa's probably okay with it. Yeah, not well. There are freebies, but we have to be finishing in the top 3 or 4 places to gain rating. So it's a bit weird. Like most people in the top 5 don't tend to crash that much. Well, depends. Sometimes they do. What's this? Is this the Formula? Is this the Formula V or the Formula Ford? Oh, it's the Formula Ford. It looks weird, doesn't it? Looks weird without the in this view. Why is this every? Oh, they've killed the open setup one, haven't they? Because they're running it every... It's 20-minute race. Oh, it's every hour. But nobody joins it because they all joined the other one. Oh look, there's F4, Asia Pacific, Bathurst. Should we do this? Let's lose some rating. Why not? Let's do this. Yeah, I can't really be bothered with this today. I might try some ACs to have a look at the new shader patch stuff. Ew. I don't think I've ever driven the F4 car around Bathurst. I think we definitely need some new sims that have ranking systems in them to mix things up a bit for online racing. I think Project Motor Racing looks quite interesting though. If that is ranked multiplayer with cross-platform, that'd be awesome. If they also have cross-play as well, it's like with rennsport. If you've got cross-play, it's a lot more people to race against. We might have to get back into the LMU as well, actually. LMU. I'm not sure when the next LMU update is. sober to drive. As long as people drive carefully, it doesn't really make a difference. If you've got a split, like a split system to separate people out that are lower skilled, then you're all right, really. Also, ideally, you have a sim that has some kind of like counter steer assist. Fuso. Beautiful. Okay. That was very strange. I think I should force everyone to play with a gamepad. You should have to do one race with a gamepad, one with a dance mat, and then you do the race with the wheel, and we see who's the best. My dance mat skills are pretty high, so I think that would give us a good advantage. I think Max sucks with a dance mat, to be honest. It might be alright with a gamepad, but he's too young to have grown up with dance mats and DDR, so he wouldn't really understand it.
You got a slow car on the right. Car stop on the left. Go right.
Do you think it's weird that people celebrate people for being good at driving? Like, of skills, it's like all sport, like any sport really. Like, people treat like top tennis players or footballers or whatever like they're gods, right? And it's like, well, all they're doing is a completely arbitrary and pointless activity. They're really good at it. I'm not saying it's not impressive. I'm not saying it's not impressive. And, you know, it's great that it's entertaining to watch. But it's really weird, the disproportionate amount of appreciation. Like, if anything, sports people should be mocked for spending too much time doing a completely stupid activity. Like live streamers, you know. You should mock them. Like, I'm fully, for me, like, people should take the piss out of me for wasting my life doing this. That's fine. But, like, it's kind of weird to be like, oh, look at this person's really good at driving a car. So, well, great, yeah, they spent a lot of time doing it. Oh, look, this person can jump really high. It's like, yeah, great. I mean, also, because those activities are just selected as the activities that you're supposedly, like, meant to celebrate, but it's totally arbitrary. It could be like Tiddlywinks World Champion, or goldfish stroking World Champion, but we've picked some random arbitrary stuff that apparently is celebrated. I think in the past, people would mock people for spending too much time doing sports. They'd have gone, it's a bit suspicious that you're really good at this long jumping business. Why are you so good at jumping a long distance? You know, there should be more sports like kangaroo chasing. Hello, Purple. Or lobster diving. Most most of the sports are pretty boring as well. Like, there could be a bit more creativity, like hot air balloon jousting. I'd watch that.
Green, green, green.
Well, it wasn't really much of a break.
Okay, here comes your first
We
time
went
lap.
to Paris for a press thing that we'll have a video tomorrow on. I got to spend some time with Jason from Game Tech UK. And then I was doing like bits and bobs and playing Counter-Strike. What, relate to what? Relate to... I don't think anyone can relate to race driving because it's too bloody expensive. Yeah, Aztec Foot winners get decapitated. Beautiful. Well, also, the thing is, sports have got to such a high level that you're outside of the realms of what's just for like someone training really well. It's like they have to train and be really good, but ultimately it'll be down to some genetic variable because you're at such a high level, and obviously everyone doing these activities are all training very, very hard at the top level, right? So the bigger variable becomes just your genetics, like better lung capacity or whatever, or arbitrary brain configuration at birth. That's a big thing. It's like back up until like the 2000s, you could out-train another athlete, or maybe you're creative, you come up with something. So there's a margin outside of absolute raw genetics. But now it's so refined, and there's so much, it's so much science behind it. And even when people did come up with stuff like O'Brien with his bicycle, they get punished for
The
it.
officials don't like the way you're driving.
Oh,
Your lap won't
no.
count until you reset the car and start over.
Wow. Oh well. Don't think we even did a lap. Yeah, well, I don't know what you're trying to say, Lee. I don't understand. I don't get your point. So you end up with the situation that you have with Formula 1 now, for example, where it's the differences in the cars are not as interesting as they were in the past because of computational computer design. There's just less as stuff gets more refined. There's less opportunity to suddenly make a big jump, a paradigm shift. So you're not going to end up with another gurney flap, for example. And so that's when sports are exciting. When someone can just turn up at the track with a gurney flap, or someone's like, I believe in downforce. And everyone's like, you idiot. Downforce will never catch on. Downforce won't do anything. And then everyone has downforce next year. Well, we're starting at the back, guys. I feel like that's a good strategy at this track. Today is, can I lose 300 iRacing in 2 hours? Yeah, Monaco will be more of like a... So you have to look at stuff from the perspective of super wealthy people. Monaco is just so the Monaco F1 is an excuse for super wealthy people to meet up at that time of year because there's a race going on, and to just do like some business stuff, some networking, go to the casino. It's like it's a social event where rich people can go, oh, there's some famous people here. Okay, there'll be some parties and things. They don't show the parties on TV. Weirdly. You know Hunger Games? Hunger Games, how you have all those people dressed up whilst all the other people are starving to death? It's basically that. And we just accept it. It's fine. Yeah, Imola's quite a small. Well, it's not tiny, but it's not a huge. Not a huge town. Not a huge city. But I'm part of the evil system, so. The new Snow White was a disaster. Yeah, that was weird. That was just really weird.
The estimated strength of field is...
Hello, Mr. Bob Windy.
Keep it clean. A DNF today would hurt our points a lot.
I found the lack of race cars in Snow White really put me off wanting to see it. I mean, I don't think... I've not followed any of the stuff with it, but... I'm not quite sure you need to keep remaking the same films over and over again. You know? Right, do you think we'll survive this? I don't think we will. I think this is going to be a disaster.
5 cars left to grid.
What's woke? Oh, what? It's got 7 dwarfs. So the original Snow White
Still waiting on 2
was
cars
the most woke film. Oh, I don't even know.
Green, green, green.
Time to lose some wheels. Okay, what's he doing?
Nice one.
Car right, you're on the left, 3 wide. You're on the left, 3 wide. Car right, 2 wide.
What?
Clear on the right.
Why did you just drive into the wall and then into the back of me?
Because you're defending a race car like you're winning the championship, mate. You just lost over his time.
What is he on about?
Car on your left. Clear on the
He's
left.
just driven into me again.
Right side.
Is he mental?
Still there, hold your line.
Right, at the start of a race,
Still there.
it's really, really
Clear on the
normal
right.
to cover off the inside line for the first corner if there's a gap there. That's not crazy. That's like absolutely what you expect someone to do at the start of a race.
Go right. There's an incident ahead. You've got wheel damage. You've got damage on the left side. You've got
Yeah,
some
that,
damage.
mate.
Let's get that fixed. Car stop on the left. You've lost the rear wing. Major oversteer likely due to lost downforce.
Well.
Go right. There's an incident ahead. Go left.
I was trying to avoid the crash in front, and then iRacing's tyres. Why are you defending that? What is this got?
Car right. Still there, hold your line.
Oh
Clear on
dear,
the
guys,
right.
this game. Honestly.
But mate, how do you brake so early? What are you doing?
Don't wear your microphone out,
Right
Chris.
side. Clear on the right.
What's this guy doing?
Thank you for that. Press. Thank you for the space.
Stay
Thank you
on
for
the
that.
left.
What's this
Clear on
broken
the
car?
right.
Broken car
Thank you
racing?
for rain. Thank you for her.
Broken car race. He's pushing his wheel along.
Thank you, Lawson. Thank you, Ball Boys.
Come on. Where's the pit entry? I don't know. Oh, it is. Where's the line start? Oh, here we go. I don't have a...
Please don't crash me. Please don't crash me. Please.
The pit box in 10, 5, 3, 2, 1. Right here. We're done. Get going.
This game, like, it's just this game. Honestly, I think we're just going to have a break from iRacing. They're going to swap the tyres on this in 3 weeks' time on this car. Oh, minus 121, that's good. Hello.
Why, man?
Minus 200 in 2 hours. Yeah. I don't really mind. It is just weird. It's just funny how it is, how the sim is. It'll be super interesting. So as I said in their release notes, this next season that's coming up in iRacing, they're putting their new tyre model on the F4 car. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that affects the F4 car. Because at the moment it is totally, like, it's completely messed up. But yeah, it'll be interesting. I'm not quite sure how the hypercars are a bit weird. The new hypercars have the new tyre, newish tyre on them. Well, so you see how we lost it in this race was because I was braking down the hill because the cars in front had crashed.
Flipping heck, mate.
And so I had to brake.
You're a spastic.
I had to brake like spontaneously, not where you normally brake.
What happened? You made a big mistake. Why are you then trying to defend like a putt?
Okay, I like his accent. So I had to brake in an unexpected place, which meant that we then went over the limit of the tyres.
Unbelievable. They want a fucking D license.
No
wonder you're a D license.
No wonder you're a D license. That could be a song. No wonder you're a D license. No wonder you're a D license. I'd like to apologise to anyone that's offended by those words. The words are the words of the drivers in the game, not me.
Go ahead. And damage because of another idiot.
Emotional damage. Oh my goodness.
New fastest lap for you.
We're clawing ourselves back up here. It's not exactly been the most productive of days in terms of iRacing. Oh well. I'm hungry as well. I need to get some food. I ain't got any more food. All we've had is bloody fish and lettuce and cheese. I need some, I need anything. I don't even have any yogurt. This is a disaster. I'm so tired at the moment. Oh, gyros, that'd be nice. Problem is, we went to I said went to Paris earlier last week, but I had to get up super early for it, and then I was wrecked from that. And then I went for not a huge walk, like a 10-mile walk at the just before the weekend, and then it's like fatigued myself. The combo of minimal sleep and
you're losing on the car in front. The gap is 8.7 seconds.
The joys of chronic fatigue.
The car in front is pitting.
Maybe you didn't ever wake up. Maybe you're still dreaming.
You've just set your fastest lap of the session.
Oh, we're up to 12th, guys. Pure skill. I do like Bathurst as a track. It's a really fun track. Why did I go? Well, we're uploading a video tomorrow, but
Oh, someone to tick them.
we were
That'll be me.
Sponsored to do a video on a new company. A company's doing some new sim racing stuff. So they sponsored us to check it out, which was good fun. Am I married? I'm married to Jason from Game Tech UK. We had a hot date in Paris. He was sat next to me on the train there and back, and we walked around Paris together. We held hands, went to the Eiffel Tower. It's pretty romantic.
The car in P1 just set the fastest lap. 8.056. You're gaining on the car.
Yeah, I
in
went
front.
on the
gap is
Eurostars.
5.7 seconds.
I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of the. Oh my bloody hell! Nearly died. I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of the Eurostar. Like,
You have
it's
about
all
5
right.
laps of fuel left.
It's all right. It's kind of convenient, but also not. It's good for going to Paris because the Charles de Gaulle airport's in the middle of the bloody field, like 40 minutes from central Paris, and Le Gare du Nord is in the centre of Paris. So that's, like Gare du Nord's like 30 minutes walk from the river. Right, let's say 45 minutes walk from the Eiffel Tower, so it's very close to the centre. But I've been to Paris twice this year, and I went to Maastricht in January on the Eurostar as well.
You work my car, please don't crash me.
It's all right. In theory,
You're in the top 10.
Euros, the seats are a bit
Ching
small.
Chuang, wow. How are you so slow?
The seats are a bit small, so it's a bit hard to do work and stuff if you're on the train. But in theory, if you had a Eurostar business class and I think you get food on the train served to you, and you get an alright seat, so you could work on it. So like for that, it'd be actually quite convenient. Où est le gare du Nord? Dans le Nord. Gare du Nord. Gare is Gare station, but Gare is war. It's very similar. Mind you, you do feel like you've gone to war going through the train station, so...
The car in P1 just set the fastest lap. 7.745.
Yeah, for going, I'd say for going to Paris, Eurostar's better than flying. But for going to most places, you're better off. If you live near an airport, you're better off flying. I mean, St Pancras is a bit rubbish on the inside once you go through security. Yeah, you can get a train from Paris to Zurich, which is like a 4-hour train, I think it is as well, like direct high-speed train.
The car in front is pitting.
When I go to Maastricht, I get the Eurostar from London St Pancras, and then we go to Brussels Midi, which is the worst train station in Europe, and then I get a train to Liège, and then I swap at Liège for a train to Maastricht. Sometimes there's a direct train though from Brussels to Maastricht. Well, we did the Super Formula, but we got wrecked twice. So I thought I'd do this. I don't know, my brain's kind of off today, so I was just kind of dawdling. We're just dawdling around, really, and chatting. So I have mild chronic fatigue, and sometimes I set it off, and then I'll just end up being brain dead for like a week. But it's fine. No, we're at -85. That's it. Oh, what, in this race? Yeah. Well, the Super Formula it literally drivers outright wrecking us, rather than the car in the track is actually pretty good. But unfortunately, there's quite a bit of draft with that car, and then you end up with a shit driver that just pit manoeuvres you, and there's nothing you can do.
Car stops on the left.
So basically, once you get to about 4K iRating, you have to you just have to hot lap. You have to be within 7/10 of pace and not race anyone. That's the key to success. Qualify in the top 4, don't race anyone, no battle. Yeah, it's not too bad, but again, you just have to memorise it. It's just weird. It's just iRacing.
Good job. Very good job.
That wasn't bad considering we got smashed. Right, let's have a look at this guy that was complaining at us. Yeah, very good job. Well, we're not paralysed. That's a bonus. Right. But I'm not sure. I should have gone across more aggressively, but it's really not that crazy me coming across like this. We're obviously gonna defend the inside, right? We've come off our line. We're obviously. Do you know what I mean? It's not. Also, I don't know why he's driven into the wall there. Like, that's not mad, is it? Like, you would assume if you're driving this like this and you see a car in front of you moving across, you would assume they're going to keep moving across, right? Because they're defending the inside corner.
Nice one.
Why did you just drive into the wall and then into the back of me?
Because you're defending a race car like you're winning the championship, mate.
Did you just drive into the wall and then into the back of me?
Because you're defending a race car like you're winning the championship, mate. It's just lost both of us time.
Like we're winning the championship from last place. Okay. I'm winning. I'm always winning the championship. He's about to lose it. He's about to lose even more time. I hate to break it to him, but he's going to lose a lot more time in a minute. Time's about to disappear. Why is there straw on the track? Hang on, did he just drive into the wall again? What is going on? Is this like lag, do you think? Alright, what? Oh, he's the bottom of his car. Oh, just look at that. He just ploughed me as well. So, I see this crash here. Look how little I'm on the brake, right? But I'm turning whilst on the brake. And that just puts the rear over the limit. When I get... It's gone. It's gone. And the reason I'm on the brake here is because this car's going off the track there. So I'm like, oh, no, I need to steady the car up. No. And then this guy drives into us and net codes the rear of the car off. Because he wasn't paying any attention. He just drove straight through us. You know, I mean... This should just be a... Like, see the wheel input? Back steps out. So you then snap counter steer, right? But just there's no response to it at all. Hello. Do I not think the change of elevation? Are we going through this again? Yeah, there's a bump. There's a bump in the track, and there is a change of elevation. So yes, it will make the tyres lighter. So yeah, you would expect the car to be light, but that's all beside the point. But yeah, there is this traditional thing of iRacers to when you point out a situation that probably should be catchable with quick counter steer, they will then go, oh yeah, but the reason you lost it is because of a bump in the track, or because of the track was wet, or because of the curbing. It's like, or yeah, or brake bias. Greasy midnight. This is all beside the point. If you've got like 10,000, 20,000 hours of sim racing, An F4 car is pretty newbie as far as vehicles go. It's like a go-kart. Good fun, but it's a pretty newbie vehicle, right? Which is very reasonably, especially on a fixed setup that's safe, reasonably responsive to counter steer, right? Like in any other sim, you would just counter steer a lot of the stuff that in iRacing bins you. But that's just how it is. So, I mean, we're playing iRacing, but so what you have to do is you have to spin in the specific situation once, so you then know that specific part of the track with that amount of brake causes the rear to go, which you can't then catch. So you then know, right, I'm never going to push the brake in that situation there because you lose the rear. In real life, you don't get the opportunity to spin in every single corner. you don't get the opportunity to do that. So in real life, you can actually catch quite aggressive stuff, or in many other sims. So you can make a mistake, it's a bit slow, but you catch it. You don't have to have completely lost the rear of the car. Yeah, we didn't actually need to brake that much. That's true. We could have just. I was assuming that the track was going to be more blocked, and it. Yeah. Let's see what happened to Christian Block. He didn't seem happy. But you know, it is iRacing that we're playing. You have to play by the rules of the game that you're playing. So it's all very well complaining about it, but it's the game you're playing.
Chris.
Boys.
Well, we see this guy he was having a bit of a.
Hi, man.
What? What's he complaining about? Bonk.
Why, man?
I mean, this is probably just netcode. I mean, he's driven into... Yeah, he's lagging all over the place. It's broke the back of his car. Probably...
Why, man?
Probably netcode. Well, I don't think he got to the end of the race. Ah! Yep, he did not get to the end of the race. What happened here? Oh, no. Oh, no. Hang on, why is the car in front driving like that with no rear wing? Oh, my God. Went flying. He absolutely launched off him. He's gone. Woo! That was pretty beautiful, to be honest. I wouldn't be bitter if I was in that crash. It's pretty good. He's gone. Look at him go past the camera. He goes... he just goes past the camera. Look at this. Woo! He's off. Woo! That was beautiful. I can show you the world. Magic. A whole new world. The way it takes off. The way it takes off. That's so good. Right, let's watch his onboard. Oh my goodness. His car went full Australian.
iRacing is the most advanced and comprehensive racing simulation software in the world. It's also the most realistic.
Well, he had a good race. Where's Gordon? Yeah, let's see what happened to Gordon. Where is he? Oh.
Flippin' heck, mate. You're a spastic.
Which is absolutely plastic. It's like it's Wreckfest. Right, what is this? He just on the throttle plows him into the wall. Takedown.
Flippin' heck, mate. You're a spastic.
What happened?
You made a big mistake. Why are you then trying to defend like a foot?
Look, a freewheel race. Hang on, we've got a freewheel race going on here. This is F4, guys. Freewheel racing league. This car's
Big mistake. Why are you then trying to defend like a foot?
freewheel overtake. Beautiful.
Fucking unbelievable. They want a fucking D license.
This multi-class freewheel.
No wonder you're a D license.
No wonder you're a D license. Oh, freewheels into the pits. Oh, he's driven into him. Oh, what is going on? Freewheel pit lane raucous. So right. iRacing on one level, they're like, oh, you had a little racing incident, right? That's a warning or whatever. But then they'll have this with two cars driving into the pit lane with three wheels, intentionally ramming each other. Like, if iRacing was being consistent with its moderation, they would have to go, look, this is intentional, absolute intentional further wrecking with three wheels, right? But they're so utterly inconsistent with how they moderate this game. It's absurd. That's a good pit lane entry, though. I have to hand it to him. 10 out of 10 pit lane entry. He's coming through. Get ready for the fastest pit crew. Oh, look! His wing went over the wall. Well, look at this. Look at this. Watch the rear wing. Boing. Carbon fibre is known to be very bouncy material. Look at this. Will it make it over the wall? It's almost as good as the racing, that. Beautiful scenes. The rear wing. Right. Boing! He forgot to take his wheels off. Is he just giving up? Why is he parked for so long? Oh dear, guys, iRacing. Oh dear. It is something special, isn't it? It really is. It really is something. It really is something. I mean, I don't know if I can take more of this today. I might just wait until like what track's next here? Okayama. Suzuka will be all right. Oh, this is it. Okayama Mini. Lime Rock. Oh, Lime Rock Park. Oh, no, that'd be terrible. Iran's awful, so that's off the cards. Don't blame him. Who doesn't want to kick the haggis? Oh yeah, that's the same. Oh no. Yeah, I mean that'll be all right when the Tech Raceway, and then Sebring be all right. Silverstone be all right with this, but I don't know how many people play it. Spa will be all right in that. Yeah. What's this Ringmeister on? We could do this. What's this car? What's this Porsche? Oh, hang on, what's this? BMW M8 G. What's better, the Porsche RSR or the Corvette? Let's do the Corvette. There we go. Do I need to do the BMW? They not bopped it. Did I even have the BMW? Should I do the BMW? Let's try this. See what it drives like. I need a sandwich, guys. We'll give this a 2-minute test. Oh, this will be fine. We're pretty good at the Nordschleifer. As long as the car has somewhat okay force feedback, we're fine. It's a good track as well. Ooh, yeah. Bit of goulash. Isn't that just like a stew? Oh my goodness. Hello. What? Okay. My wheel's trying to kill me. What's going on? Oh, that's why. That's not dangerous. What? We just did that. Been scammed. Oh, I didn't do upshift. Ah. Oh no, now look what I've done. Thanks for following. Yeah, you gotta use Marvin's force feedback app. "90 to the left, 90 to the right. Bought a knife to a pixel fight." There we go. Yeah, it's alright. Who doesn't like a hole in the hand? I am a wizard. Bloody hell. Let's turn the force feedback down on this. This will be fine. What did you play? Oh no, sorry. Don't know why it was muted. Oh, I accidentally had it muted. You shall not pass. Oh no. Absolutely scammed. Okay. Well, we all know what you were trying to do. This will be alright. The brakes are a bit bus noisy on this. I get to enjoy. We have people watching us drive badly, which is always nice. And then everyone loves to suffer this. Alright, I need to grab something before this starts. Yeah, I think it's entertaining for live streaming viewers. reckon this will be alright. I mean, I'm not sure. Oops, sorry. I'm not sure how on pace we'll be compared to other people, but it should be alright. Right, I'll be back in a second, guys. Just going to get a drink, a cup of tea.
Disco.
No, but I got some couscous, so I had to boil it. Couscous, man. Hello, Stringco Visual Designs. This is going to be a bit of a wreck fest, isn't it? But that's all right.
The pace car is out of control.
Money 5 Gaming, thanks for following. Welcome. Yeah, I couscous with a bit of butter. Normally put some spices and stuff in it. It's good with mackerel as well. So GTE Corvette. Hello. Oh, we're only 3.3k on the roadside. Beautiful. What a refueling. Needed that. I need to get some more tea bags. I've only got like 50 left. Ah, tea, well good. I think I need to buy some more pickles. Get some like pickled, a bunch of pickles. Olives, pickles. Pickle it up. Beautiful. Oh, finally the cow!
And lo, on the fourth night, final count's force feedback was blessed with glorious front-end feel, for he was a member of the Church of Force Feedback.
And was never seen again. 48 months of despair. Thank you. Thank you very much. 48 months. Oh my goodness. That is actually really... Some people don't even live that long. Some that's like the lifespan of an octopus. Some jellyfish only live like a week. But that's an octopus. If you were Final Cat, if you were an octopus, you would have been subscribed for the entirety of your life. Imagine that. That would be really sad. Huge error. Thank you very much, though, for sending us money every month. What a time to be alive. It's a beautiful Windows 3.1 filing account as well. That's nice. Yeah, squid is nice. It's a shame. Portuguese octopus cooked in a taverna is really nice as well.
One to go. Next time by. Line up on the left side. Pit road is closed. The estimated strength of field is 2,838. We expect to be fighting for the podium.
I expect to end up in the wall again.
That's right, folks.
Oh, I forgot to move my drivers. Oh well. I wanted to zoom in the view a bit more, but it's too late for that. It's cold, that's quite rearward brake bias. I seem to be the only one in this car. I've noticed a problem. I would like to live. I was thinking it'd be really nice to live in Croatia and have a flat by the coast, like just a small flat with a somewhat open room that I put my sim rigs in, and then I could go fishing in the evening and get dinner from the Mediterranean. But I looked at the price of houses, even flats, and they were like, the cheapest I could find that was nice was still like 200,000, which is a bit outside of my budget, really. On that note, I do need to renew my passport. Keep forgetting. Every time I go to renew my passport, I get an email and someone goes, "Would you like to come to Germany?" I'm like, yeah, okay. My passport's getting very close to not allowing me to travel.
About to go green.
Yeah, you can get cheap houses in Croatia, but if you want one that's like in a really nice... It's because obviously people buy those investment properties for
Car is off. Green flag, green flag.
Airbnbs and stuff. Bloody hell. Oh, they're all too fast for me. I have no confidence in this car. Bit of a tank. I think I might have picked the wrong vehicle for this. It's a bit reluctant to turn on the throttle. Maybe we should have gone with the RSR. Because that's mega downforce. Hello. Why is the rear locking up? Oh, thank you. Amber Saber, really appreciate the sub. Thank you. Oh, the suspension. It's a bit of a bouncy castle, this. You'd think it'd have tighter suspension. I mean, I did absolutely clonk the curb there, but... Thank you for the tier 1 sub. It's called tier 1 because every time you subscribe to my channel you cry. Oh my goodness. This thing's chonkers. Why is it locking up? It's the brakes in this game are so... It doesn't make sense. I bet it was the rear left locking up as well. Just doesn't make any sense, the locking up. And then you come off it and it doesn't re-grip. Move the brake bars forwards a bit. Ridiculous braking. We were lucky to not end up in the wall there.
Okay, so let's dive bomb then.
Right side. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the right, car on your left. Still there, hold your line. Clear, left side, clear on the left.
Thank you, Nathan. I will repay you.
This thing sounds like a Hoover. It's a Henry Hoover. I know, it's like a bloody bouncing castle. Don't know why the suspension's so... I think they've just set it up for this track. Probably to stop it bottoming out on the curves. Bloody hell. Real lap, driving around here for real is probably easier than iRacing. I mean, more scary, but... Let's share the draft out.
Right side, you're on the left, 3 wide. Hold your line. Right side, 2 wide, 2 left to go, 2 to go. Still there. Keep to the left.
You idiot.
Clear on the right. Left side, clear.
Took himself out. I survived. He drove into me, guys. He just turned into me. Can't believe we survived that. Miracle. I'm not guilty. Come on. I was minding my own business, sipping my tea. Guilty, not guilty. I'm never guilty. Never. I'm never innocent. Innocent to do. This is my first time driving this car.
Thank you.
What's the perfect track to drive a GTE car for the first time? Ah, the Nordschleifer, full pace. Easy. Yeah. I think they've changed in real life. That curb's been made even higher. Alonso's always in Formula V. I don't know why. I think he races it with his son or something. He's in. He'll be on there for like hours at a time. It's really weird. I can't remember. You end up with real-world drivers driving the weirdest shit, like in various games. Like, I've been on our Factor 1 servers with like Formula drivers and stuff years ago. I think it's because they just can't be arsed, so it's just a, you know, fun racing game. They've got a sim rig. They just jump into whatever they can jump into. Slowed right down. He did as well. He could have sent it. I was basically letting him through. He was actually driving. He was actually driving nice. Ferrari GT car looks great. It looks so much better than GT3. It looks more chunky. It looks more like a race car, like the old sort of GT1 cars. Motorsport went stupid, didn't it? After like 2010 to like 2007, Motorsport went dumb.
No. No, Nathan. This is karma.
Salty voice chat. It's the best salty in sim racing. thought I'd do what he did. Sometimes you just have to copy the car in front, you know, to make him not feel. I didn't want him to feel like he'd made a mistake, you know.
White flag. One more lap to go.
Bye, Nathan.
They're the finest brakes. I built the brakes on this car, can you tell? You'll never know, NF650. You'll never know. So I'm adapting like the Borg guys. I'm memorising the handling of this car. That's the iRacing way. It's a good car track combo though. I mean, Nordschleife is pretty good with everything, to be honest. We could probably get rid of all racetracks and only have the Nordschleife. No, it's not. Not when you have the endurance combined. Your face is a long Monaco. Well, I'm half tempted to go to the 24-hour race. It's next week, isn't it? But I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I just can't. If I don't know where. If I stealth camp, don't know where I'm going to stealth camp, and then yeah, we'll have to find some secret location.
The pace car is out of control.
Oh, it drives off road all right, actually.
They say you cut the course. You'll have to slow down and give up the time gained.
Good break, man. Coming to get you, James. Stay put.
No, not done the LMP3.
I will outbreak you and win. Stop waving. Okay,
Well, we're
let's do this.
finished.
No
it
break.
It seemed reasonable.
There's the
The
flag.
Close one,
It's over.
James. Close one.
Wheels,
Okay, we'll get 'em next
wheels
time.
were a bit weird. The braking was a bit weird, and the suspension is ridiculous on this. Oh, what happened?
Bye.
Was it on? Was it on lap 2? What's the LMP3 car? Oh, here we go. They're doing the Nordschleife, a full Nordschleife with it. I think that's on him, to be honest. Like,
Told you.
he's just come across like he's just driven into us, hasn't he? And I mean, I don't think our line. There's nothing really wrong with our line through here. Like, we are going into the corner. He's also the one overtaking, so. Yeah. Lol. Oh. There goes the back of his car. Wow, it's unfortunate. Oh, that happened. We should try the Porsche RSR. A little bit bouncy, that car. GG, well played. I thought it was always my fault, though. Hang on, what were we just driving? The Corvette. Yeah, I don't know why the suspension is so bouncy on that. It's a bit crazy. Oh, where's my phone? Oh, bloody hell. Bloody. Yeah, it's a nice track. It's nice. If the car didn't understeer so much, it'll then lock up on the brakes. You just have to not. You just have to break it. Like, you just can't drive it on the actual limit. A tale as old as time. You have to... Hello, Danny. Just brake better, yeah. Well, you just have to brake well under the limit, isn't it? It's just not actually at the limit. But it is what it is. We need to try the update. I'm going to try the latest shader patch as well, actually, because I really wanted to. But I might have a break from this iRacing challenge unless there's just something fun. Like to actually race. I just can't be bothered to drive stuff that's not fun. You know. Oh, GT3. Oh, it's changing tomorrow, but I normally quite like Imola. Yeah, we have to be more of a hot lapper. Mold. Monza, Nürburgring combined. That could be good. Oh, here we go. This is what you were saying. It's weird that they basically killed the LMP2 series. They killed the LMP2 series to then have LMP3 with the prototype series, but it's not the prototype series. The LMP3. It's really dumb what they do in this. Like, nobody really wanted or asked for the LMP3 car. Nobody wanted that. Nobody was going, we really want LMP3. There were a load of people that were driving LMP2 and enjoyed LMP2 and enjoyed the fixed LMP2 races. But now those people have basically have had to go to F4 and Super Formula Light. Or they got to do IMSA, but then it's within a big field, so no one's driving it. So that's just weird. And then you have to be A licensed to do IMSA, which doesn't make any sense. Because then, oh dear, the design of this game. The design of it, guys, is insane. Insane in the brain. Let's try this. We could design the ultimate iRacing. Right, maybe that's a video. The ultimate iRacing content, and what you'd run is like you could select so you'd have like Formula Ford. You'd bin the Open Series for Formula Ford. It'd only be fixed Formula Ford. Race every 30 minutes. And it goes through a selection of tracks every week. That's like the tracks that are good for Formula Ford. Done. You'd have fixed LMP2 series. GT3 could fixed in an open. If you bin off the SR10, bring back the old Radical. What can we get rid of? So we can get rid of the M2, done, that's shit, goodbye. TCR, gone, that's shit, goodbye. Porsche Cup, shit, goodbye. Wait until they fix the physics of the Porsche Cup. Skippy, yeah, we'll have the Skippy every... there's a 15-minute Skippy race every half hour as well. And it just runs, the Skippy series runs all the fun tracks for Skippy. Brands Hatch, Alton Park, Laguna Seca, whatever's a fun track, maybe some oval stuff. We'd have a special oval race for the road cars that's called Oval Royale, and it's the largest grid size you can have in iRacing, and it's every 2 hours, and it's a oval race, and you change the car every week, like the Ringmeister, but it's basically oval, and it's with a road car. And it could be it could be a slow car, it could be a fast car, but it's like, there's no. I mean, you could have yellow flags as well. But you could just have no yellow flags, but it could generally be slower cars. Fixed setup. Yeah, I'm assuming. I think that that's what you do, isn't it? Because petitions are known to really work well, aren't they? Most things in the world have been made better through petitions. A strongly worded letter or a petition is pretty much how most things are improved in the world. A lot of people don't realise it, but the French Revolution was actually all done through petitions. Unfortunately for the royals, the petition was, we're going to remove everybody's head. But I mean, a petition, especially if it's a strong worded petition. Isn't it funny how things actually work? It's just who's got the most power. It's like the these AI companies. The fact is, they have stolen all the data. Basically, it's the biggest copyright theft in the history of humanity. But because they've all done it, and because now governments are like, oh shit, this is probably where there's going to be a lot of economic growth, because we're going to be able to bin off a load of workers. So we're going to be able to. We're basically going to have more control, because we don't have to deal with unions and individuals and humans. So they've gone, oh, okay, well, actually, okay, yeah, sure, these AI companies are destroying everything, done loads of pollution, and will reduce quality of life, and have done that through theft of people's hard work, but can't really do anything about it because they've got more power. They're holding this economic hostage. So there you go. That's it. Economic hostage is the way to get things done, guys. That's how it works. And there's a bit of economics for you guys there. Well, the problem with revolutions as well is you don't win out. Like the people that want stuff don't actually get it. It always ends up being worse for the people lower down. Like very rarely does a revolution actually benefit the people that it should do. Hang on, what's the... Yeah, I learned everything through my masters in economics. Oh man, I'm always doing the wrong one. It's really weird how the TC in iRacing has the opposite effect of what you... Not the opposite effect of what you want TC to do, but when it engages, it locks the car in the set direction that it's already going in, which I don't think TC generally does that in real cars. Like, it shouldn't... it should block out the throttle from giving it wheel spin, but the car shouldn't just get stuck, I don't think. I mean, maybe it does happen, but it's oddly prevalent that it does that in iRacing. It's like the TC gets like stuck in a TC loop. Well, stability control should... I don't know. I don't know. It depends how you set it up, I guess. Normally, from what I understand, TC is generally achieved by cutting power. But you could do some forms of TC by having brakes activate to some degree. It depends how it's done for the specific car. The Porsche RSR in AC is so good. Whoa! Bloody hell. Bouncy suspension. Like, that's just insane. Let's move the brake bars a bit further back. The locking up is so bizarre. Like, the single wheel lock up going into a braking zone due to one part of the track being slightly undulated and then the grip not coming back is really noticeable in these GTE cars. Also, it starts when you're at quite high speed, when you'd think that the downforce would stop the wheels from locking. I don't know if we're faster in this than we were in the other car. Generally, Porsches make more sense to me in terms of their handling. Like the more rotating a car, the easier it is to understand. Get in there. It'll be alright. Let's see how this goes for this race. It'll be good fun. We should just do Ringmeister every day, all day. It's the best thing in iRacing, to be honest. Nordschleifer, different car. What more do you need in life? Misha simulator.
You got a toy car on the right.
I think Porsches look nice as well, let's be honest. Probably the nicer looking Porsche RSR. I think if I was gonna waste money on a car and I wanted a car that looked good, I think I'd maybe get a Porsche. I'd be like, by that. I also think it'd probably break down all the time and I can't be bothered with that. So I'd still get the Skoda City go. Shelby Cobra, that was it. That's what you really want. Oh yeah, I got that. Took me 2 days to build it, Bobby. It was alright. It was missing one piece as well. I found that stressful. Lego's supposed to be relaxing, but I'm like, I have to finish this today. I can't leave stuff unfinished. GT3 RS for the weekend. Shelby Cobra for the weekend. If I had a Shelby Cobra and I parked it outside my house, it'd get stolen straight away. Or maybe it wouldn't. Maybe people would be like, oh. They'd steal it and then they'd drive into a lamppost and die. Ha! That's the best security feature. The throttle pedal. You get a Shelby Cobra and you make it so it has a mentally sensitive throttle pedal that only a ridiculous sim racer would be able to manage. And they make the brake pedal 150 kilograms. So they steal the car and then the throttle's like whee! And then the brake, they're like, oh! Just drive straight into a lamppost. And then I'll claim the insurance and they'll go, yeah, it was stolen, but the robber died. Because they didn't push the brake hard enough. That would completely throw people off. You wouldn't even need the brake to be that hard. In a road car, it would completely throw someone off that was nicking a car. They would just assume that the pedal's broken. They probably wouldn't even drive off. Yeah, quick release steering wheel as well. Good. Yeah, here we go. We've come up with the ultimate security. Oversensitive throttle pedal, unsensitive, massively heavy brake pedal, quick release wheel, quick release gear shifter. Well, there you go. Hang on, who carries around with them a gear shifter? If you attached a quick release to the gear stick, no one's going to drive it off, are they? Because no one's going to have a handy quick release mechanism, so they can't even put it into gear. God, this is genius. Why do cars, instead of having keys, why don't they just have a quick release gear stick?
No.
With a key in the gear stick.
Car is out of control.
I come up with well good ideas. Yeah, I would love to have a Cobra. I think they're the nicest looking car, one of the nicest looking cars. Also, you get to drive it with a boat wheel. Beautiful. AC Cobra. And you can get kit. They're not. Well, they are expensive, but they're not crazy. Relative to how amazing they are, they're actually quite reasonable. I can't think of another car that's as amazing as a Shelby Cobra that's under £100,000. Oh, sorry, take that back. The Pontiac Stinger. Look here, we don't talk about that, Brent. Don't mention those numbers. No, because bloody hell. Ah! Okay, this car does not take kindly to bumps. We're ready. See that? See what happens if you... right, let's see. Was that the rear wheel that locked up? Right, here we go. Let's look at this. That's the rear wheel locking up again. I know. No, it wasn't. Take it back. But that's the front. If that's the front left, that'd make sense. But that's the wheel under load. Right, hang on. Right. Apparently it's locking, but not locking. And they don't come out of it. We're on like... No, this is a GTE car, but... Look how it just doesn't come back. You can see it's modulating the brake to get it back. I mean, it's actually insane. I mean, the wheel deserved to die after that. After that performance. We just have to brake very early. Oh, no. Look at the livery, though. I'm ready for the next race. We're prepared. Is it coming to this car as well? Is it all GT3 cars? Hang on, why can I not see YouTube messages? Oh no, what's going on here? Someone type something on YouTube. Have I been missing YouTube messages? Someone say hello on YouTube. Oh, there you go. It's working. Just got stuck. There you go. Oh, hello, Andosaurus Rex. How you doing? Oh, God. I'm so exhausted. Someone needs to invent drugs for fatigue. They already have. Drugs that are not highly addictive. And that don't damage your health. That'd be nice. Yeah, they do. The F4 car's getting it as well, but it's at least 3 weeks. We'll probably get. I don't know when the next AC Evo update is, and yeah, caffeine doesn't really wake me up. Unfortunately, it's not. It's weird. I'm not even tired. It's just brain fog. Weird brain fog. German Gersi. Hello. I can barely see the name. German Duna. Yeah, it'll be interesting. I was playing Japanese Drift Masters the other day with the gamepad. That game's quite fun. It's not. It's more like it's its own thing, but it's not terrible. Ugh. It's not got stuff to do in it. I was looking forward to Descenders next, but they've delayed it, and they've not got an update for when it's coming out. But I'm pretty hyped for that. It's really fun to play. Just sort of casual game with a gamepad type game. It's gonna be really interesting to see what happens with Evo, what happens with Project Motor Racing. I need to try Forza again, actually, since that's had updates. I get the feeling that there's not anything right now with a huge amount of hype behind it. Things are very much of the same of the thing. We're in a non-hype bubble at the moment. Like, I feel like towards the end of last year, there was loads of hype for Evo, and I think there was some hype for like hardware and stuff. I feel like the only thing people are really hyped for in general at the moment is GTA, the new Grand Theft Auto. Hello, Nocturnal Gaming. The new GTA and Valve's VR headset. I feel there's quite a lot of hype behind that. Yeah, the McCall. It's really weird that EA have completely. Did they lose? EA lost the rights to doing Star Wars games, right? But like, it's kind of funny that you'd have all these Disney Star Wars things coming out, and no one is making games that cater to that pretty big Star Wars fan base where people just want to play Battlefield. They just want to do Battlefield with Star Wars, or they want to do like. They have released single player Star Wars stuff, but it's not what people want to do. They want to feel like the old Star Wars games, where you're fighting the Empire, you know. Not doing some like little character stupid thing. You want to be like, oh, I'm in the TIE Fighter. Like all those games that came out in the 2000s and 90s. You're getting hyped for early retirement. Nice. Oh, they're not. They can't. Yeah, they just have to get the. Just have to get the license. Nocturnal game. Well, Andor's all right, to be honest. For what it is, I do feel like they kind of just churn out a lot of drivel. Exactly, Scuba. That's it. Just fine. It's not hard. What people generally want with these games is to be like, oh, I'm in a spaceship shooting. I'm just reliving the original Star Wars film. I want to be, there's enemy walkers, and then you're in your spaceship shooting them and tangling them up. That's it. That's all they want. Choo. I want to play like Hell Let Loose, but it's with stormtroopers, you know, versus rebels, and there's lasers going. That's not too much to ask, is it? Even like a game, even mechanics from like 10 years ago. Like imagine just Battlefield 3, but just have stormtroopers and Star Wars things in it. That's it. I mean, how did they mess that other one up? It's all being beat into the ground. It's not enjoyable anymore. Look here, Lentillion. Star Wars is... Lasers are always enjoyable. I could keep blowing up the Death Star every single day. Oh, Pod Racer. We could do a new pod racing game. Do 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 do. Boo 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 boo. It's all good. It's not too much to ask. Yeah, like Battlefront wasn't too bad, and was it Shadows of the Empire and the N64 was quite good for what it was. Star Wars, Marvel, it's like a new movie, show, toy game every week. Look, I want a new GoldenEye game. I expect you to die, Mr. Bond. We need more of that. We need, like, spy stuff and people spying and shooting each other with silenced pistols. What's the noise to start with the GoldenEye pistol? Sound like a water pistol. You got a lightsaber. There you go. Beautiful. Are you saying you want like a new IP? You want a new something new? You're not allowed that, I'm afraid. Nothing new anymore. Yeah, I saw that, Theus, and they seem to be doing more of a stealth shooter as well, so that could be interesting. Look at this. Look at everyone on the same page. Theus and Elusive Kev, actually the same person. Fight Club. A good Star Trek game would be good. The only one is that mobile game. The amount of look, Lentillion, do you need a back rub? Lentillion seems a bit depressed today. Sing him a song. Lentillion, don't be so down. Lentillion, don't you need to frown. You need to go outside and touch the grass. Did that help? That was the Lentillion dancing through the fields. Here we go.
Single file, please.
Oh, we could look left and right at this. I've killed him.
I'm good with that, mate.
What is single file? Please, can you explain? I do not speak in the English. They're not interested.
Means don't be a knobhead into T1.
Was ist ein Knobhead?
Jet start 10, go.
Right, here we go. Time to warm the wheels up. If any of you watched Indy 500, these guys clearly didn't. Turns out warming your wheels up is not always the best strategy.
Get ready, going green. The pace car is in. Green flag, green flag. There's an incident behind.
Lol.
Right side. Keep to the left. Clear.
Where's he going?
I don't know what happened there, dude. But sorry.
Yeah, he was just way too slow.
We need more pace. All fine. Nothing to worry about there. Just warming all the tyres up. Why is it locking up like that? That's actually how I like to drive that corner. It's a controversial technique. All the cars in front of us are just sweaty cheeks. That's why they're faster. Yeah, but I'm just taking my time, you know. I'm here to enjoy the view. I'm not quite sure when to change gear, actually. Nice bomb draft. Not quite sure what that was about.
Right side. Clear on the right. You got a slow car on the left. Car stop on the left. Car stop on the left. Go left.
Okay, that's definitely not the left. American left. Upside down left. Australian left. It all makes sense. The other left.
You got a slow car on the right.
Oh, is it the right or the left? Or the right, left? Or the left, right?
You got a slow car on the right.
Oh, it actually is the right. It was right, not left. Ah, fair enough. To me, to you. Schrodinger's car.
Left side. Still there. Clear. You've got 2 laps to go.
CK Connor.
I am the champion of the
Thank
ninjas.
you very much for subscribing to the channel. Welcome. We will add you to the list. Appreciate the support. Flat out through there, that's better.
Right side. Still there, hold your line. Clear.
You're a very naughty boy. Bloody hell. Didn't quite hook it over the curb there. Not a bad time through there though. didn't quite quite get the car to do what I wanted it to do, but oh well. Don't always get what you want from a car, do you? Do you need to slow down?
On the right.
Oh, is it the right, or the left, right?
Sorry about that,
Oh no, he's invisible. Beano's back. You finished work? Your climbing centre looks well good, by the way.
Car on your left.
It's better than mine.
Stay on the right.
You need to. You should climb. You should climb up the
On
rope.
the left.
You should. Can you get to the top of the rope? I think I can get like.
Left side.
I mean, I can get like a metre up it. Good old locking up on this car. It's my hobby. Everything is under control.
Right side. Clear on the right.
Everything is fine and fully under control. Nothing to worry about, passengers. Little bit of turbulence, perfectly normal at this altitude. This close to the forests, it happens. Am I still on 0x despite that? 2x. We're going to lose 10 rating. Need more funk down the straight. Exactly.
White flag. Stay smooth.
Yeah, well. The problem is, if I move the brake bars further back, we get more understeer for some reason and lock up, and we can't get the car to rotate without locking up. It's a disaster. Let's put it on. Put it on 57, 56.8. It's alright when you got downforce, it's alright. But at the low speed corners, it just goes mental. As soon as we get into mechanical grip land, we're in trouble.
Bro, stop flashing. Stop making mistakes, and you don't need to flash on me.
You've got about 2 laps of fuel.
Did you see his sausage? Random when the TC kicks in and you get stopped. We're going to get curb winkled then. Then I'd have been the sausage. It's a bit better with the brake bias. A bit further back actually. Hello. What's that? Could get stuck. Hell. Normally iRacing's more forgiving on the suspension. As long as if you're not locked to wheel but you're just going over a bump. iRacing's normally the suspension settles quickly compared to other sims. Don't know why this car's particularly bouncy. Do I intend or pretend? I mean, I'm already a pro. I'm already a pro player. We have people playing this to play video games, so I'm already a pro. I psyched out. I beat the esports. I don't need to enter any esports competitions to make money. Psych. I'm that pro. I'm at such a high level, I don't even need to win races. Genius.
car park is there, mate.
Exactly. Oh yeah, they're making cups of tea. Yeah, we're pretty fast at cup tea making.
You got it.
Oh, what a shame!
Go right.
Woo! Unlucky. I'll be on like -8 I rating. Oh no, there's a guy behind me. Shout! Shout! That was alright. It's quite a good car track combo. I mean, Northstar with anything's pretty good.
Ticket flag, ticket flag.
13th?
Better schedule some
Ah,
testing. We'll get 'em next time.
-2. That was alright. This is not a good way of gaining I rating, but it's quite fun to do. So.
Dass du da so hart bremst, da waren die nicht nötig. Sorry dafür.
Halt dein Maul!
That's rude, James.
It's the only German I know. And Entschuldigung. It's pretty funny. Right.
Who hit me before the start? Unbelievable.
Tschüss. They're not taking part. They're unfriendly. Right, let's see was there any like raucous in this? This is pretty chilled out driving. I thought this car was better than the other one. Like it actually turns better.
And again, it was Martin Miller. No question. It's so ridiculous.
Oh yeah. Blessed be the downforce. Whee! Car behind was probably like, what is going on there?
Martin, what's wrong with you? Go Mario Karting or something else, please.
I pushed the brake and the accelerator at the same time. So that's the trick. It looked better from the external. Shit a brick. Hang on, Corey Turner. Don't worry, I was under 100% control of the vehicle there. Look at this. It's because I've been playing JDM. That's the line through there. Perfect line. Look, we're lined up absolutely spot on for the next corner. It is a beautiful livery. Totally didn't just use the pattern tool in Photoshop. Do we try the BMW next? I normally I don't like BMWs because they're a bit understeerable. We'll give it a go. So far, the Porsche is winning out of the GTEs. BMW now. Let's see what this is like. We'll give it a test drive. Mind you, I think if I was driving in real life, I'd probably go with if you were doing like your first race, Maybe I'd go with the BMW because they're really predictable. Like, they're really, like, neutral and bland. So if you were like, you know, if you're like going to be overwhelmed by being in a race and, you know, maybe I'll go with the BMW. They're pretty straightforward. I think BMWs are nice as road cars, actually, to be honest. Like, they're expensive, but, like, they tend to be quite comfortable and quiet. Are they well made for the price? Should we ask ChatGPT? Right, let's see. But Mercedes are a lot more expensive, aren't they? Which are the best road cars? Price to value, comfort, quality. Right, chat. I gave it. Which are the best road cars? Value, comfort, quality out of main brands. List them out. Right. Subcompact cars. Honda Fit. Used. Ultra reliable, roomy, great fuel economy. The Honda Fit. Hyundai Venue. Modern features, good warranty. The Kia Rio. That was subcompact. What's a subcompact car? What on earth is it? Does it go underwater as well? Ocean Gate style. Comfortable, but not what BMW Theus? You're saying BMW? Toyota Corolla. Bulletproof reliability, soft ride and quiet. 25 to 30k. What's a compact car? What is a compact car? Has it got 4 seats? I'm so confused. What's a sub? I'm. Hang on. Honda Civic. Excellent handling. No, I've driven a. Oh no, it's a Volkswagen that I was driving recently. Mazda 3. Upscale interior, refined driving experience. Oh, okay. So you're saying the Skoda City goes better? What's a sedan? Bloody Americans with their stupid names for cars. What's a sedan, guys? Is that just a Ford? Is that a Ford 5-door? Is that your normal, like a like your BMW M3? Is that your normal? Is that a sedan? I don't know what a saloon is. What's a saloon? What's a sedan? Like a normal car? Like a... Yeah, like a BMW M3, M2. Is that a sedan? What on earth does sedan mean? Who comes up with this rubbish? Sedan. Saddam Hussein. A coupe? What does that bloody mean? I'm not. Different countries have different bloody names. I've just listed them out. Right, hang on. So it thinks the Toyota Camry is the best mid-size sedan, compact SUV, Honda CR-V. In fact, compact SUVs are probably the nicest to be on a road in, because you can run people over without even noticing. And you could probably go through smaller streets in the UK. So like a compact SUV, like if you like to run over children, elderly people, pollute but not pollute entirely, compact SUV could be the vehicle that you go for. Mid-size SUV, Kia Telluride. We don't have that in the UK. What? Affordable EV, Hyundai Iconic 5. Right, hang on. Look, types of car: sedans, saloon. USA, Canada, sedan. UK, Ireland, saloon. India, sedan. Australia, sedan. Germany and Europe, limousine. Limousine classer. Germans would come in with like a new and a totally different word. Ein vehicle with the 2 meter und holder for the drink. It'll be like 6 words. 5-door, comfortable, general road car vehicle that goes at this speed. Right. Toyota Camry, Honda Accord, Hyundai, BMW 3 Series. Here we go. Right. Hatchback. Rear cargo door opens upwards. Trunk and cabin are connected. Common name, hatchback. Global, hatchback. India, hatchback. UK, hatch. USA, hatchback. Less common than sedans. Volkswagen Golf. Honda Civic. Ford Fiesta. No, but those are small cars. A Volkswagen Golf and a Toyota Yaris, they are actually compact sedans. Or compact cars. They're small cars, like a Ford Focus. Is a Ford Focus a hatchback? Station wagon. Station wagon. Definition, like a sedan but with extended rear cargo area. We don't have these. Well, we kind of do. So in USA, it's a wagon. UK, it's an estate. I knew that. Hang on. Germany, it's a combi or a touring. And Australia, it's a wagon. Wagon. There's plenty of space for your kangaroo. SUV, sport utility vehicles. Ironically, people buying SUVs are not doing any sport. They're probably fat. Coupe, 2-door, often sporty. We don't really call them a coupe. We say sports car in the UK, right? Or like a... What would you call a BMW Z4? Or like a MX-5, the newer one? Or, you know, we wouldn't call that a coupe, would we? We'd call it like a sports car or something, I don't know. Like a... Yeah, like a... If the roof comes off, it's convertible. Roadster, that's it, yeah. Roadster sounds like a made up. Yeah, we call it a 2-door car. Roadster sounds made up. Like the Stig or something. I'm a roadster. Car names are so dumb. Oh, hang on, we need to move our seat forward here. Cockpit. Christopher Allwood, you reckon most standard UK car types, normal people, families have hatchbacks and fake SUV? Yeah, a full-size SUV in the UK is pretty useless because you can't fit it down loads of... Well, depends where you are, but... pretty hard to fit a full-size SUV down quite a lot of English countryside roads. Like in Devon, I mean, especially in Cornwall. In Devon, it gets pretty bad. But by the time you get to Cornwall, you know, the roads are literally not wide enough for some American cars. But even in Kent, you've got some pretty windy roads that are pretty narrow. Why does this sound like a horror film? Even the accelerator's squealing. It's pretty funny. What are these noises? it sounds. I mean, it's got nice sounds to it. It's got nice, different audio channels. Bloody hell! Sounds like a spaceship. Well, they've done a good job with the audio on this. This seems to have the better force feedback than the Porsche and the other car. Larry Lambert, hello. Twelve. It's got the suspension's a lot better set up on this. How am I doing today? I'm all right. Bit tired, got a bit of brain fog, but we're getting better. Pretty used to it. I'm thinking of starting my own skin cream brand. We've got some essential oils coming, and I've discovered the wonders of shea butter, and I'm going to make my own smelling shea butter. We've got some sandalwood oil coming, and we've got some bergamot, and I've got some containers so I can have different really nice skin creams. DIY skin creams, amazing. And it's like shea butter is pretty much, from my research, pretty much the best type of skin cream you can have. Like, you could eat it if you wanted to, but it's basically the base of what a lot of expensive skin creams have, because it's got the main A vitamins that your skin actually needs. But unlike Vaseline, it's breathable, and it's hypoallergenic by default. So if you have sensitive skin, it's one of the least harsh things you could use as a skin cream. So yeah, amazing. And then we're just going to put our own oil in them to make different smells. Oh, we were saying about this earlier. Another reason why bergamot isn't totally ideal for skin cream is because solar, like UV light, can be magnified a little bit going through it. But sandalwood doesn't. Sandalwood actually has a very mild SPF factor.
You've got a slow car on the right.
So there you go.
On the right. Go left.
Carrot as well has quite a strong SPF factor, weirdly. So there you go. This is the skin cream land of muscle. Well, I've not eaten it. It does smell a bit like furniture polish. That's why I've got the oil, because I don't think it smells bad. It's not like obnoxious, but it's not like a nice smell. It's more like a kind of weird, nutty, woody smell. But it's not like a, ooh, that smells nice. Another advantage with shea butter over Vaseline or oil-based skin creams is it's mildly antibiotic as well. And so apparently, doing my research on this, hello Nashers, apparently Vaseline, though Vaseline can be good for very specific conditions and a whole bunch of stuff, so Vaseline can still be great. One of the problems with Vaseline is it's not breathable and it's not antibiotic, or like complementary biotic to, you know, it's just neutral. And the problem is that if you have like certain bacteria on your skin and you cover yourself in Vaseline all the time, it can trap those bacteria on your skin surface, which can then cause you to get irritation and things. So there you go. I do like Vaseline though. It feels quite nice. So there you go. Welcome to skin cream talk. Pond's is nice. I think I prefer that to Vaseline, but it's still a Vaseline based skin cream. Sounds like we're doing hoovering. But yeah, it's mental. It's mental how expensive skin creams are, because you literally just buy like shea butter or whatever, and if you know how skin creams are like white, you know the ones you get in the tub, they're kind of white and floofy. All it is that you just get oil, they add oil to it and they whisk it, and that's it. That's what makes it into a skin cream. So it's just adding. So there's literally nothing special about it. Yeah, but they don't. The reason they have to go through testing is because they put loads of stabilizers and random shit in them for the sake of reducing cost and being able to use less amounts of the actual more expensive component. Yeah, but you don't need to dose like. I'm not. There's obviously medical creams. That's a different thing. But for bog standard skin cream, literal unrefined, unprocessed shea butter is like basically has exactly what you need in it. So same like coconut oil as well. Basically, it's got everything you need in it. Out the box, done. Obviously, you know, people have specific medical conditions and then need specific creams for those. That's a different thing. If you're just talking about like hand cream though, yeah. What all you really want from a skin cream, as far as I can from looking into it, is something that doesn't clog up your pores in your skin, so it's still breathable. You want something that allows like keeps moisture on your skin, so you're not drying out basically. And then yeah, sun protection. Do you want to smell like a cooked burger? I don't know. I mean, to be honest, if a woman came up to me and she smelled like a cooked burger, I'd be like, hello. How have you managed to never break out of 3 to 4K? We've had 5K. 15 years of account. Because if you want to get higher than 3K iRating in iRacing, you have to drive in the most boring way possible. Which is, don't race anyone. So... Also, we tend to drive Formula cars more than GT.
Just set the fastest lap. 27.3.
That's a cope. No, that's just how it is. that's not a cope. That's how it works. Like, if you want XI rating, you need to be lapping at Y time and not driving into people. No, that's how it works. Like, go and watch our 5K iRating video. If you like, I've proven that's how it works. It is literally drive at X lap time and don't race anyone, and you will gain iRating. No, I'm not saying that's easy, but that is how iRate. That's how racing works a lot in general. If you're not racing people because you are fundamentally faster, you will, on average, finish higher up than other people because you're less likely to have an accident. You're not racing people, you're just hot lapping, which is why that's such a prominent part of sim racing and motorsport. Like raw track pace is the main thing. But if you want to just jump in and dick around and not hot lap, no, did I say that? Right, I'm bad. You're getting very close to getting banned. You're getting close. You're getting close. Did I say that people above 5k don't race at all? Is that the conclusion that you got to from what I just said? But to be fair, nobody is actually properly racing in iRacing because you can't. It doesn't support it. And what I mean by properly racing is racing in a way that you would in other simulators or real cars. So nobody is actually in a literal sense of racing. Nobody is really racing properly in iRacing.
Car 57.
Because you can't trust the netcode won't do like weird shit from the contact. So you watch esports of iRacing as well. You see, it's like a bizarro convoy of people trying not to drive into each other. It's very strange. But to be honest, that esports kind of descends into that anyway, because everyone has to be, because sims are so static. Sims are so static that it really magnifies that absolute raw track pace component even more than other aspects. And so people get, and because you can repeat over and over again and get to such a high pace, I'm not saying it's not, it's super impressive. Like the top sim racers that can drive, the lap times they drive and the precision they drive, lap after lap under pressure is super impressive. But it's a different activity to like having to adapt to variable track conditions and variable tyres and all the other stuff. It's probably closer to some forms of go-karting actually. Like you'll find on go-kart tracks where people can do like so many laps, it's borderline impossible for another talented driver to beat someone that's just out-practiced them. And even in full-size cars, the advantage a driver gets from sheer repetition practice is really big, which is why people pay for like insane amounts of track time or insane numbers of tyres. Or why you can have somewhat mediocre drivers. They're not bad drivers, but they're a bit mediocre, but they're really, really, really good on their local track. You know. Whereas like the really talented drivers, are pretty much good anywhere, really in a really short period of time. I don't know, Affy Coops. It's really weird, isn't it? It's strange. Like I'm saying stuff that's like really quite obvious game design, gameplay aspects, but it really does wind some people up. And then, fair enough, in the past when I hadn't, you know, I was really terrible at iRacing and a lot worse at sim racing in general. In terms of like raw skill, no, the Porsche Cup's a good example of where there isn't much racing actually. So that actually really magnifies the point I'm making. But yeah, now we've done like the 5k challenge, or like done other stuff. You literally demonstrate it, and then you'll have people that are like 2k iRating going, oh yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. It's like, well, you know. So the Porsche Cup is really, really magnifies absolute memorization of the racing line and being on a singular line because the tyres are even peakier than other tyres in iRacing, and preemptive driving. So you'll notice in Porsche Cup, it's a close convoy of vehicles. Sometimes where there's drafting, you'll see draft overtakes. But for the most part, the actual racing in Porsche Cup, it's like TCR. There's a lot of cars close together, but that's not racing. Well, it is a form of racing, but it's not like it doesn't necessarily give a good amount of race craft because it's very limited what's available to the drivers. So on iRacing, you probably get the best racing on iRacing is probably with like the Ford, the Formula Ford car. You've had okay. What iRacing are you at, Aiden? And I would imagine the only reason you were having those two-way battles is because both of you were leaving like ridiculous amounts of space for each other. Both of you were probably massively off the pace. Well, there you go. It's not 7K, is it? But I bet you were leaving. I bet you would both be just leaving shitloads of space for each other. So if you're driving with another driver that really knows iRacing, and they like properly leaving ridiculous amounts of space, and they're not absolutely squeezing, you will have like you'll have laps where you're side by side and stuff. And I guess that people go, well, that's racing, and it is. It's race. It's probably the best racing you'll get in iRacing, but it's not. Anytime if you have a little bit of contact, that's it, done. If someone tried to brake more than what they know is absolutely possible and locked up, that's it, you're done. If they get oversteer through a corner on the inside line to the point where they need to countersteer to correct it, that's it, they're done. Like that's it, they've lost all the pace, it's gone, so they've lost the position. So you can't do like proper racing. You can have it look like racing, but it isn't proper racing. Like it's a form of racing, don't get me wrong, but if you were to compare it to side-by-side battling in AC1, real cars, even LMU, because you need that controllable slip where you can you need to be able to hold slip in a productive way. But yeah, if you do have another driver in any of the cars in iRacing that's aware of how you have to drive iRacing, you can have side-by-side driving. I don't know, like if you just play iRacing, people that play iRacing will go, oh look, well that is racing, because they're operating from that context. If you ignore the context of real driving, like real cars and other simulators, people will go, oh, it's racing. And I guess you could say, if you've got cars on a track, it just depends where you draw the line, really. Because you could say, oh well, cars going up the inside, car in front has took a different line, that's defending. They're not actually interacting with each other that close. But that's racing because the car on the outside's now gone on the outside, the car on the inside's on the inside, they've gone in there, and then this car's gone across. There you go, well, there's an interaction happening there. So that's racing. I think unless it resembles a 90s BTCC race, I'm not happy. It's not good enough. Unless you can do how you drive in, like how you watch Porsche Cup, real world Porsche Cup, or real world MX5 Cup racing, or BTCC, or even like real world GT3 racing. Unless you can have the same sort of contacts that they have, it doesn't count. It's not racing. It's not racing. It's make-believe. It's fake. It's doubly fake racing. It's fake racing inception. Wonder what would happen actually if if iRacing made it so that you could actually have more aggressive contacts. I'm not rage baiting. iRacers are really unaware of the degree to which you can have car contact in other sims and real cars, and also holding combined slip and how that's relevant to actual racing. Like you need multiple productive lines through a corner without having to like. You shouldn't have to like have the productive lines because both drivers are accounting for like 2 meters of potential netcode. I mean, even in oval racing on iRacing, you can see it doesn't really support it. Like when you're doing the oval racing and a guy comes down after, and like 10%, 15% of the crashes in oval on iRacing is due to a car moving down when they've got space, but then there's a netcode which causes the cars to crash. Like, to be fair, it's hard to do oval racing with netcode and everything, so but that aspect of iRacing really does negate actual close, like proper racing. Yeah, so but that's I imagine. So I've noticed this. If you're driving against, so when I'm like in the top split with the top 5 or 6 drivers, the drivers have all learnt iRacing to a degree that they know that the car on the inside, with the speed that they've entered the corner, will understeer by a certain amount, and so they've preemptively left the space because they've accounted for the fact that they know where the car on the inside is going to understeer to. Which, sure, that's something you're probably going to want to do with everything, but the degree to which you have to preemptively drive and preemptively know the physics is insane in iRacing. But sure, if you've got someone else that knows the actual fundamental aspect of iRacing, you can have close driving with them. Yes, I'm not saying that I'm not saying that you don't. Like in any driving video game and real life, they obviously all have their own rules, and you do have to know them. But so a key fundamental difference is, in real life, you don't know necessarily how much grip at any point in time you're going to have going into a corner, or you don't know exactly what the grip's going to be preemptively because it's so variable. You can also actually test out the grip. Like, you'll see drivers do, like, wiggle the wheel and stuff in real life. It's to feel how much sort of grip there might be, and you can feel how the car responds to a little thing, right? To then gauge where your tyres and where the track grip is at, to then feel it out, to then work with what happens to be there. So you can drive... in real life, you can drive preemptively and reactively. And generally if you can drive preemptively up to the state of the track, that will generally be faster. However, you don't know the state of the track or the state of the tyres you'll know it to varying degrees. So the point is, you can drive reactively and you can recover it, and that can be very productive. And certain cars and certain tracks and certain conditions, actually driving more reactively and really pushing the car intentionally is actually just a faster way to drive. Like a Radical SR3 is a really good example of a car that you actually drive. You push it into slip intentionally. It's a faster way to drive the car. Like if you drive it like iRacing, you're going to be like miles off the pace, right?
On the left side. Pit road is closed.
iRacing only supports preemptive driving. Like, sure, you might have a spin and you're doing a correction, but you're locked in a trajectory when that happens. When you've locked a wheel in iRacing, you're basically you're doing a massive sort of mitigation degree of inputs and stuff in situations where you would just be driving through it in many other sims and real cars. So it's a fundamentally different way of driving, or iRacing forces a very specific way of driving, which is a great training tool, and it does make you get, you know, it makes you learn techniques that are really good. But yeah, to do well in anything, you'd always have to learn the physics. But these are driving simulators. iRacing does claim to be realistic, as do the other sims. So it's not unfair to expect them to have realistic car contacts, realistic tyre behaviour, and it's not unfair to say, well, this is drastically different, so therefore it's not really claiming what it is trying to be. So, you know, there we go. We got there in the end.
Catch start 12, car.
I don't know what we're on today, probably like minus 200. The preemptive driving skill is a really, really good skill to have, though. Like, it's like how you have to drive 1960s Formula cars in The Sims, or like the whole thing of playing.
Pace car is out of control.
You know when you play motorbike games.
About to go green, stay focused.
But yeah, there's loads of times when I've been playing AC1 or LMU, and I've not known. Just let go. I've gone into a corner racing another driver. I've not known. I've never taken that corner on that line before, and I've never broke how I broke before at that time. I'd never done it before, and all I did, and what you're doing is going by, oh, how much slip does the car have from this? How much it rotating, what's the force feedback doing, and then I drive accordingly. So I'm sort of really, I'm in a sort of state of, I'm just reacting to what's happening. I'm not driving in a way of, oh, I've already done this corner 30 times before like this, so I know exactly where the limits are. If that makes sense. Like, you don't know, it's a mystery, but you know you've got the skills to deal with that mystery.
Left side, clear on the left.
No, so the type of slide you can do in iRacing is a power slide. That's what you can do. You can basically, you can do a continuous slide in a single direction. It's a power slide.
Clear on the right.
That's it, basically. If you try and go from one angle slide to another angle slide, you have really severe problems.
Car on your left.
If you lock the brakes up, you'll have really severe issues. The grip won't return. If you try to pop the car into a four-wheel slide in iRacing, which is absolutely a normal way to drive a whole bunch of real-world vehicles,
Car on your left.
it's not going to work. Why are you forcing me off the track, mate?
Hold your line. Clear on the left.
So, classic BMW. I mean, I'm in a BMW as well. BMWception. But see, that right there was actually a good example of not actually racing. So, I knew that I could see in the mirror how he was approaching, so I knew that he was going to just drive into me, right? So I just drove off the track to make it so it wouldn't be a big contact. In any other sim, I would have just held my line and he might have bopped me a little bit.
You try to close the door.
Would have been all right.
Car on your left. Still there.
And then in any other sim, he could have like just stabbed his brake without the risk of getting a crazy lockup and probably not hit us. But he was already committed into the corner before the actual stuff was happening. If that makes sense. Like, it's all preemptive. It's all, everything that's relevant is done before, basically just before you go into the corner. Which is good. It's good to get good at setting up the car really well like that and then driving on the brakes smoothly. I think it takes like takes a while for these tyres to warm up. Oh my god. Like, what is that?
You're on the left.
What? Absolutely crazy. I forgot to apply the Vaseline. I don't know why this is so understeery. Might just be the tyres are cold. Maybe the, I don't know. There's a lot slidier than the practice session. Yeah, if you in iRacing, if you move the steering wheel as you're going through a corner, it slows you down. If you just hold the steering at a set angle for each specific corner, and then make sure you've got the entry right and you're just using the brake and the accelerator, that's pretty much always, it probably is always just faster. And like, obviously, in reality as well, if you can drive the car on pedals more than the steering, and you've got the tyres at the limit, you're basically, you've got the car in a sense of poise and balance. That is a very fast way to drive, probably one of the better ways to drive. But it's not always that the case, is it? Like, often it's going to actually make more sense to flick the car a bit and push the tyres over a little bit, or, you know, a whole bunch of stuff. Just so much more that can be done. I could do with driving faster though, that'd be nice. got D carousel. It's alright, these guys in front are going to crash, so it's good for me. Happy crash time for the cars in front.
2 left to go. 2 to go.
I quite like the sound of this BMW.
Car right. Keep to the left. Clear on the right.
I think the best car that we've driven around here so far in iRacing is the Spec Racer Ford. That seemed to produce the most fun racing, and the car also was quite nice and raw to drive. Even though it's slow, it was just fun. Yeah, they've done a good job with the audio on this, in that it seems to have multiple channels. Bloody hell. This is a BMW GTE car. For some reason it's super slidey on this. It's like the tyres aren't gripping as much as they were in practice. Probably just cold, I don't know. iRacing does a really good job with like the sound of marbles and stuff flicking onto the car, or the transmission noises and things. Like they might not be the richest sound, but they have good dynamic range to them. And it's in tune as well. So many driving sims have like out of tune cars. It's really weird, like the notes wrong. Look. How dare he? Jackers. We'll get him, don't worry. Yeah, I think I found the Porsche easier to drive fast.
Go right.
The Porsche seems to go around the track easier. The BMW seems to. It's probably easier to drive in general, but not easier to drive faster. If that makes sense. And it seems a bit understeery, even more so than the Porsche. I think you just have to drive a bit more preemptively. I'm more of a Porsche fan though. I prefer that kind of lift-off oversteer driving, pokey steering. Oh my god, fucking locking up in this game.
Right side. You've got wheel damage. Stay on the left.
Absolute dog shit time model. You're braking. I can't do anything to stop getting in. What are you doing? What a penis.
Slow down. You got a penalty for cutting the cord.
Like, if you try and brake at the actual limit and you happen to lock up briefly, you are done. You are done. Like, we're so far back from the corner. That's it. And I'm coming off the brake. We're not even in a full lockup. There's nothing you can do. Even when you're coming off it entirely, it just doesn't return. Well, I guess the GT3 tyres are getting replaced. Should fix this. Ah, dear. That's the problem with iRacing. You try and do it like... You have to have done this lockup here in this position to be like, oh, I can't brake that. You can't brake this late, that hard here. You just can't do that. So you have to have started braking sooner. But you have to have... There's no recovering it. Now, I'm not sure what this other guy did here. Like, he's not next to us. What are you doing? What is that? What are you doing? You can't just turn down into the carousel when a car's already in. What on earth? It's not... You would have trashed that kind of... No, in real life you would have come off the brake and the tyres would have re-gripped and they wouldn't locked up like that. Why is he turning in there like that? What are you doing? No, the game's fault is that... Oh, dear. You can lock up in a real car to some degree normally, and if you're not like absolutely ploughing the tyres all the way through the braking zone, if you lock up initially and then you come off the brakes, the wheels normally start rotating pretty quickly. Like, they don't get stuck. This is not controversial, guys. iRacing are replacing the tyres on the F4 car, the GT3 cars. They've replaced the tyres on the LMDH. This is a known physics issue with iRacing. When the wheels get flash heated through slight lockups or continued turning, they get stuck. They get stuck over the limit because of the thermal simulation, where a tyre gets less grip when it gets thermally warm. It's a known issue that iRacing are fixing. But it means that if you try to just brake, you haven't preemptively practiced something, and you happen to lock up somewhere, you will just plough in many situations where you wouldn't in any other simulator or real cars. Yes, in many situations in real life, you can lock up and plough, sure. But the degree to which it does it in iRacing is mental. Like, no other sim is like this. Yeah, the initial lockup isn't necessarily unrealistic. That's not the problem. Controversial opinions. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird, isn't it? Exactly, Corey. I don't get how 15 years on, people still will debate this to death. It's like iRacing are literally explained the issue themselves. Ferrari, no, who's saying that running wide and missing the apex should be faster? Nobody's saying that. Yeah, I don't know what this car in front was thinking. You can't just drive across someone. Unfortunately, once you get to here with the carousel, you're gonna have to feed in. I mean, I can see what he was trying to do. Like, he probably thought he was far enough ahead that he could dart across, but that doesn't really even, like, going into the carousel from this angle is not a good idea. But I mean, I don't even know what angle he's going into it. It's like, where does he expect my car to go? How's that meant to work? How does that work? Maybe he was expecting me to emergency brake when he got here. I mean, I'm already on the brakes, actually, so I don't even make any... Hang on. This is already in the brakes. We are pretty much braking at the limit of braking before you lock up. So what is he doing? One rule for myself, exactly. That a lot of people don't understand that in real cars. So in a real vehicle, you can choose a bit of if you're going to wear the tyres out more and take what is a less not the ideal line, but you could choose to hold more slip and be on the throttle more aggressively, and the cost of that is that the tyres will get hotter. You'll wear the tyres out faster, so over the course of a race it might not be good for your strategy to be doing that too often, but you basically do have more choice through lines through corners. It's called productive lines. So certain tyres and certain cars will have more productive lines than others in real life. And then also in racing simulators, certain tyre models will have more productive lines than other tyre models. The more peaky a tyre model, and what I mean by that is the sooner a tyre goes over the limit, like the faster the grip drop off on a tyre is, normally the less productive lines there are through a corner, because in order for you to be on the outside line and still be going through the corner at a similar pace to the car on the inside line, hypothetically, let's just say it's a flat bit of corner or something, the car would have to, the car on the outside has to hold more slip, which will be burning up the tyres more. But if you've got more peaky tyres, generally the more peaky the tyre, the less productive slip or slip you can hold before you start losing a lot of pace. So in driving sims, iRacing's issue is not really the tyres being too peaky. iRacing actually has quite sloppy tyres. iRacing's issue is mostly the tyres. I think it's mostly a thermal issue. The more slip you have on the tyre, the hotter the tyre surface gets, and then you just lose grip. And so you're very limited in productive lines through corners. iRacing TED Talk. you run what? Well, you might. It depends how much you're off the pace though as well. So if you're massively off the pace in a driving simulator, you will have more productive lines because you're not actually at the limit of the tyre. So you should have gone into the corner faster. So that's the other thing. A lot of people that are slower are not going to notice these aspects because they're not balancing the car and they're not at the limit. So yeah, I wish I didn't care to know about these things. Exactly. We can ask Franz Hermann will know. I mean, this is another time we are punted by stupid driving. The other thing is, faster drivers in iRacing are not going to notice the broken stuff as much, because if you're quicker, you're driving away from people, so people aren't going to drive into you. Yeah, we're totally wrecked. The GT. Well, they're replacing the GT3 tyres next season. GTEs have traction control, but they don't have ABS. They also have GTEs have more downforce, I think. Or you're probably driving them faster, and downforce makes slip more controllable. Yeah, there you go, Pixel. Yeah, this is the thing, Pixel. This is the thing, Pixel Therapy. If I've been so wrong, obviously, but it's kind of coincidental that iRacing are busy replacing all their tyres to address the exact thing that I've pointed out for 5, if not 10 years. Anyone's pointed out. Nicky Tim's pointed it out. Bloody how many real wheel drivers have pointed it out? It's not me. I'm not just coming up with this. It's not me. It's like, it's only weird fanboys that seem to get stuck on it all the time. It'll be interesting. It'll be really interesting to see how the new tyres affect things, to be honest. Shady Sim, what happened to you? I normally like GTE cars, but they're not. The GTEs in LMU are not very good, I don't think. I don't enjoy them. I don't mind the GTEs in iRacing, generally speaking. You just have to know. You have to have done quite a few hot laps to know exactly where it will lock up and where it doesn't, and then just stay under that. That's what it is. That's just how you play iRacing. Or maybe. But so the problem is, when you change tyres in driving games, it can cause unexpected consequences and new exploits and things. Yeah, well, I don't think any of them are particularly realistic, the cars, but I think some of the older cars are actually more fun to drive. Weirdly, like the old Radical, the F3 car. Well, that went well.
The pace car is out of control.
Yeah, the problem with doing this iRating challenge is we have to actually hot lap now. Like, once you get past about 3.5k iRating, 3k iRating, yeah, you have to hot lap, and then you also have to concentrate a bit more until you've totally memorised what you can and can't do. So, I mean, next week. Yeah, it's weird, Pixel Therapy. That doesn't really make sense, does it? Like, if you do... Why, if your car model is realistic and you've put the right data in, and that's correct data, why would a change of the tyre model require you to rework the aerophysics? Doesn't make sense, does it? Like, it should... You should put the correct... If you improve the tyre model, then the car should fundamentally just drive better, right? It should just be more realistic, because you've got the... like, this is the thing that sim developers don't really want to be honest about this, that in reality, everything is pretty fudged. Like, I know for sure, because I've spoken to lots of people about this in the industry, real car industry and stuff. Nobody has absolutely perfect tyre data. There is reasonable tyre data that describes the general behaviour of tyres in a bunch of situations, but nobody has a fully objective, tyre parameters for a tyre that's driven in slip aggressively and how it then behaves in a whole bunch of scenarios with a specific car. Like the general basics of the tyre are well understood, and like the general, like the general grip, like you can plot a slip curve and stuff from like putting it on a rolling road and moving the tyre and seeing how the grip changes and stuff. But that's not necessarily how 4 tyres end up operating. Like it's not necessarily the case that you can take that tyre data, put it on 4 tyres, and then it all works as it should do. And then, who knows with the sims, like in terms of like how much of it's the tyre data versus the car, like diff, suspension, geometry, all the stuff that goes into it. So anyway, the point is, ultimately, all the simulators are effectively fudged. At the core of it, they try and do as much get data for it to try and make it line up. They try to be as objective as possible, but the reality is, the end result often isn't realistic, even with the really great data that they do have. And then what you're going to do? You're going to keep the car that drives not like the real car. Is that because you've got the data? Is that more realistic than going, oh, hang on a minute, we can see that the car's not doing these things, so we're going to tweak these variables on the vehicle to get it to actually behave more like the real car? Which one are you going to go for? You're going to do the thing that makes it actually behave more like the real car when you get real drivers to test it, or you look at the telemetry and you see, oh, okay. So this price of fish. We've come a long way. Don't know, like R-Factor 1 was pretty good, and that came out like 20 years ago. I'd be happy with R-Factor 1 physics with a good online system. No, it's not Vision. That's not true at all. iRacing's well behind F1 Pro Sims. No, it's not even close. iRacing has never been in the ballpark of professional Formula 1 simulators at all. It's not. I've had the chance. No, not even 10 years ago, not 20 years ago. iRacing's got great laser scan tracks. You can use fundamental driving techniques. It's a fantastic training tool. You can get into the rhythm of things. It's a good driving video game. It is a simulator, right? But I've spoken to quite a few really talented real-world drivers, some of them quite well known. I don't know any of them that have gone, yeah, iRacing's physics are how cars drive. You literally can't do like normal. It's fine. It's fine. It is its own thing. But no. Even R-Factor 1 fundamentally drives more realistic than iRacing. An R-Factor 1 mod car, fundamentally, the approach that the driver takes is more realistic. It doesn't matter, it's a video game, but like there's no... iRacing has never really been, apart from maybe you could go, or maybe the Skip Barber, maybe some certain content in it at certain times. So they could get stuck in a point where if they change their game, they'll get... Yeah, no, I did a video on that. I definitely think that is a risk for any games developer. This applies not even to simulators, but if you do any game, like you could objectively improve a game, and it can put off a player base because the player base has learnt how to play a certain version of the game, and so it's quite a chore for them to learn how to play the new game, even if the new game is objectively better. Often developers actually make games worse, like World of Warcraft or not Phantasy Star. What was the Sony? Often developers go, right, we've already got the hardcore audience, we now want to try and get a wider audience, so they simplify things. Joel, this is why Max is driving it. I don't know. Is that a sarcasm? Is that a sarcasm comment? So I don't know if that's a sarcastic comment or not. Max Verstappen prefers AC to iRacing, from my understanding. So don't I make of that as you will. Also, a whole bunch of the Formula One drivers, you'll notice they play AC to practice the tracks at home.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the Normalist. So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1
This guy's an idiot.
GT mods. It's really good.
I mean, I can't speak for Max Verstappen, but I would say that if you're a really talented driver, you would iRacing is the most popular online sim platform where you've got the competition, and so you can do racing. You can do iRacing in iRacing, so it's a good platform, and it's great for it's actually got enough players for esports to be viable, and for stuff like having an esports team, and it's good. That's fine. So that's why, like, even with me playing iRacing, I find when we host games in Assetto Corsa, we only have like 5 people in our community that are the same pace as me, and I'm crap. So, there's no other sim that, if you've got reasonable sim racing skills, there's no other sim where you can load it up and have a race every hour in a Formula car, for example. So that's the crux of it, really. Like, it's a video game, and in order for a video game to work, you need players. You can play Le Mans. LMU's good, so that's nice, but it's obviously just GT3. But that's really good. That's good fun, and you will, like someone like me that's sort of mid high, but not like really good. I can find close racing with quite a few people in that. Like there's a really big problem in sim racing. You would have thought, based off the number of you'd have thought based off the number of trail braking videos and bloody driver tutorials and how to get better at sim racing videos, you would have thought that sim racers would have learned how to drive by now. But in reality, very few people can sim race within 2 seconds of track pace, let alone 1.5 seconds, and even 1.5. So I'm 7/10 off pace if I practice, and to me, 7/10 off pace feels like I'm doing woefully bad driving. Like I'm not accelerating right way, I'm not braking properly, I'm not using the track properly, I'm not allowing the car to slide into slip properly, into the line properly, I'm not braking and hitting the apexes properly. 7/10 to me feels really like I'm driving pretty badly, right? And that's when I'm actually driving well for myself. So people that are like 1.52 seconds off the pace, it's like they are not even vaguely driving. They're like not. They're crawling. They're not even walking. And 99% of sim racers are 2 seconds off the pace. So, how do I judge by pace? It's whoever, like the sort of fastest, like the 8 sort of pace lap time. So whoever set the fastest time in the top split in a series on iRacing, it would be like with sort of general pace. I think you could divide it up. To be fair, you could go, well, there's actually like esports alien pace, which is probably like another 0.3 or 0.4 above fastest driver in the top split in any given series. But anything that's I'd say the top sort of 2 or 3 drivers, top split, what they've done, that will give you an idea ballpark of what pace is for that car track car setup combo, if that makes sense. So I'm between 7 tenths and 1.5 seconds off that because I don't drive well. That doesn't matter. Like you would, for open setup, you would just see what the open setup thing would be. It's the same sort of thing though. But what the whole setup thing, that's a whole nother thing, isn't it? It's like at the end of the day, you just get a good setup and then you'll drive that, and it's exactly this. Open setup in iRacing is just paid fixed setup. It's so ridiculous. Everything around iRacing is like a weird, like disingenuous, like setups, open setups, disingenuous. It's actually paid fixed setups. The idea that it's realistic, bollocks. It's not realistic. It's deep. It encourages good technique, but it's not really that realistic. So that's bollocks. The safety rating does not correlate to how safe a driver is at racing. It's, people game it as well, so that's bollocks. iRating is just whoever doesn't race other cars and then hot laps. So iRating does not actually correlate to your actual skill in racing. It's mostly just your hot lap pace and your willingness not to actually race people. So that's bollocks as well. It is what it is. It's just funny that the actual reality is so disconnected to what I think the general perception of these things are. You're 5 seconds off. Well, just walk around the track. It might be quicker. Bergerdan, I'd say the actual game problems are not noticed by anyone by one point. No, exactly. Yeah, you're right. I agree. They have no idea. Well, I think some people do notice it. Like, I definitely notice, because for me, I latch onto force feedback because I drive by feel. That's just how I drive. It's how I do physical activities, is like the feeling of them, because I've got brain damage or something. I've got no memory. I'm a bit simple. So I have to go by what I'm currently feeling. So I notice it straight away when a sim doesn't have like that depth to the feeling. But so even when you're driving badly, you then notice the issues. Also, if you're someone that drives aggressively, like if you're someone that drives up to the limit and over the limit and then dials it down, you will notice it even if you're really far off the pace. But for sure, I agree with you. Many people playing... This is not just Sims, it's like any game. If you're at a certain... This is another video I want to make, actually. Now, someone else will make it before me. That it's a known issue with video games, and also films, any media. If you're at a certain skill level, you are having a different experience to someone else at their skill level. And some things are really fun at certain skill levels or knowledge levels, and not fun at others. So, so as we were saying earlier, like in terms of like in driving sims, if you don't know about balancing a car at the limit and you're always driving under the limit, well, you're not going to be concerned about any of the limit behaviour of the vehicle, and you'll think you'll be like, oh, this game's great. Whereas if you're someone that likes to always hold a bit of slip and a sim doesn't support that, you'll be like, oh, this is terrible. Both people are they're not lying to themselves. They're being honest to their individual experience that's dependent on their skill level. So, I mean, it's as simple as like if you had a film that's in a different... Let's say you're watching a foreign language film, you don't have subtitles. If that foreign language film has lots of dialogue in it and you don't speak that language, well, you're not going to enjoy the film, are you? It could be a really, really good film, but you don't I don't know what words are being used. Whereas a film that's objectively worse in many ways, but you can understand the dialogue, might end up being a better film for you because it's where your understanding of language is at. Do I like Thruxton? Not really, no. Oh, we could do a prototype challenge. Oh, no, we can't do that because I thought it was LMP3, but it's not. Pacific Rim's best film of all time. Yeah, well, you really notice it. You really notice it when Counter-Strike 2 is actually a good example of that as well. It's all video games. It's a big problem when you're developing a video game. The developers can get really quite good at a game, or developers arbitrarily play a game in a certain way, and as a result, they're not aware of how maybe the average person would play that video game. So they keep developing along the lines of everyone playing it, how the developer's been playing it. And then they release it and they're like, oh, hang on, why is no one enjoying this? And it's because people are playing it in a way they haven't thought about. Sometimes in a good way, sometimes in a bad way. Back to trail braking. How are you supposed to learn that other than through trial and error? Trial and error when you don't feel the difference. Well, exactly. That's why you need force feedback, because if you've got good force feedback, you can feel if you're trail braking correctly. But visually, I think you can learn it visually, because you're like, I'm going to go into the corner, I'm going to go to where the general braking point is, and for whenever you're turning, you're going to brake as hard as possible to get the desired amount of rotation. And then I guess you would do that with, you'd have the delta on the screen and you'd be like, well, is that amount of trail braking actually productive for lap time? Now this is the waffle zone. But yeah, I do agree, like, if without the feel, it's very hard to intuitively drive, because if you have good force feedback, trail braking is just what you end up doing by accident, because you're like, right, I'm going into a corner, I've turned my wheel. Well, first of all, I've turned my wheel, but nothing's happening because I'm understeering, I'm going too fast into the corner. So first of all, you know how much to turn the wheel by the resistance, to line up that resistance with if you're actually going towards the location you want to go to. So you need force feedback for that. And then let's say you're doing a corner where you're braking in a straight line first. You're going to need to be able to feel it, aren't you? And you're like, well, I'm going to brake more because I can feel that the car's not turning. And I'm braking more because that rotates the car more visually. You think you have worse brake damage because you can't understand a thing that's going on with your car. Well, what wheel are you using? I mean, in fairness, like, I find real-world go-karts very hard to intuitively understand what's going on because they're so dull. Full-size cars, I think, are a lot more obvious in many ways. But there'll be loads of situations where they aren't, to be honest. It's going to vary loads. You should get good detail from that with most sims, to be honest. Well, one thing I noticed with a lot of sims, iRacing does this as well, AC1, I think LMU does it. When you brake and you trail brake, the amount when you hit the like optimal slip, the car actually gets stuck in that slip, and I think what it is that you're getting stuck in whatever the diff setting is. It's something to do with the diff setting. But the car tends to get stuck, and you can feel that it's stuck. Like visually, it's a bit. There's like a zone where it's just stuck, and it's different from the zone of balance where you're balancing on the throttle. You know, it's sort of more like a locked diff kind of position. But in iRacing, when you can achieve that, you know that you're absolutely not going to be able to do anything faster, because if you do, and if you brake any more when it's in that, it'll just slide out. You lose time. So you want to get that state and then also be apexing. It seems that a lot of sims have that. I'm not sure what exactly is going on. It'd be interesting to do that. It's very hard to do very consistently in iRacing, but it'd be interesting to do that and then look at the telemetry and see exactly what's going on. When trail braking, if you're still on the brakes a little when you start turning the wheel and the car actually turns, instead of careening straight off the track, you're trail braking. let's do another one of these. It was good. It was terrible, but it was good. Terrible. Let's do the Porsche. I think the Porsche was the best one. Let's lose some more rating. Why not? We're having fun. They do, Martin. They do have one in iRacing. They do. Race Room even has one, and obviously you've got mods for AC. But yeah, you need like the Richard Burns Rally School. Yeah, a really good example of that stuck feeling. So Alton Park, you know, the short layout of Alton Park where you're going down that straight and then there's the tight where it cuts rather than doing the full circuit with the banking. It's not the Foster's layout, it's the medium layout. Even like Formula V, Formula Ford, a whole bunch of cars, you're braking and yeah, it just like it's like you get a mega hookup through the corner. It's really weird because it's like 0.2 faster and it's so hard to do, but it's like a magical cornering grip that you just get if you happen to nail it in that specific thing. I think even all sims have these weird things in them, like as I was saying earlier, like Gran Turismo, Mega Hookup Novotny, Gran Turismo. When doing the hot lap competition for the GT whatever GT thing it was, you know, what do they call it? The competition. There was like a specific slide, but with Gran Turismo it was into understeer. So the drivers would go too fast into the corner in a way that guaranteed that understeer would occur, but the understeer would guarantee occur at the preemptively. You'd know that it would understeer to this amount that would accidentally make the understeer then stop at the point of where it's going to be the right apex for the corner within the limits of the track. And then there was also in that late part of the understeer a point where there'd be like a mega hookup. Could I make a video about it? No, well, it's not really my thing, sort of thing, because A, I have no credibility. B, I don't want to do any driver coaching or claim that I know what I'm talking about. And C, I'd actually have to like go through telemetry, and I'd also have to repeatedly do it. And I'm not that interested. Well, funny that Pixel Therapy, a rally game that was cobbled together by passionate people 20 years ago. Yeah, it definitely doesn't. No, for sure, it definitely doesn't dig into loose surface. Like it's not as bitey as a real rally. You can see real rally cars. No, it's not called weight transfer. Yeah, no, it turns out, guys, it was the really obvious thing that we completely forgot. Oh, dear. You what? Trail braking is slowing the tyres without load faster than the tyres with load. No, I mean, I my understanding would be that trail braking is you are braking whilst going. Anytime you're braking whilst going through the corner is trail braking. So, but generally, you do normal braking would just be braking in a straight line, and then trail braking is rather than braking in a straight line and coming off the brake and then going through the corner, it's just you're continuing the brake. You brake in a straight line and then you're coming off the brake as you go through the corner. So you benefit from being able to still do braking as you're going through the corner. And you also benefit from the weight of the car will still be in the setup that you've done from the initial braking phase. So you're not causing the weight of the vehicle to move around. You're basically, the car is acting like a single solid. You know, you're allowing everything to flow nicely, which is almost always faster. Not always, but like, let's say in the braking phase. So trail braking is just braking as you go through the corner, basically, in its simplest term. There might be a whole bunch of complex stuff that you could delve into. Well, there definitely will be. But sure, if you are trail braking, the load of the car will be on the front more because you're still braking, so there'll be more weight on the front. Will be the front outside wheel will have more load on it. Yeah, you're keeping the suspension, the car. Well, you're keeping the car in the same state that you generally were in when you started the corner. Well, that's the thing, Brent. This is all these like trail braking videos and stuff on YouTube actually make it more complicated than it actually is from the perspective of someone doing it. It's like, and to be fair, like, I mean, I watch loads of robotic videos because I have no life. The fact is, right, walking is ridiculously complicated. Like how your ankles work, the joints, your feet don't walk like this. Your feet do these random. Your hips have a random curve to them. You don't just pull backwards. There's a whole the flatness of your foot on the surface and how friction operates. If you can't just have a foot, can't just go to a single pivot point because then it's got no friction for grip to pull the thing forwards. So you can break down walking to a degree of like absolute absurdity, which you need to. If you're an engineer building a bipedal robot that's a humanoid, you need to, right? But if you're trying to teach a bloody toddler how to walk, that is not how you don't explain like inverse kinematics or whatever, and that's not related to that, but you know what I mean? You don't go to a toddler, right, little Timmy, we're going to learn walking today. Are you excited? Yeah, I want to learn how to walk. Oddly, they can talk before they can walk, but oh yeah. And then you're like, right, first of all, we've got some. I've got some graphs here, some walking telemetry for you to look at to show you. What you need to do is you actually need to lift this foot up this at least 30 centimeters, and make sure that your knee pivot is this amount because you don't want to lift it too high because you'll waste calories. You don't want to do that. And then you need to move the front of your foot forwards, but make sure you've got to listen to your ears, which there'll be approximately 8 Newton meters of differential balance force. That's a lot of Newton meters, probably like 0.3 Newton meters of differential balance force that you'll feel in your inner ear. Oh, on the subject, we now need to teach you about inner ears and how they operate. Did you know there's lots of hairs in the circular canals in your ear, and the fluid moving through them, it moves at approximately 1 millimetre per 0.3 Newton meters of force. But using those inner ear forces, you can then determine how much that you need to lift your foot to not fall over. So pay attention to those inner ear forces because that's vital to good quality walking skills, and if you don't use them, well, you'll miss out on walking performance through your entire life. So once you've listened to those inner ear performance forces, you need to then move your forward leg forwards and balance on your left foot, but not too much on your heel, because your heel you need to keep that actually relatively flat, unless you're flat-footed. If you're flat-footed, we've got another separate guide for flat-footed walkers. Are you paying attention, young Timmy? You're not interested in walking anymore? Have we taken all the joy and fun out of just learning how to walk? Do you want to just be pushed off a cliff face? Well, young Timmy, don't do that, because I've got some guides to sell you, and you can learn my walker coaching course, which is available on my Patreon. So sign up to it today and you can learn to walk 0.3% more efficiently than anybody else, and you'll be ahead of your class in walking. And that, guys, is why the whole driver coaching thing drives me mental. it's absolutely absurd for many people, not for everyone. So min-maxing your walks.
Mate. Good job.
Bloody hell. Yeah, good job. We've joined the race. Well, I've said before, like, I'll be back in a second. Coaching can be good for a lot of people. I'm not saying it's universally terrible.
Okay, let's go.
Woo! Woo!
Okay, let's go.
Bloody hell.
Order!
Woo! Yeah, it's from that little Dutch kid. We're ready to lose some more rating. Today is the holy day of rating loss.
Tú, mamón, que no tenías tiempo, mamón.
No, we're probably like minus 285, but I just haven't updated it. We'll. I forgot to put in the first number, but we'll update it all next time we do our racing. The whole thing needs updated. Well, like 3,200 on this on road, and 4,300 on Formula. AI can do everything, but I don't have my AI set up, so.
One lap to green. Line up on the left side. Pit road is closed right now.
Ooh!
The estimated SOF is 3,212. It's competitive out there. Head down, stay sharp.
Sharp like a blunt spoon. Spork.
I see a muscly gamer next to me. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Who's Martin Kimi Nupalski?
James, weren't you at like 6k iRating or something at one point?
That never happened.
Or 5k, I can't remember.
was all a lie.
Catcher, 29, car.
Whoa!
Catcher, 11, car.
Oh,
Catcher, 6, car.
there it is.
Good luck, everyone.
I had the pit limiter on by accident.
a decent scrap this time.
Oh, it's that button. I could really do with putting some stickers on my wheel. How do you decide your brake bias? Just keep moving it backwards until the car spins around. That's how I do it. I think that's how the pros do it as well. Oh, we got Deegan Fairclough in front of us.
Stay focused.
Well, that's it. We're dying now. There's a bandit.
Letter 6, carbide. You had the position, green flag, green flag. Post car is
Are you
off, you're on to
joking?
your
Do I
job.
get a penalty for that?
Catcher, 11, car.
If I get a penalty for that... Yeah, I think we're okay. I had to slow right down then because it was telling me to let the car pass, but they crashed. I think it realised
Car stopped ahead.
before the green flag. It realised that.
Go left.
Oh my goodness! Does not turn in with that.
Left side. Still there.
Oh, they're back again. What is he doing? See, this is another example. Deegan is a guy that we know that always causes wrecks, but iRacing does nothing about it. He's like a F4 bandit. He's well known. He's got a rep on the streets. This is what I mean. We know. If I can know the names of these people and know that they're pretty much guaranteed to wreck, you know.
Left side. Clear on the left.
The mouse is falling off. Oh, it's an alt account. So it doesn't care. Welcome to iRacing's fantastic design.
Right side. Clear.
You have a meatball flag and you drive like that. Interesting.
Thanks, Rob.
I feel like we're going to get punted again.
Left side. Stay on the right. Stay on the right.
Too wide! Too wide!
You, Franco. You don't take it through too wide in the fucking kink, you idiot.
Too wide! Thank you for that, Sam. Look, we got stuck on that other car.
Okay,
I wasn't trying to run him off the track. He was driving into us. And we, as a result, pushed him off the track. He ain't happy. Well, it wasn't intentional. He turned into us and that pitted me. Into him. Not sure why. It just drove right into my ass. That was weird. I was a little bit slow through the corner. There was not space there. All there. Look, they just overtake on the grass. There's not space there. There ain't space, mateys. No space. She's not lawnmower sim. I mean, I guess it can be. What's the point of racing if you can't defend properly? Because people just overtake on the grass. What are you doing? You can't. Right, these guys put their car in a position where there's no space and then intend to pit maneuver you to get back onto the track. So even though you can actually have a little bit of contact with these GT cars because of the downforce, you still can't race properly. After the crazy overtake, they drive into a wall. It's good fun though, I guess. Bob Blanc is going to give me the Bob Blanc. I mean, fair enough. Tony Kanaan did a grass overtake in the Indy 500. Bloody hell. That is not a good place to suddenly brake. We were lucky the car to our behind us moved over. But he's giving us nice... It's really nice. There's a lot of people in iRacing that really like raves, I've noticed. I think that's what the flashing lights is like. Do you like techno? I do. And they're like, yeah. There's a lot of people that love techno in iRacing. It's good to see. How long until he wrecks us, do you think? Because we're already on like 3 contacts with him. What a bit slidey road there. Booty shaking, yeah. Hello. See how, right, oh my god, the physics in this. See what happened there? We're slightly on the inside because I didn't want the car behind to do a dive bomb on us. So I was slightly on the inside line.
Why are you flashing me? You didn't even touch me.
And you could hear the tyres fractionally lock up, right? Fractional lock up. And then we couldn't take the corner at all. It's so ridiculous. Absolutely insane. It wasn't even a lock-up, it was just a little tyre skip. Ah, dear. This car's really brutal for that.
Can't do that right now, but we'll do, sure thing, man.
Really brutal for like this tiniest of slip. Superheats the tyre surface and you're done. Oh no, he's stuck on the outside, he's back in, he's out, he's in, he's out, he's in, he's out.
Clear.
What makes you think I'd ever have enough money to do this IRL? Do I look like someone that can afford to drive around the Nordschleife in real life? What protects me and other drivers from the Nordschleife is the fact that I'm not wealthy. No, I've been around. I've had passenger laps around it in a whole bunch of cars, but even in so driving a road car around the Nordschleife is a bit like boring. It's not fast enough, and struggle to go up the hill. You'd want to be driving like at least like a GT4 car or something. And not. It'd be like a fun experience going around the Nordschleife in anything, but I would not want to go around it in a road car because it doesn't feel safe. I want something with a roll cage, and also a lighter, more responsive car to me is safer on it, like feels safer on a track. I've driven cars on tracks and I don't like them. Like the soft suspension, everything's terrible. So. Yeah, UPS van would be good.
Left side. Keep to the right. Still there, hold your line. Clear. Car on your left. You're on the right. 3 wide. Car on your left. 2 wide. Still there, hold your line. Clear.
The thing is, as I say, I've probably done like 5 passenger laps, 6 passenger laps around the Nordschleife.
Last lap.
The issue is Torsvagen is it's just other drivers are so bloody erratic. They're worse than sim racers. People in fast cars that are massively worse than even bad iRacers. And just so random. It's terrifying. At least they've separated bikes now, but there used to be bikes going around it as well. And then they'd come around the corner and be a random pickup truck. Just watch the videos of the North. It's insane. I'm surprised not more people die there. And you also have like the people that go to it and they get too excited. It's, a session in Mazda Cup. What do you mean, like a race weekend? You're probably talking about what, a Mazda Cup, like £15,000 for a race weekend, maybe? Fully turn up and drive. You need to get a license as well, like track license. I think it's about 15,000.
Clear on the left.
It's 4,000 to do Formula V at Brands Hatch a weekend.
All right. Clear.
You could just do a track day for like, you could do a Mazda Cup track day for like 1,500 or something. The Mazda Cup for a full race weekend, turning up and driving to a team that has the car prepped and ready to go. It's mental. It's good, but just type it in Google. You could do the non-Cup car, the not the new one, the old one is a lot cheaper. No, that's not MX-5 Cup. That'll be the like bog standard MX-5.
Left side, clear.
The Cup racing that they do for the IMSA support.
On the right.
It's crazy expensive, shoot me. Google it. It's ridiculous. It'll be cheaper if you're doing a whole. It's not going to be. It's something insane for a whole season. I don't even know if you can do that whole just turn up for a weekend with the MX-5 Cup cars. Google the prices. But as I say, I looked at the Formula V price. I think it was £3,500 for Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Turn up. And I think you have to get, is it ARD licence? Like the basic, you know, the you're not an idiot licence. I think that's £250. And then you need a helmet, race suit. So what's that, like 1,000? So probably like 1,500 to get all the basics. And then 3,500 for the Formula V. $240,000 for GT3 drive. Bargain. Well, exactly. That would actually be really. It'd be interesting for a video to get the pricing of all these things and list them out and go through them in a video, just to again let people know the prices and stuff. What was it the other day? We were looking at the price for Indy 500. The cost to run an Indy 500, like for a year, it was like 15 million for a team, and then it was like £80,000 for tyres. Because each tyre was like £2,500 or something. That they get through so many. It was something insane. Oh no! Reverse murder. I think a GT3 team used to be like 2.5 million.
Fuck you.
Oh. Okay. But you guys, honestly, there's absolutely mental stories of like paid drivers. They're paying a lot of money, but they're so rich they just don't care, and sometimes they don't show up. They'll have paid for the car and everything, and they won't show up. They're like, oh well, yeah, I don't feel like racing this week, and they'll have paid hundreds of thousands of pounds, and they'll be like, can't be bothered. That's the sort of wealth that you're talking about in GT3 racing. People don't realise how mental it is. It's honestly insane. I said before as well, for like back in the day with F3 and F4 and stuff, people's parents renting out entire racetracks so that their kid can then practice on an infinite number of tyres. That doesn't seem very fair, does it? That might give them a bit of an advantage over other drivers. Oh, I don't see how practicing multiple laps on optimal race tyres could give you an advantage when it comes to qualifying.
Hey, nice staying in that, Marion. That was a good one.
Surely not. Surely that makes no difference at all.
Keep digging.
Well, I'm digging, but the race is finished.
Checkered flag, checkered flag.
Oh, that was all
Better
right.
schedule some testing. We'll get them next time.
Right, what on earth was that shenanigans? The Porsche definitely is I'd say is the best of the GTE cars. Like, it's the least likely to do weird understeer. I mean, it still does a bit, but it's not as bad. Right, look at this. Look at this. Right, here we go. What was it? MX5 Cup.
The pace car is out of control.
Okay.
Frank, I'm looking at the replay. Quite funny how there's...
So, MK1 package 1,400, MK3 package 1,800, Friday testing, race weekend support, driver tuition. Oh, this is Michael Camber Racing, so I don't know. Kent MX5, track test day £1,000. Yeah, you want like a... Oh, here we go. US based arrive and drive packages. This is where I got it from. Global MX5 Cup is $18,000 per weekend. That's where I got the 15k from. Trackside fuel support coaching. But the Global MX5 is like it's the sort of premium thing, isn't it? With coverage and everything. So that's probably why it's more expensive. So in the UK though, but I don't think the UK is MK3 using sequential cup cars. UK MX5 Cup. So which is the UK one? BRSCC. Kent Models MX5 Championship. Is that the UK one? Does anybody if you know in chat, guys? This sounds right. Yeah, see these are like older MX5 cars. BRSCC. Yeah, this must be the main UK one, I think. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, they're all using the like 90s MX5s. What's BARCS? What's the purpose of teams? In iRacing, it's mostly for endurance racing. Yeah, is there not like a main like the Global MX5 in America is the big MX5 series for like pro MX5 drivers, but do we not? I don't think we have an equivalent in the UK, do we? MSVR MX5. Okay, MSR. A Miata Trophy. Oh yeah, so this is using the new Cup car. Right. I say new, it's like 2017, isn't it? 4th generation MX5s. Yeah, they don't seem to have direct pricing for it. You probably have to phone them up to get the numbers. Anybody driving in MSVR MX5 guys in chat? MS5 guys. It's the new edible burger from Five Guys. The MS5. What you bring will depend on the price. You know, some of them have like specific cars that you have to have. Some of them limit the tyres. Some of them don't. So tyres end up adding up a lot. But if you bring good, you're not going to bring good sponsors in a bloody MX5, are you? So, from my understanding, basically sponsors are not interested unless it's like a televised thing or you're already famous to some degree. So a lot of the sponsors you see on cars is because the person running the car is their own business. It's not like the olden days where you could be like, oh, hello, would you you can sponsor my car for £2,000. You put this sticker on the side of the car, it's £2,000. Oh, okay, you know. I mean, if you think about it, how many people watch MX5 on TV? Not much. And then at the track, there's probably not that many people. And how visible are your logos on your car and your race suit? It's like not really that visible, is it? Compared to like even a live streamer. You know, on YouTube, I was watching Junior Janetta had like 200 viewers. I was thinking, this is real driving and quite entertaining. They have a commentary crew, and you know, there's real crashing, real drivers doing stuff, real track, film crew, commentator, and there's 200 viewers. It's like, how much does this cost to put on? You know, it's just fun. The main thing is, it's mostly people doing a hobby, isn't it? And then it's just part of a hobby. You work for a company that sponsors a few races. What actually happens? I know people that have race cars that have just, like, for a favour, they stick their friends' business stickers on the car just to have a sponsor on there to make it look a bit. Well, it's not really. They don't really care. It's just a favour. No one expects anything from it. Sometimes they manage to get some tyres and things, but I think I mean, my information on this is a bit out of date because the people I talked to, this was a few years back, that were doing racing, but they were struggling to get funding even for like support races for British Touring Car Championship. So I can't imagine what it's like for full-on rookie stuff. What's more expensive, to have and run a race car or to store the race car between the races? Storing's not too expensive. Like, well, actually in the UK, if you need a garage, but you could have a garage somewhere where it's not too expensive to have a garage, like maybe slightly north of the Midlands, and that would be convenient for most of the tracks, I guess. Like, I think a lot of the tracks are in the south, aren't they? But Midlands-ish. You've got Alton Park. A few hours from Silverstone. yeah, it's people doing it for themselves. But what was this? Like, how do you even explain this? His car in front is broke, and then he's turned and locked up. You pay to buy. Hang on. You pay to stick your logo on their cars.
The pace car is out of control.
Oh no, I don't. I'm not saying that people don't use sponsorship, but I think the thing is, a lot of people, generally outside of motorsport, a lot of people think, oh, it's race cars. What a spectacle! Oh, thanks, Evil Beans. People will want to sponsor the vehicle if the guy, you know, oh, it's someone that's in the top 5 cars of MX5 or some other race thing. They'll be like, oh, it's racing. There's loads of money in racing. Whereas the reality is, I mean, I imagine the car that you're sponsoring, I imagine it's in some series that actually has some visibility, right? It's not like Caterham Cup or MX5 or, you know. And even those drivers, like I knew a driver, like a somewhat well-known driver, they got their drive sponsored and were paying themselves a salary, but they were working full time, like outside of the driving, just to secure enough money to fund the driving, and they were very, very talented driver. So, yeah, it's. It would be that'd be an interesting thing to like actually get the actual data on that across a bunch of series with different drivers. You know, to really get a good idea of how much sponsorship money's there. So minis is that televised? Do you want to sponsor a YouTube channel? Lots of people watching this. What product is it? Is it gambling? Yeah, that would be interesting with the Porsche cars, premium salad cream. The Porsche Cup seems to be like the cars I think are quite expensive cars, but they seem to draw like a reasonable viewership, and they also run alongside other like larger series that probably have more of a draw to them. There seems to be a lot of Porsche Cup racing, actually. Well, do you remember back in the day, F3 used to be like well popular in the UK, like in the 2000s. Should put up some not kill F3. Why not? If it's entertaining. You might as well. Just upload it for yourself, and then it's online, and maybe have it unlinked, and then at least it's backed up. The thing with motorsport is it's so inherently expensive. It's yeah, this whole marketing stuff doesn't really make sense in my head a lot of the time. like I don't. Even with things that are obviously quite lucrative for different people, it's hard to really sort of tabulate the actual value. Like the thing, I've always done stuff online, like games and YouTube and online business, and there's lots of metrics for you to get. You'll be like, well, look, this is the actual, this is the viewership, this is the engagement, this is the audience age. Like you have all the data basically for you to then be able to go, oh yeah, that makes sense for that sponsorship because this is the audience you're looking to get, and these are the industry standards, and so it all makes sense. But then real life sponsorships, like some of these billboards and things, and car sponsorships, it's like, who's actually like? So you have some brands where it's like Coca-Cola or Nike, or like a huge brand, and they're not really. They're just, their goal is that you just see their thing out and about. So people are like always reminded of it, but it's, they're not looking for direct conversions or anything. But then for smaller brands and more niche stuff, people seem to do sponsorships on things, and it's like, how on earth are they actually getting any conversions for the amount that they're spending in their marketing when they could probably do other things? But like, I don't know. I really don't understand it. Yeah, like say like how much a cheap tire is, like what, 400, like 2,400 for 4 tires. Right, here we go. Full set of tyres for like slick tyres, £1,600. Semi-slicks are 220 each. Oh no. Oh yeah, same sort of price again. Wet tyres, slightly cheaper. Yeah, that's what I've heard, and then yeah. So that's why a lot of series cap the number of tyres that can be used, just to try and reduce the cost of that. But it is pretty crazy. Right, here we go. I think I got stuck on him. He's overtaking me around the outside. Well, a tyre's pretty. A lot goes into a tyre. Like, it's a lot of material as well. I mean, he's got a track there before the contact. I think he's squeezing me as much as I'm squeezing him. Well, that's the thing, though, isn't it? Like, as we always say with stuff, exuberant capitalism or spending things on stupid stuff wouldn't be a problem if the resources were distributed such that people have the basics covered. Like, I'm perfectly happy for someone to be driving around in a Ferrari, or even having their own helicopter and plane or whatever, right? As long as you've got basic facilities for homeless people, basic housing, basic foster care support, basic mental health care service, basic fitness facilities that are available to the general public, clean water in rivers. As long as you've got all those basics available, then I don't care if there's still massive inequality to, like, if I can have or anyone can have a flat with a shower, a bed, a kitchen, and then they can afford to eat healthy food, they can afford to go to they can afford internet, go to the gym, have work 8 hours a day, have weekends off, or even work less than that, and you know, just really basic. They don't need to be big. They don't need lots of stuff. They don't need a car. You know, just the basics. Then other people can have like helicopters, sports cars, do whatever they want. I don't care, because it's you know, you could then choose to do that, or you know, they might have inherited it. Whatever. I don't care. But it's not fair to have let's say like foster children getting screwed over. People unable to get healthy food, homeless people not able to get education, all that stuff. The basic healthcare is mental. Like we're so rich, there's so much wealth and money. It's mental that we accept this inequality. You love people with gold painted Lamborghinis and diamond encrusted Ferraris. The new Pope? Well, no, what I'm saying is not anything new. Actually, what I'm saying, ironically, actually makes a country richer. That's the irony. It's framed as if it's sort of socialist and negative and actually worse value. But there's so much evidence that if you, the more you spend on education, the more efficient people are, the more productive they are, the better they make a country. The more you spend on like healthcare and public transport and all these sorts of things, the better things are. So it's better for rich people as well. So it's actually more wealthy to do that. But the problem is people are being conned through Thatcherism and Reaganomics that you need to give money, you need to not redistribute wealth because that's stealing and socialism. And people believe it because people are fucking stupid. So people are happy to be conned. So that's the problem. Jardier said what? What did Jardier say? Jardier! People are just gullible. They'll believe rich people, or just they'll let people exploit them and they don't realise it. People will happily get really badly ripped off and feel like they're not, because I don't know, people are easy to trick. If you don't know how to use the wealth properly, well, no, but I think people know how to use a functioning like roof over their head, right? The thing that's not talked about is like the negative wealth effects. Like if you have so let's say you've got someone that's homeless. Well, they're not being productive, are they? They're even outside of them not doing work, they're probably not healthy. They're probably getting hypothermia. It's probably not contributing to their mental health. They're probably not washing as much. They're probably not taking care of themselves as much, right? And so that will cost. They will be more of a burden on the healthcare system when they inevitably get like some kind of sepsis or some other thing that's a very expensive thing to treat, and they'll take up a hospital bed. So even if you ignore being empathetic to, like you could go, I don't care about homeless people and stuff, or I don't care about them, you still have to concede that actually it's cost effective to not have sick people everywhere. The people that complain that people spent 80 million on GT3 racing are jealous. I know. Don't worry that you're English, but I don't quite understand what you're saying. But don't worry, my other languages are terrible. I appreciate you trying. Well, yeah, I guess you could just let them die. You could say that, yeah. But most people are actually empathetic to a degree that they wouldn't want that either. trends are big. School lunches are a great example. Exactly. Yeah, no, 100%. I know it's insane. Like, just teaching children how to eat healthy and getting it into a pattern, and then having quality food abundance. Like, even in England, even outside of the pricing of school lunches, right? When I was at school, the school dinners were terrible in England. And, well, obviously that's teaching people to eat shit. You go to school to learn, and people learn by copying. That's how learning works, right? So if you give people shitty, soggy pizza and chips and stuff, well, and then make them eat dinner within 15 minutes, it's not good, is it? And like when I went to school in France, as everybody gets the opportunity to do, and they had like so the kids would take it in turns to do the cleaning in the kitchen as well. They had a giant washing machine, which was pretty cool. But the kids, they would cycle the kids through helping with the cleaning and cutlery and stuff and all that kind of thing. And they would also get a bit involved with the making of it. The kids really didn't do anything. It was just that they pretended they did. But the point was they could see what was going on. And then they would have like nice baguette. They would have salad. They'd have a selection of food. It'd be like a mixture of healthy things, some protein and stuff. So, and then you would have an hour and a half for dinner. So you'd spend like 20, 30 minutes, 40 minutes chatting and eating, right? Which is a lot healthier than jamming some shit pizza down your throat. And you go to France, and I don't know if it's because of smoking or it's because of their food culture, but I was in Paris last weekend, and I was in Paris earlier this year, right? And people are just thinner and they look healthier. They seem like everyone, even myself, we're all fat in the UK. We're all just fat. And I don't know, it could be smoking helps people stay thin, so maybe that's part of it. You know, I don't know what the full picture is, but having time to eat for dinner and having the general more healthy food available is a good thing. But yeah, they should, school dinners and breakfast. It's like, is it a cost? if the government spends 200 million on school dinners for all kids in the UK, is that actually a cost if they're all healthy and they can all do the schooling without being starved? Like, 200 million's nothing. An Indy car costs £15 million a year. Yeah, just give the kids a pack of smoke. That'll do it. This is this weird... people have this idea that if the government spends money on something, that's then creating a deficit because they've supposedly had to take money from a loan to pay for the thing they're doing. But the thing that people ignore is that if the government spends money on something that's actually valuable and needs doing, that corporations aren't filling that gap, the government has not spent any money. They've created value, which is the entire point of a government. If you've got two towns and the two towns have different resources and different things in them, if a government spends 500 million building a train line or a road that connects those two towns, that allows these people to work with these people, and these people can, and with that infrastructure, these people can then do more. The road hasn't cost anything, has it? The government has not spent £500 million on that road. They've actually reduced inflation. They've actually increased value. But people can't understand this because they think of everything like a bloody housing budget. They think of everything as going into getting a loan from your bank and getting a pint. They're so economically illiterate. Oh dear, we're getting off on this rant, guys. the economics rant. Bloody hell. The government has to have an informed approach, otherwise people can become dependent on the state. Well, but no, so it depends to what degree you're talking about and in what specific scenario. But people are... Do you know what makes people dependent on inefficient state is when a business removes employment opportunities. Or when businesses pollute people and make them sick. That's so much more relevant. Like, that is much more detrimental than a government offering funding. And even the government is the people. So if people are dependent on the government, they're dependent on other people. So they're not actually dependent. It's like you do have issues if there's governmental corruption, like with the Tories, with PPE, for example. That is someone taking money and wasting it, which increases inflation. So that is actually spending money. That is wasting money. So obviously governments can waste money. Ironically, it's not the socialist governments that tend to be wasting the money. It's the bloody... Like, think how much money Trump will have wasted. Like, their arbitrary tariffs and destabilising of the status quo. Not a status quo that I agree with, but under their economic framework, that will have cost trillions and also will have damaged trade between international parties with America. So that would have cost many trillions. So you do get, but ironically, it's not the socialist governments that tend to do this. It's actually like more conservative governments, weirdly. It's almost like the governments that talk about government waste the most are the ones that tend to do the most waste. It doesn't matter if they are... this is the same with any government. Like, there could be capitalist government, could be communist government, whatever. You will see this is a behaviour that people generally have. The people that do bad things tend to be the ones that complain about the bad things. They're pointing the finger at other people more because they're basically projecting. It's really convenient. It's like how North Korea is called the People's Republic of North Korea. Part of me is a little bit suspicious and thinks that maybe it's not quite the People's Republic of North Korea. It's more Kim Jong-un's Republic of North Korea. Trends a bit, it's so arbitrary, isn't it? So it's like people are dependent on the military to offer a degree of protection. But a lot of conservatives would be like, oh, we love the military because they're protecting us and it's a sacrifice. Well, that's the state. That's socialism. We're dependent on public roads and bodies that regulate air transport to stop planes crashing into each other. Or, I don't know, like environmental agencies to stop like pollution. That's the government. That's not to say that there aren't businesses doing good stuff. Like there are areas where a government just can't be organised enough, or it's too niche, or they wouldn't think to do it because it's too abstract from basic functioning of a country. Although, having said that, stuff like the internet came from the government projects. NASA, government project. Carbon fibre came from NASA, government project. I mean, actually, a lot of innovation is through governmental R&D because businesses won't take the initial upfront risk for long-term R&D. So a government has to offer very good tax relief benefits for a company to then justify doing exploratory R&D. So that is basically government funded. What's this? Not saying it isn't, but want to talk about communism or socialism, which seems to be loved nowadays for some reason after failing numerous times. So, what are you even typing there? So, all of these systems have failed numerous times. Capitalism has failed multiple times. The Roman Empire collapsed. The Greek empires collapsed. The Egyptians collapsed. There's also been there's no like de facto universal communist country and no de facto capitalist country. Like even even in the most brutal communist regimes, there is still capitalism taking place. So you can't conveniently just turn off socialism or capitalism or communism, right? They're all like gradients that go across each other. Also, socialism is like, you can't. It's not the same. So I don't think you even understand the words capitalism, communism, socialism. Like, the way you've used them in that sentence shows that you don't understand what the words mean. So I would look into the actual meaning of the words. So it's quite common for people that get offended by the word socialism is that they don't actually know what it means. Yeah. Also, people that get upset with communism, what they're really thinking of is they're actually thinking of like a communist dictatorship. They're not actually talking about the Communist Manifesto, or they don't even know who Karl Marx was. they don't even know. They don't care. They've been told it's bad. When in reality, Karl Marx just wrote down a bunch of ideas of what he thought was going to be the logical progression of what happens when you've got workers and economies and resources. It's not a communism. As Karl Marx wrote it, he specifically said, I don't want people to literally turn this into a cult, and I don't want people to follow this. I want people to think for themselves and do what they want with it. But ironically, communism did turn into this weird thing that people have followed as a cult and then regurgitate the Communist Manifesto. So even you can't win. Anyone that tries to be a bit critical and try to ask for people to think, they still get screwed over. This is going to be good. I just think it's strange that people are so... some people get riled up on terminology before they even know what the terminology means. Like, it's fine for you to... Like, it's totally fine to see something, be like, oh, I don't know if I agree with that, or if I do agree with it, or how this works, or, it's totally fine to feel a certain way about different things, for example. And you go, oh, I feel a bit on edge about this, but then you'd obviously go, right, before I have a real opinion on this, I think I'll just do a bit of reading about these topics and just have more of an idea about them, and then see what I think about it. And then when I have a conversation with someone in the future, I'll be able to go, oh, I kind of thought this and this, I might be mistaken, but this is my interpretation of it. But at least you would know what the words mean. Generally, you would hope for that.
One to go. Next time by. Line up on the right side. Pit road is closed.
Well, I don't think you could ever have like an actual pure communist society anyway. Like, well, maybe you could in the future. But I think the humans have a really big problem with any time you've got more than like 500 people in a sort of societal system. It's just outside of the framework of what the human brain can naturally kind of deal with, and so that then it basically you're going to end up with a small number of narcissists and sociopaths, and as soon as you have more than 500 people, you have an environment that's going to be beneficial for narcissists and sociopaths to exploit, and so that then makes all these things like really complicated, and so it makes. You might have a system in theory that can work, and yeah, like, but it's the same with like any of these things. None of these things work in practice perfectly. Like any system, they're all a mess. And also, humans are so fundamentally irrational. Even your best critical thinking people that are well educated and have really thought about stuff and are a bit older are still massively irrational, and like what people enjoy is so irrational, and that makes it so hard to really work out what's going to be on average the best solution for the majority of people.
About to go green. Stay focused.
I would say Well, so for voting in democracy, I think generally not voting in blatantly corrupt people. Separate to the actual...
Green flag, green flag.
Separate to basic political views or what you would generally want, not voting for complete blatantly corrupt people is probably a good start point. You know, that's probably the base threshold. Here we go. Time to get wrecked again.
Car stops on the right.
Oh, roadblock.
There's an infinite ahead. Go left. Go left. Go left.
Go left. Oh well. It is what it is.
There's an infinite ahead.
Commie racing sim. God damn! I've been communised. Filthy commie iRacing. Like I was watching the Indy 500, and it does strike me as a little bit sick that event, each car is £15 million, right, to do something that's actually fundamentally stupid. Now, I don't get me wrong, I enjoy watching the Indy 500, and you know, a lot of people enjoy watching it. It's entertaining, but it is fundamentally an incredibly inefficient way of getting entertainment value. Like, I'm pretty sure most people would agree that there are other things that would be more entertaining to watch than the Indy 500 that do not and cost that much or need to cost that much. And even, I would imagine, most of the people taking part in the Indy 500 would be like, yeah, this would actually be better if it didn't cost this much. Like, hang on a minute, maybe this could be done in a more efficiently affordable manner, right? Like, so it's just sick. Like, even when motorsport cost like £1 million per car, it was pretty sick. But at what point do you go, hang on a minute, hang on, the activity, so Formula 1 is even worse, like with Monaco F1, the activity doesn't make any sense. They're not even racing. So what's the point? Like, what's the actual value from that? Like, why do people get all hung up on value when it comes to school dinners? And they're like, oh my God, is it affordable? And they get really hung up on stuff like that. But apparently, because Formula 1 is a private business or other things are privately done, people are like, oh no, that's fine. It's like, well, no, they still have an environmental cost. They still have an economic cost. You should still. People have this like religion that if it's business and there's somehow someone's making a profit, that it's self-justified. It's really weird. And I say this, I like watching these things. Like, you know, I enjoy watching them. So. I'm stuck on grass.
Clear.
No, I do like it. I'm just saying you can enjoy it while still being honest about how insane it is. You know, like I enjoy sim racing, but it's stupid. Mind you, I do think sim racing is quite an efficient way to enjoy moving an object around 3D space, you know. So. That's where I draw the line. No, sim racing is completely moronic. I enjoy it, but I'm fully aware that it's utterly irrational and terrible. You know, I don't think that's a problem. Like, you should just be honest. I mean, there's lots of things I enjoy that are awful. I said, like, walking is really bad, but I enjoy it. Yeah, you have an iRacing for both, one for each. What's bad about walking? Well, so for me, if I walk too much, it triggers my chronic fatigue issues, which sucks, really sucks. My feet hurt, my knees always hurt when I walk. You get sunburnt. Even when I put sun cream on, I always miss a patch. Stinging nettles. I bloody hate stinging nettles, and there's so many of them wherever I go walking, because I like walking by rivers and things. Like, I do enjoy it as well, but it is objectively terrible. And then you get blisters, and then... Oh, you know. It's awful. It really is a bad activity. I like it, though, but I think I'm a bit of a masochist. So... I find humour in my own suffering, but I think that's a coping mechanism, to be honest. I think if I didn't, I wouldn't be here. That's how I can play iRacing. This Porsche GT is quite fun around this track, though, to say. The Muscle Manifesto. Well, my manifesto's simple: DD wheel for everyone, but no, the metals, they surprise you. My thing would be, my governmental thing would be a government that tries to be not corrupt. Even they could be quite conservative, really, or whatever, and yeah, be pretty mild, like democratic socialism. It just invest in people, basically. Invest in education, invest in infrastructure. I'd want a department that so I'd have to nationalise a whole bunch of stuff, and I'd want specific departments that tackle corporate corruption, because specifically in the UK there's a monstrous amount of corruption surrounding infrastructure projects. So the reason why, like, HS2 and all these projects cost so much, even in the planning phase, is because of just pure corruption, institutionalised British corruption. So I would set up specific departments to address that, and they would pay for themselves. Oh, this simulator's so shit. Honestly, both of us hit the wall there because we had to take a slightly different line for the cars that had crashed, and that's it. That slightly different line is like, oh no, that's outside of the parameters. Oh, we got away with it though. I thought I was going to get meatballed. Fortunately, the damage is totally random, and in that scenario, despite driving into the Armco at 80 miles an hour, nothing happened. Blessed be the random damage of iRacing. What do you mean by you'd introduce? Why are you driving into me? You'd introduce more internal accountability. I don't know what you mean. There's actually a lot of accountability for smaller businesses. Like, from my understanding, I'd have to actually get the data on this to say for sure. But if you look at the corruption within larger corporations, it's obviously, if you're a larger corporation, it's easier to hide corruption because it's a bigger entity and you've employed people specifically to hide it. It's harder to sift through as well. Smaller business entities are harder to hide illicit activities in because you'd have to do your reports and stuff, and you'd be able to see what the income is and the expenditure. So it'd be really obvious if a small business starts doing dodgy stuff because you're like, hang on a minute, where's this come from? What's going on here? Whereas a really giant corporation with multiple subsidiaries, they can just move hundreds of millions between subsidiaries to mask what's going on. Like, that's a legal thing as well, not even illegally. The larger your corporation and the more subsidiaries you own, the easier it is to mask whatever you're doing, or to just balance the books. Right? It's not necessarily illegal. There's no point in nationalising things if you have to rely on it being wrong. No, so the reason you have to nationalise something when it's broken is because of corruption and profiteering. So, for example, if something's not broken, it doesn't need to be nationalised. Fine. But let's take the water companies in the UK. They are taking profit without investing in the infrastructure. So the only solution is to nationalise it, because the private entities are not doing anything. So you'd have a choice, and then any profit, if it's profitable, well, it's paying for itself, isn't it? But it doesn't even need to pay for itself on the books. The point would be it works and everyone uses it. Yeah, so like, for example, where businesses really don't work financially very well, transport infrastructure, you might not be able to fund a rail service through ticketing directly. But having the rail service there can mean that multiple businesses can operate, or tourists can go to a certain area, or people can travel, or their quality of life is higher. So you can't use ticket sales as an example necessarily of how well a rail service is operating, because the profit of the rail service might not be in the ticket sales, it's in the profit that it enables other businesses or quality of life for other people to have. So this is the thing where people go, oh, Royal Mail needs to be privatised because it's not making any money. And it's like, yeah, but it doesn't need to make money. People are getting their postage on time. People have a postman that checks that Aunt Betty's not died. People have someone to talk to, which is a massive mental health bonus, versus the Amazon delivery guy that throws a parcel at your face, right? So it's like, these are all the things that just aren't tabulated into the business directly, and then people go, oh, it's losing money, it's not profitable. It's like, you know, this is the problem with disingenuous politicians. They ignore all the actual value. Yeah, exactly. Also, if you don't have competition, so as Shumi said, a natural monopoly, it has to be privatised, because there's no. The only thing that makes a business work better, more efficiently, and stops them from profiteering, which is basically just making a worse service to make more money. The only thing that stops that with a private entity is if the business manager happens to be overly philanthropic, which doesn't really happen, or B, there's competition that drives them to compete on price. If you don't have that, it's not happening. Oh look, he's got the original RSR livery. That looks nice. Well, we had in the UK ARM chips. We had a national chip manufacturer effectively, but we sold it. So, and they were a leader in chip production or design. It does actually make sense to actually have a national tech industry for national security, because I mean, do you think that maybe some countries are putting back doors into their chips and ways to be able to control stuff? Like, pretty obvious, isn't it? Like, I would do that if I was a chip manufacturer for a country. You'd be like, hang on a minute, our enemy are using our chips. Oh, let's make sure that if they do, we can access their computers if we need to.
Slow car ahead. Go left.
The chippy down by me is really good. Get into chippy. Bagpipe car. The bagpipe mobile. I was watching something recently. It was about people protesting Asda trying out cameras that scan all the shoppers. Right, that's not mental. Oh, don't worry, we're a friendly supermarket. We're going to scan every customer though. Okay, that's a little bit weird, isn't it? But then they were interviewing customers, and they were going, "Oh, I want to be able to shop. I don't want to be tracked." And it's like, do you have a mobile phone? Do you realise that you access the internet on your phone? You do know that you are tracked within a metre at all times, right? It's like, okay, look, we can all agree that Asda scanning your face is actually mentally creepy. However, you do know that your every movement is tracked by like a multitude of security cameras, your mobile phone, everything about you is logged, you know. Have you not noticed? Did you not pay attention to the last 20 years? What a time to be alive. It's a good time to be rich. These are the best times ever for people that are wealthy, for sure. You even have like flying bike car things. Yeah, it might be illegal, Rogart, but yeah. Ah! What is... Oh, bloody hell. Well, I'm still going to finish.
You've got wheel damage.
Really? I just drove into the wall. I'm not surprised.
We got damage on the front end.
Only a little bit. Only a little bit. Car's fine. Oh.
Right side. Clear
Good.
on the right.
Oh my God.
Right.
Why
Clear
are they
on
all
the right.
driving into
Got
me?
wheel damage.
Oh, fuck.
Car in P1. Just at the
Okay, the last one was on me. The last one's on me. I can't look.
We've got damage on the back end.
Look, it's not my fault. He drove into me. Well, that went well. Okay, I'd like to apologise to one of those cars that we drove into. I'll admit fault on one of them, but to be fair, I'd already been driven into 5 times. The car's totally fine. Car's fine. this is totally normal wheel steering angle. Well, there we go. There goes 50 iRating. Look, I may have caused a bit more of the accident there.
Report.
For sure. To be fair, none of those drivers slowed down. I don't know why those other cars just drove into us.
Car stopped on the right.
Right, let's have a look here. Oh dear. Oh, minus 57. Today's been well good at losing iRating. Oh, look at the back of the car. When was that? Is that from that? Right. Oh, did I drive into you, Jacksaw? Oh, no. Look at the back of my car. Right. Look. Okay. So, this was my fault here because I forgot we were playing iRacing. We got stuck in understeer. It was not responding to this. I don't even know why. I don't know why the car just decided not to respond to turning in. So, this was on me. Like... Okay, that you know, I drove into the wall. Fine. But then this is mental. Like, what is he doing? What are you doing? You can see that my car's slow, but just outright drives into me. You would know. You would have seen that this car, my car, is driving slowly, right? All through here. Look at the gain he's got on us. Surely you would notice, right? Surely you would notice. Okay, this is my fault. That is on me there. I'd like to apologise for blocking the road. The whole road was blocked. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, dude. He was already... No, I don't have to feel too bad. He was already getting wrecked by this car. So, actually, fortunately... James West is more defending than racing lines. No, I had a broken car. I mean, to be fair, they're coming in at full... I mean... Okay, look, I did reverse into him, but he'd already got wrecked before, so I don't have to feel too bad. Like this, I shouldn't have reversed here, so this is my fault. But he was already getting punted by this guy before I started reversing. So, you know. But yeah, that was totally my fault for reversing into him. I should have had the Delta on the screen. This road's totally blocked. The road's completely blocked. Oh, we got through. It was a good roadblock.
Maybe you have a superior talent, but you probably have a damaged car.
Oh, no. Right. Yeah, I take 100% my fault for reversing there. This was all because of iRacing's tyre model, though. Again, this whole situation happened because of this. Because why? Why this understeer is mental. Yeah, he was going to crash anyway before we reversed.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. So that is amazing.
Look at this.
Probably one of the, well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT.
It's just trapped in understeer. I'm trying to brake to get the car to turn in, it just won't turn. No, look. Also, this was because of this guy just outright drove into me. So that's it. That's what created that. Then he drove into me. Like, could he have avoided that? Let's see. Zero awareness from these drivers. I mean, fair enough. He tried his best to avoid it, but this orange car. How do you drive into someone like this? Just. And then here, let's look. This guy had already lost it before we started our stupid reversing. He's obviously he's slowed down as he should do, and then this guy's already wrecking him even before. So I'm not even moving. Before we're moving, he's already been punted by this car. So, granted, I don't know if his punt would have been as bad, but why is this guy just driving into like this? There's two cars. The road's blocked here. What do you mean? Why did I turn in with less pace? I'm allowed to. The car can still drive around the track. I'm on the outside of the corner. I'm just going through the corner. But if your car's broken, you're still allowed. I'm not meatballed. You're still allowed to drive around the track. Like, there's nothing wrong with what I've done there. How on earth are you blaming me for... You're allowed to be really far in front of a car behind you with a broken car and still drive through a corner. Like, the car behind can't just hot lap into you. Like, there's nothing mental with what I'm doing here. There's nothing... This guy could see that my car's damaged. Like, I've noticed other cars that had damage and be driving slow. So you'd be like, oh, okay, I'm going to be careful. I'm not going to... At this point here, this car would have to slow down because he's not going to get... Even if my car's at pace, he's going to want to get the draft of my car, not pass this here anyway. And if my car's slow, well, going into this corner at hot lap speed is not useful. Like, you know, fortunately we took him out after he drove into us. We've had loads of times where we've had broken cars in front of us that are going slow. You just have to drive around them. Why did he turn into the corner? Also, our car didn't look that damaged from... I mean, the steering was wonky. This guy did a good job of avoiding it as much as possible. Like, so this guy actually did the right thing. This guy slows right down. So this guy's actually driving well. And look what happens to him. He gets driven into the ass. Before I reverse, he's wrecked by this guy that's not... He just drives into him. He is slowing down, but no, he just drives straight into him. It's like a motorway traffic jam. So, yeah. Ah, dear. This guy found a way through. So I did, after that, I was nice and still. That was good fun, though. Arguably, you got damaged and drove on the racing line massively off pace. No, we were already in. We were still in the race. Yeah, we had damage, but we're still in the race, right? So it's not. We didn't drive on the racing line. We were always on it. Like we're just driving around, right? And on this corner here, given how far back that guy is, what we're gonna? It's not. Yeah, it's nothing crazy there. You. I mean, we've done a lot of races around here. You often have cars with damage that are slower, and you just have to slow down and then drive around them. That's just how it is. So, I mean, how many crashes have we? How many people did we avoid going through the entire race? So. As long as if my car suddenly darted left and right in an unexpected place, then for sure. But if the car in front just go around the corner, they happen to be going slow. It doesn't really matter if they got damage or not. Yeah, well, it wasn't even meatballed. I mean, sure, the steering was at a right angle, but...
The pace car is out of control.
Textbook driving, that's all I can say. Well, yeah, you can though, John, because this is iRacing. You can. It turns out you actually can drive through the car in front. It's just part of racing. Also, I don't know about you, but Le Mans, was it like 2 years ago on T1? Those Gleckenhuisens just drove straight through the cars in front. So I think it's pretty, to be honest, it's pretty standard racing. I've seen quite a few races. Also, I was watching the Indy 500, and apparently what you do is you warm your tyres up and then drive into the wall before you even start the race. That seems to be a good thing to do as well. Downshifting into third gear and then taking out 3 people as well. That's something I would do. Oh, did I only lose 35 I rating? That's not that bad, actually. Bindi 500. Well, that was good fun. I think we've lost like 300 I rating today, but that's all right. Sometimes you have to lose I rating. Do another. I think I might go to the shops actually because I've run out of food. He's just a beginner. Well, this is the thing with the tire. I mean, who knows the specific situation and what's going on and, all the other stuff. So it's easy to judge real drivers. I'm sure I'd obviously do better, obviously. But I do think in general, with the tyre warming thing, so often... So in an Indy 500, obviously there will be like optimal tyres that you need to get, and you don't want to get jumped by a load of people. Who knows what the things are? But at the very beginning of something like an Indy 500, you surely got to factor in. You're like, hang on, there is a risk. Like even in Formula One, top racing, you do. You have a risk when trying to warm up tyres that you will bin it, and often like. Not through massive fault of the driver, they're just a bit of an extra damp bit of track or something or whatever. So I don't know if statistically, at that point, a really early point in an oval race, is it actually worth warming your tyres up like that? Like, statistically, you could probably work out that it's actually more risky than the risk of what you lose from not having optimal tyre temperatures or warmer tyres. But I mean, you don't know. It could be the case that they drop. There could be a temperature that the tyres drop to, and then they don't work at all, and then you're even more likely to crash. So, but you definitely see it in lots of racing, especially in sim racing, where people try to warm the tyres up before the start of the race or behind a safety car at a point in a race where they're not actually going to gain that much of a benefit from it, and they're very likely, or quite likely to, if not spin from warming the tyres up, get hit by another driver warming the tyres up, to the point where I would say, statistically, especially in sim racing, unless you're talking top level esports, you're probably way less. You're worse off warming the tyres up.
The pace car is out of control.
But I think people have seen real drivers do it in scenarios where it probably makes sense for real drivers, and then they just copy it in sims. Exactly, Rogart tuning. Yeah, especially if you're... So unless you are actually at pace, if you're already off pace by like a second, the aspect of tyre warming is probably not going to be crucial or even relevant. Like, you would get more time by doing some hot lapping and learning the turning points and the brake points and a bit better trail braking than anything tyre warming would do. You can't warm tyres up enough to actually get them properly warm in iRacing. Like, you can't wiggle the car to get the tyres into optimal state. So it's not even helping you get to maybe you're someone that's memorised warm tyres. You're not even benefiting from that. So I think it's one of those things where it's people are just copying something without having thinking about it. You see it in Counter-Strike all the time. Low-level CS2 players that do like weird plays that they've seen pros do that are not relevant to 10k, 5k ranked games of CS. They don't have the fundamentals, so they're doing like weird movements and stuff. Oh, hello.
3, 2,
thank you.
1, go.
A little extra cash for your local
Frank
Tesco.
Zappa.
Don't rush away on my account for
yes.
whenever you feel like doing.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. I'm going to... well, I'll get some tea bags. What shall I treat myself to? What am I spending the $10 on? Thank you. I might buy some biscuits, maybe. Or like a... oh, what do I get? What should I... well, I'm trying to be healthy, so I'm not really buying that many biscuits. I might just buy some nice bread, actually. I'll buy some sourdough, thank you. I'll buy some sourdough bread and some more. I'll buy some some sourdough bread and maybe I don't know. What else can I get? My Tesco's is rubbish. I've got butter. They might have some nice chicken. You're getting a doona kebab. But yeah, thanks guys for watching today. I really appreciate it. We had pretty good view numbers, weirdly, on Twitch, for given that we're just being ranting as usual. Given that we're just zero entertainment value, and we were away for a week. So, oh yeah, we'll have a video tomorrow on what we did. We went to an event to try some equipment out. It's just a little 10-minute video showing off some. It was a sponsored video showing off some stuff. So watch that tomorrow on our YouTube if you've got nothing better to do. Yeah, I'm gonna get a cup of tea. Well, hopefully we'll do some more streaming tomorrow. We'll get back into the routine of the streaming. But yeah, appreciate the support and watching. So it's just quite a fun stream. Who can we raid that we've not raided before? Oh, we'll just raid Shiva Lion. I like her. She's doing GT4. Auf der Nordschleife. Okay, we'll raid Shiva. She's good fun. Yeah, guys, check out Jaxa as well. Have a good night, everyone. Thanks for watching. Bye.